In the quiet stillness between your thoughts, there exists a profound truth that has guided seekers for thousands of years. Imagine for a moment that within your own mind lies a sanctuary of peace so vast and boundless that no external circumstance could ever disturb it. What if I told you that according to Zen Buddhism, this sanctuary isn't something you need to create? It's something you already possess. Stay with us as we explore the ancient wisdom of Zen that teaches us how to uncover our true nature, a nature that remains undisturbed even in the midst of life's greatest storms. This sanctuary within you is not a metaphor or wishful thinking, but a living reality that countless practitioners have discovered throughout history. The great Zen master Huang Po once said that the mind is like a vast ocean and our thoughts are merely waves on its surface. No matter how turbulent the waves become, the depths of the ocean remain perfectly still and undisturbed. This is the nature of your true self, the Buddha nature that exists within every human being. The journey of Zen is not about adding something new to your life, but rather about removing the layers of confusion that prevent you from recognizing what has always been there. It is about seeing through the illusions that cause us to suffer and returning to our original face, the face we had before we were born. This concept of original face is central to Zen understanding. Before we learned language, before we developed our personality, before we took on the countless roles and identities that society gave us, there was a pure awareness, a fundamental essence that simply was. Think of a newborn child, gazing into the world with eyes unclouded by judgment, expectation, or fear. That pristine awareness is still within you, buried perhaps under years of conditioning, but never truly lost. The famous Zen master Linji taught that we spend our lives searching for something we already possess, like a person frantically looking for their glasses while wearing them. This journey isn't meant to be merely philosophical. It is intensely practical, offering time-tested tools for navigating the challenges of everyday existence with greater ease and clarity. Unlike many spiritual traditions that focus on transcending the material world, Zen embraces the fullness of human experience. In the words of an old Zen saying, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." The profound simplicity of this teaching reveals a fundamental truth. Zen isn't about escaping life, but about being fully present within it. It's about discovering extraordinary meaning in ordinary moments and finding freedom, not by changing our external circumstances, but by transforming our relationship to them. This transformation doesn't require you to become someone different or to achieve some special state of consciousness. Instead, it asks you to recognize what you already are beneath all the mental noise and emotional turbulence. Consider for a moment how much of your suffering comes not from the events themselves, but from your resistance to them. When rain falls on your wedding day, is it the rain itself that causes distress, or is it your attachment to how the day should have been? When someone speaks harshly to you, is it their words that hurt, or your clinging to how you wish they had spoken? This insight into the nature of suffering is perhaps one of Zen's most practical gifts to modern life. We live in a culture that constantly tells us happiness comes from getting what we want and avoiding what we don't want. Yet anyone who has lived long enough knows that life rarely cooperates with our preferences. The weather doesn't consult our plans, people don't always behave as we'd like them to, and our bodies age and change regardless of our wishes. Zen teaches us that true freedom comes not from controlling these external factors, which is ultimately impossible, but from releasing our desperate grip on how things should be. This doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent to life. Rather, it means engaging fully with whatever arises while holding our expectations lightly. Zen invites us to examine these questions deeply, not as intellectual exercises, but as gateways to genuine liberation. When you truly understand that your suffering comes from resistance rather than circumstances, you discover an incredible power. You realize that no external situation can disturb your essential peace unless you allow it to do so. The essence of Zen lies in its directness. It doesn't ask you to believe in complex philosophical systems or to adopt elaborate rituals. Instead, it points directly to your own mind as the source of both your suffering and your freedom. This directness can be both refreshing and challenging for modern practitioners. We're accustomed to complicated solutions, detailed instructions, and step-by-step programs. Zen offers something radically different, a path so simple it can seem almost too easy to be effective. Through practices like Zazen, sitting meditation, we learn to observe the mind without becoming entangled in its constant movement. We discover that thoughts arise and pass away like clouds in the sky, and that we are not those thoughts but the vast awareness in which they appear. In Zazen, we sit in stillness and simply witness whatever arises in consciousness without trying to change, fix, or improve anything. This practice gradually reveals the space between thoughts, the quiet presence that remains constant even as mental activity comes and goes. At first, this space might seem fleeting, barely noticeable between the endless stream of thoughts, worries, and plans. But with patient practice, you begin to recognize this awareness as your true home, the sanctuary that has always been there waiting for your return. This recognition doesn't require years of study or special abilities. It's available to anyone willing to sit quietly and look within with honest curiosity. The great beauty of Zen is that it meets you exactly where you are, whether you're a complete beginner or someone who has practiced meditation for decades. Your original face, your Buddha nature, your essential peace, it's all here right now, in this very moment, waiting to be recognized. The only question is whether you're ready to stop searching outside yourself and turn your attention inward to discover the treasure that has always been yours. When we truly understand the nature of our thoughts and emotions, we discover something remarkable about the way they appear and disappear in our awareness. Imagine standing by a river watching leaves float downstream. Some leaves move quickly, carried by swift currents, while others drift slowly in gentle eddies. Some get caught momentarily in branches or rocks before breaking free to continue their journey downstream. This beautiful metaphor captures exactly how Zen teaches us to observe our thoughts and feelings. We don't try to stop the river of consciousness or control which leaves appear. Instead, we learn to watch the flow without attachment, without getting swept away by every passing thought or emotion. When we cease identifying with every mental formation that crosses our mind, we begin to experience a profound shift in our relationship to life itself. This shift represents one of the most fundamental insights in Zen practice. Most people live their entire lives completely identified with their thoughts, believing that they are their thoughts. If an angry thought arises, they become an angry person. If a fearful thought appears, they transform into someone who is afraid. But through clear seeing, we recognize that thoughts are simply temporary visitors in the space of awareness. They come and go like clouds in an empty sky, leaving the sky itself completely unchanged. A Zen master once asked his disciples a question that has puzzled students for centuries. What is the sound of one hand clapping? This cone, or paradoxical riddle, isn't meant to be solved through logical analysis or clever wordplay. Instead, it serves a very specific purpose in Zen training. The cone is designed to exhaust the analytical mind, to bring our conceptual thinking to a complete standstill. When the mind that constantly categorizes, judges, and analyzes finally reaches its limits, something extraordinary can happen. In that moment of mental exhaustion, an opening appears. A gap in the endless stream of thoughts creates space for direct insight to emerge. This insight doesn't come from thinking about reality, but from directly experiencing it without the filter of concepts. In the space beyond our usual mental categories, beyond the endless chatter of the thinking mind, lies the possibility of awakening to what has always been present. This awakening isn't something we achieve or attain. It's more like recognizing something that was never actually hidden. True freedom from the Zen perspective doesn't come from controlling our environment or manipulating circumstances to get what we want. It emerges from releasing our tight grip on how we think things should be and learning to meet life exactly as it presents itself. This approach often confuses people who mistake it for passive resignation or giving up on positive change. Nothing could be further from the truth. Zen teaches us to act from a place of clarity and presence rather than from reactivity and delusion. When we're not constantly fighting against reality, we actually become far more effective in creating positive change. Consider the famous story of the farmer whose horse ran away one morning. His neighbors came to console him, shaking their heads and saying, "What terrible luck you have." The old farmer listened politely and simply replied, "Maybe." The next day, something unexpected happened. The horse returned, and it wasn't alone. It brought with it several beautiful wild horses that had been running free in the mountains. "What incredible good fortune!" exclaimed the neighbors, clearly excited by this turn of events. "Maybe," responded the farmer with the same calm demeanor. Later that week, the farmer's son decided to try taming one of the wild horses. During the training session, he was thrown from the horse and broke his leg quite badly. "How terrible," sympathized the neighbors, genuinely concerned for the young man's welfare. "Maybe," said the farmer once again. The following week brought an unexpected visit from military officials who had come to the village to draft young men into the army for an upcoming war. When they examined the farmer's son, they immediately passed him over because of his broken leg. "What amazing luck," declared the neighbors, relieved that the young man wouldn't have to go to war. "Maybe," replied the farmer with his characteristic equanimity. This story beautifully illustrates the Zen understanding that life unfolds in ways we cannot predict or control. Our judgments about what constitutes good luck or bad luck are based on extremely limited perspective and often prove to be premature. We see only a tiny fragment of the larger pattern, like trying to understand a vast tapestry by examining a single thread. By suspending these automatic judgments and remaining open to the unfolding mystery of life, we free ourselves from unnecessary suffering. We also align more deeply with reality as it actually is, rather than how we think it should be. The practice of Zazen, or sitting meditation, forms the absolute heart of Zen training. In Zazen, we engage in what might seem like the simplest activity imaginable. We simply sit quietly, allowing everything to be exactly as it is. This might sound incredibly easy to someone who has never tried it, but anyone who has attempted to sit still and alert for even 5 minutes quickly discovers the restless nature of the untrained mind. Thoughts arise constantly. Emotions shift and change. Physical sensations demand attention. The untrained mind jumps from topic to topic, like a monkey swinging from branch to branch in a forest. But this restlessness isn't a problem to be solved. It's simply the natural activity of consciousness, and in Zazen we learn to observe it without interference. We don't try to stop thoughts from arising or force the mind into some artificial state of blankness. Instead, we practice the art of clear seeing, watching whatever appears in awareness with the same detached interest we might have while observing clouds forming and dissolving in the sky. Through this practice, something remarkable begins to happen. We start to recognize the space in which all experiences arise and pass away. This space of awareness itself never changes, never gets disturbed, never needs to be fixed or improved. It's always present, always perfect, always at peace. When the young monk approached his teacher after the morning meal, He carried with him the earnest seeking that characterizes so many of us on the spiritual path. His question about the Buddha nature revealed a mind hungry for profound teachings, cosmic insights, perhaps some secret doctrine that would unlock the mysteries of existence. The teacher's response was startlingly simple. Go wash your bowl. This instruction contains within it the entire essence of Zen practice, though its profundity might not be immediately apparent to our seeking minds. In those 4 simple words lies a complete teaching about how to live with presence, authenticity, and deep contentment. The monk was looking for something extraordinary, something that would transport him beyond his ordinary human experience. Instead, his teacher pointed him directly back to the task at hand, to the simple act of cleaning up after himself. This redirection from the cosmic to the mundane represents one of Zen's most radical insights. The sacred is not found by transcending the ordinary world, but by diving deeply into it with complete attention and care. Most of us live with an unconscious hierarchy of activities in our minds. We consider meditation, prayer, or reading spiritual books as sacred activities, while washing dishes, folding laundry, or commuting to work are seen as mundane interruptions to our real spiritual life. This division creates a fundamental split in our experience, suggesting that some moments are more worthy of our full attention than others. Zen challenges this assumption entirely. When we wash a bowl with complete presence, attending to the temperature of the water, the texture of the ceramic, the movement of our hands, we transform this simple act into a meditation as profound as any formal sitting practice. The bowl becomes our teacher, the warm water our sanka, and our careful attention our prayer. Charlotte Joko Beck, the American Zen teacher, spent decades emphasizing this point to her students. She would often say that there is nothing special about Zen, nothing exotic or mysterious. It is simply the art of being completely present with whatever life presents, whether that's sitting on a meditation cushion or scrubbing a pot. This ordinariness is not a limitation, but a liberation. It means that every moment offers the possibility of awakening. Every task becomes an opportunity for practice. The mother changing her baby's diaper with full attention is engaged in the same essential practice as the monk in the monastery. The accountant reviewing spreadsheets with presence and care is walking the same path as the forest hermit. This understanding radically democratizes spiritual practice, making it accessible not just to those with the luxury of extended retreat time, but to anyone willing to bring conscious attention to their daily activities. One of the most persistent sources of human suffering is our tendency to resist what is actually happening in our lives. We want the pleasant experiences to last forever and the difficult ones to disappear immediately. This resistance creates what Buddhists call the second arrow of suffering. The first arrow is the actual experience itself, the pain of loss, the discomfort of illness, the challenge of conflict. The second arrow is our resistance to that experience, our mental commentary that insists things should be different than they are. Zen practice teaches us to work primarily with this second arrow, not by eliminating our natural preferences, but by learning to hold them more lightly. When we wash our bowl, we might notice that the water is too hot or too cold, that the bowl is more stained than we'd like, that we're tired and would rather be doing something else. These preferences are natural and human. The practice is not to eliminate them, but to notice them without being driven by them, to acknowledge them without letting them dictate our inner state. This doesn't mean becoming passive or resigned to circumstances that genuinely need to be changed. Rather, it means developing the wisdom to distinguish between what can be skillfully influenced and what must be accepted. When we stop fighting reality, we free up enormous amounts of energy that were previously locked in resistance. This energy then becomes available for responding creatively and compassionately to whatever situation we find ourselves in. A student once complained to her teacher that her meditation was constantly interrupted by the sound of construction work next door. The teacher listened carefully and then asked, "Who is being interrupted?" This question points to a fundamental shift in perspective. Instead of seeing external circumstances as obstacles to our peace, we begin to recognize that our peace is not dependent on external conditions being arranged to our liking. The construction sounds become part of the meditation. The crying baby becomes part of the silence. The difficult emotion becomes part of the path. The Persian poet Rumi wrote about welcoming all emotions as guests in the house of our awareness, greeting each one at the door with gratitude for whatever gift it might bring. This metaphor beautifully captures the Zen approach to working with difficult emotional states. Instead of trying to evict unwelcome feelings, we learn to create space for them, to observe them with the same kind attention we might bring to washing our bowl. A student once approached a Zen teacher in great distress about his anger. He explained that he had been practicing meditation for years, yet still found himself becoming angry at his family, his co-workers, and even fellow practitioners. He felt like a failure as a spiritual student. The teacher listened quietly and then asked, "When anger arises, where do you go?" The student was confused by the question. The teacher continued, "Do you disappear when anger is present, or are you still there, aware of the anger?" Through this inquiry, the student began to recognize the difference between being angry and being aware of anger. In the first case, we become completely identified with the emotion, lost in its story and reactive patterns. In the second, we maintain our seat in awareness, able to observe the emotion without being overwhelmed by it. This shift from identification to observation is one of the most practical fruits of Zen practice. When we wash our bowl, we might notice irritation arising because the task feels tedious, or because we'd rather be doing something more interesting. Instead of being carried away by this irritation or trying to suppress it, we can simply note its presence the way we might notice the temperature of the wash water. Irritation arises, exists for a while, and then passes away, just like everything else in our experience. Through this practice of gentle observation, we begin to develop what psychologists call emotional regulation, the ability to experience strong feelings without being completely reactive to them. This doesn't make us cold or detached, but rather more genuinely responsive. When we're not caught in the grip of unconscious emotional reactions, we can choose how to respond to situations based on wisdom and compassion, rather than habit and reactivity. This transformation in our relationship with emotions naturally extends to our relationships with other people. When someone is angry with us, we can remain present with their emotion without immediately becoming defensive or counter-attacking. We can listen to the pain beneath their anger, respond to their genuine needs, and maintain our own emotional equilibrium. The simple practice of washing our bowl with attention becomes training for this kind of emotional mastery, not through suppression or control, but through the development of spacious awareness that can hold all of life's experiences with equanimity. Jing, eventually merging back into the vastness from which it arose. So too with our experiences, our emotions, even our sense of self, they arise temporarily, have their moment, and pass away, all within the boundless field of awareness. This understanding transforms our relationship to suffering. When difficult emotions arise, anger, fear, grief, we can recognize them as waves in the ocean of our consciousness. We don't need to suppress them or be overwhelmed by them. We can allow them to move through us with awareness, knowing they are temporary manifestations rather than defining truths about who we are. A famous Zen story tells of a monk who asked his teacher, "It is very hot, and how shall we escape the heat?" And the teacher replied, "Why not go to the place where there is no heat?" Where the monk inquired, "Where is the place where there is no heat?" How the teacher said, when heat comes, heat kills. When cold comes, cold kills. This enigmatic response points to a profound truth. Freedom isn't found by escaping uncomfortable conditions, but by meeting them completely, without adding the extra layer of resistance that turns physical discomfort into mental suffering. The teacher's words reveal something radical about our usual approach to difficulty. We spend most of our lives trying to avoid the heat of challenging experiences, seeking air conditioning for our souls. But the place where there is no heat isn't a different location. It's a different way of being present with whatever temperature life brings us. When we fully accept heat as heat, without the mental story that it shouldn't be this way, the suffering dissolves even while the sensation remains. In our daily lives, we spend enormous energy trying to arrange conditions to be just right. The perfect job, relationship, home, body. We become like interior decorators of reality, constantly rearranging the furniture of our circumstances, hoping that the next configuration will finally bring lasting satisfaction. Zen doesn't dismiss the relative importance of these things, but reminds us that true peace doesn't depend on getting everything exactly the way we want it. Rather, it comes from finding the place within that remains undisturbed regardless of external conditions, like the depths of the ocean that remain still even when the surface is tossed by storms. This inner stability isn't achieved through spiritual bypassing or emotional numbing. It's cultivated through the patient practice of learning to rest in awareness itself, the unchanging witness of all changing phenomena. Just as a movie screen remains unaffected, whether it displays scenes of joy or tragedy, our essential nature remains whole and undisturbed beneath the fluctuating content of our experience. The practice of mindfulness in Zen isn't about creating pleasant experiences or achieving states of bliss. It's about developing the capacity to be present with whatever arises, pleasant or unpleasant, without being carried away by it. This capacity requires us to understand the difference between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable. It's the natural response of a sensitive organism to challenging conditions. Suffering is optional. It's the additional layer of mental resistance we add when we argue with reality. When we touch a hot stove, the immediate sensation of burning is pain. The mental commentary that follows, "I'm so stupid, I should have been more careful, this always happens to me," transforms pain into suffering. This doesn't mean we become passive or indifferent. On the contrary, by not wasting energy in resistance to what is, we become more capable of clear and effective action. Consider the difference between walking on ice while tense and afraid of falling versus walking with a relaxed awareness that responds fluidly to changing conditions. The tense walker is actually more likely to fall because their rigidity prevents them from adapting moment by moment. Their muscles are locked in anticipation of disaster, making them less responsive to the subtle shifts in balance that successful ice walking requires. Similarly, when we approach life's challenges with rigid expectations and resistance, we reduce our capacity to respond skillfully. We become like a tree that breaks in the storm because it cannot bend, rather than the bamboo that survives by yielding gracefully to the wind. In Zen practice, we cultivate what's called flexible strength, the ability to remain centered while adapting to changing circumstances. This quality develops naturally as we practice sitting meditation, where we learn to maintain upright posture while allowing thoughts and sensations to flow through us without attachment. The same principle applies to our emotional life. We can maintain our essential stability while allowing feelings to move through us like weather patterns across the sky. Anger arises, we feel it fully without becoming it, and it passes. Joy appears, we appreciate it without clinging, and it transforms into something else. This approach requires tremendous courage, because it asks us to give up our familiar strategies of control. Most of us have been trained since childhood to manage our experience through manipulation, either pushing away what we don't want or grasping after what we do want. Zen suggests a radically different approach, learning to dance with reality rather than trying to choreograph it. This doesn't mean we stop making choices or taking action. Instead, our actions become more effective because they arise from clear seeing rather than reactive patterns. When we're not caught up in resistance to what is, we can perceive situations more accurately and respond more appropriately. We become like skilled martial artists who use the opponent's energy rather than opposing it directly. True acceptance in Zen isn't resignation or defeat. It's the recognition that fighting with reality is like arguing with the weather, ultimately futile and unnecessarily exhausting. This recognition frees up enormous amounts of energy that we can direct toward creative and compassionate action. When we stop wasting energy on what we cannot change, we discover surprising resources for engaging with what we can influence. The mother dealing with her child's tantrum, who stops trying to make the child stop crying and instead offers patient presence, often finds that the storm passes more quickly. The employee facing unexpected criticism, who listens without defending, often discovers valuable feedback hidden within the harsh delivery. The person receiving a difficult medical diagnosis, who allows themselves to feel the full impact without immediately jumping into denial or catastrophic thinking, often finds unexpected strength and clarity for the journey ahead. This kind of acceptance isn't passive, it's actively receptive. It's the difference between a closed fist that cannot receive anything and an open hand that can both give and receive freely. When we practice this quality of open receptivity, life begins to teach us directly. We discover that every situation, no matter how challenging, contains some gift of wisdom or opportunity for growth. The very experiences we've been avoiding often turn out to be our greatest teachers, offering lessons that no book or teacher could provide. This is the art of clear seeing, learning to perceive reality without the distorting filters of our preferences and aversions. When we see clearly, we can respond wisely, and our lives become expressions of compassionate intelligence rather than reactive patterns. The cultivation of present awareness forms the very heart of Zen practice, yet it remains one of the most misunderstood aspects of spiritual development. Many people approach meditation and mindfulness with the expectation that they will achieve some special state of consciousness, a permanent high or blissful escape from life's challenges. But Zen teaches us something far more profound and practical, that what we seek is already present in each moment, waiting to be discovered through the quality of attention we bring to our immediate experience. This discovery begins with what Shunryu Suzuki called beginner's mind, a quality of openness and curiosity that isn't limited by preconceptions. When we approach each moment freshly, without imposing our ideas of how things should be, we discover new possibilities for responding to life's challenges. This beginner's mind becomes particularly valuable during times of significant change or uncertainty. When familiar structures fall away, when a relationship ends, a job is lost, or health declines, we naturally want to grasp for security and control. Zen invites us instead to remain open to not knowing, to allow ourselves to be vulnerable to life's uncertainty. In this vulnerable openness, we may discover resources within ourselves that were previously hidden. There's a story of a Zen master who was known for his equanimity. A student asked him, "Master, how do you maintain such peace of mind?" The master replied, "When I eat, I eat. When I walk, I walk. When I sleep, I sleep." The student, confused, said, "But that's what everyone does. We all eat, walk, and sleep." The master smiled and said, "No, when most people eat, they're thinking about walking. When they walk, they're thinking about sleeping. When they sleep, they're thinking about eating. They're never fully present for their lives." This complete presence, This wholehearted engagement with the activity of the moment is at the heart of Zen practice. It's not about achieving some special state, but about removing the veils that prevent us from experiencing the extraordinary richness of ordinary life. When we're fully present for the simple act of drinking a cup of tea, of listening to a friend, of feeling the breeze on our skin, we touch a dimension of being that is inherently peaceful and complete. This presence transforms our relationship to both pleasure and pain. Instead of constantly seeking the next moment of satisfaction or avoiding the next difficulty, we learn to meet whatever arises with the same quality of open awareness. A headache becomes simply sensations arising and passing in consciousness rather than my headache that defines our experience. Joy becomes a temporary flowering of awareness rather than something we must grasp and hold on to. Zen teachings often emphasize the importance of everyday activities as opportunities for practice. Chopping vegetables, sweeping the floor, washing dishes, these mundane tasks become vehicles for awakening when approached with full attention. There's a famous story of a monk who asked his teacher for instructions on the path to enlightenment. The teacher asked, "Have you eaten your rice porridge?" The monk replied, "Yes," but the teacher said, "Then wash your bowl." This simple instruction contains the essence of Zen. The sacred isn't found apart from the ordinary, but within it. When we wash dishes with complete attention, feeling the warm water, noticing the play of light on soap bubbles, hearing the gentle sounds of cleaning, we discover that this simple activity contains the same depth and richness as any formal meditation. The key is bringing our full presence to whatever we're doing, whether it's typing an email, having a conversation, or walking to the store. Each activity becomes an opportunity to practice what the Zen tradition calls one mind, the state of unified awareness where there's no separation between the observer and the observed, between ourselves and our activity. In this state, washing dishes is just washing dishes, with no mental commentary about how boring it is, or how we'd rather be somewhere else. The practice of Zen doesn't promise to remove all difficulties from life. Pain, loss, and change are inherent aspects of human existence that no spiritual practice can eliminate. What Zen offers instead is a fundamental shift in our relationship to these experiences. Rather than seeing difficulties as obstacles to our happiness or signs that we're doing something wrong, we learn to recognize them as integral parts of the human journey. This doesn't mean becoming passive or accepting harmful situations without response. Instead, it means developing the clarity to see what can be changed and what must be accepted, and the wisdom to respond appropriately to each situation. When we stop fighting against the basic conditions of existence, impermanence, uncertainty, and the inevitability of both joy and sorrow, we discover a deeper peace that doesn't depend on circumstances. This peace isn't the absence of difficulty, but the presence of an unshakable awareness that remains constant through all changing experiences. It's like learning to rest in the depths of the ocean rather than being tossed about by the waves on the surface. The waves of emotion, thought, and circumstance continue to arise, but we're no longer identified with them as our fundamental reality. Through consistent practice of present, moment awareness, we gradually discover what Zen calls our original face, the essential nature of consciousness itself, which exists prior to all thoughts, emotions, and experiences. This isn't a mystical concept, but a direct recognition of the aware presence that is reading these words right now, the consciousness that remains constant while all experiences come and go. When we learn to rest in this awareness, rather than being carried away by the content of experience, we find the peace and freedom that no external circumstance can disturb. This is the ultimate gift of Zen practice, not the promise of a life without challenges, but the discovery of an unshakable foundation of peace that makes it possible to meet any challenge with wisdom and compassion. A Zen student once came to his teacher in great distress, complaining that his meditation practice felt dry and meaningless. He had been sitting for months, following his breath, watching his thoughts, but nothing extraordinary was happening. No profound insights, no mystical experiences, no sense of enlightenment approaching. The teacher listened quietly, then asked the student to describe his morning routine. The student replied impatiently that he woke up, brushed his teeth, made coffee, ate breakfast, and went to work. Nothing special, nothing worth mentioning. The teacher smiled and said, "There is your practice. There is your path to awakening." So this story captures something essential about Zen that often gets lost in our search for dramatic spiritual experiences. The path to freedom doesn't require retreating from ordinary life or achieving extraordinary states of consciousness. Instead, it involves bringing complete attention and presence to the simple activities that make up our daily existence. When we approach everyday activities with full presence, something remarkable happens. The mundane reveals itself as sacred, not because we've added anything to it, but because we've stopped filtering it through our habitual inattention. Consider the simple act of drinking a cup of tea. Most of the time, we drink while reading, talking, thinking about our to-do list, or scrolling through our phones. We consume the tea without really tasting it, feeling its warmth, or appreciating the moment of pause it offers. But when we bring complete attention to this simple act, when we feel the weight of the cup in our hands, notice the steam rising, taste the subtle flavors on our tongue, and feel the warmth spreading through our body, the experience transforms. We're no longer just consuming a beverage, we're participating in a small ceremony of presence. The tea hasn't changed, but our relationship to it has been revolutionized. This same transformation is available in every ordinary activity. Walking from one room to another becomes an opportunity to feel our feet touching the ground, to notice the rhythm of our movement, to appreciate the miracle of balance and coordination that allows us to move through space. Washing dishes becomes a meditation on the feeling of warm water, the slipperiness of soap, the satisfaction of transforming something dirty into something clean. Even breathing, something we do automatically thousands of times each day, becomes a gateway to presence when we occasionally pause to notice the gentle rise and fall of our chest, the cool air entering our nostrils, the slight pause between inhale and exhale. The Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh taught that washing dishes is not only a way to clean dishes, but also a way to live fully in each moment. When we wash dishes just to get them clean so we can move on to the next task, we're not washing dishes at all. We're rushing through our life, treating the present moment as an obstacle to overcome rather than a gift to receive. One of the most misunderstood aspects of Zen practice is the concept of effortless effort, known in Taoism as Wu Wei or non-doing. This doesn't mean becoming passive or lazy, but rather learning to work with natural forces instead of against them. Think about the difference between trying to fall asleep and allowing sleep to come. When we lie in bed desperately trying to force ourselves to sleep, tossing and turning, checking the clock, worrying about how tired we'll be tomorrow, sleep becomes elusive. The harder we try, the more awake we become. But when we create the right conditions, darkening the room, relaxing our body, letting go of the day's concerns, and then simply rest without trying to make anything happen, sleep often arrives naturally. This same principle applies to many areas of life. Creative insights rarely come when we're straining to think of solutions, but often arise when we step back from the problem and allow our mind to rest. The perfect word we're searching for appears not through mental effort, but in a moment of relaxed attention. Conversations flow most naturally when we're not trying to impress or control the direction, but when we're genuinely listening and responding authentically. Even in physical activities, we often perform best when we're not overthinking every movement, but allowing our body's natural intelligence to guide us. Athletes speak of being in the zone, a state where effort and ease combine, where they're fully engaged yet not forcing, completely focused yet relaxed. This is Wu Wei in action, the art of doing by not doing, of achieving through non-striving. Shunryu Suzuki often spoke about the difference between small mind and big mind. Small mind is our ordinary thinking consciousness, caught up in preferences, judgments, fears, and desires. It sees the world through the narrow lens of personal concern, dividing everything into categories of good and bad, mine and theirs, success and failure. Big mind is our natural awareness, spacious and accepting, able to hold all experiences without being overwhelmed by any of them. The goal isn't to destroy small mind, which would be impossible and unnecessary, but to recognize that we are not limited to its perspective. When we identify completely with small mind, we suffer because we take its limited viewpoint to be the whole truth. But when we step back and recognize small mind as just one aspect of our larger awareness, we gain freedom and perspective. This stepping back happens through gentle attention rather than forceful effort. When we notice that we're caught in worry, instead of fighting the worry or judging ourselves for worrying, we can simply observe with kind awareness. Worrying is happening. How interesting. This gentle noticing creates space around the experience, allowing us to see that we are not the worry, but the awareness in which worry appears. The same applies to anger, sadness, excitement, or any other state. We can experience these emotions fully without being completely identified with them. This doesn't make us detached or emotionally numb, but rather gives us the freedom to respond wisely rather than react automatically. We can feel anger without being consumed by it, experience sadness without drowning in it, enjoy happiness without clinging to it. This is the gift of big mind, not the absence of human experience, but the spaciousness to hold all experience with compassion and wisdom. Through this gentle practice of stepping back and noticing, we gradually discover that our true nature is not the small, worried, striving self we often take ourselves to be, but something much vaster and more peaceful. We are the sky in which all weather passes, the ocean in which all waves rise and fall, the awareness in which all experiences come and go. In Zen practice, this wisdom arises not through accumulating knowledge or developing complex philosophical frameworks, but through a profound shift in how we perceive and relate to our immediate experience. It emerges from learning to see clearly, without the filters of our habitual thinking patterns, our projections, and our endless wanting for things to be different than they are. Consider how often we experience life through layers of mental commentary, judgment, and assumption rather than encountering what is actually happening. When someone speaks to us in a sharp tone, we immediately create a story about their intentions, their character, or what this means about our relationship with them. We react not to what actually occurred, but to our interpretation of what occurred, often missing entirely what the person might have been trying to communicate. A student once came to her Zen teacher in great distress, saying, "Master, I'm feeling so much anger lately. What should I do?" The teacher replied, "Show me this anger." And the student, confused, said, "Well, I'm not angry right now, but it keeps coming up." The teacher smiled and said, "So it's not who you are. It's just something that visits occasionally. When it comes again, welcome it in for tea. Observe it closely. See what it has to teach you and watch how, like all guests, it eventually leaves on its own." This teaching illustrates the fundamental Zen approach to difficult emotions and mental states. Rather than identifying with them as permanent aspects of who we are, we learn to recognize them as temporary phenomena arising and passing away in the spaciousness of awareness. This shift in perspective from "I am angry" to "anger is arising and being experienced" creates a profound transformation in our relationship to all emotional states. When we observe our mental processes with this kind of gentle attention, we begin to notice patterns that have been running automatically for years or even decades. We see how certain situations trigger predictable sequences of thoughts and reactions, how our mind creates elaborate stories about simple events, and how much energy we spend defending positions that may not even serve us. The practice of zazen, or seated meditation, develops our capacity to create a pause between stimulus and response, a space where wisdom can emerge. In this pause, we have the opportunity to respond from clarity rather than react from conditioning. Most of our daily interactions happen so quickly that we bypass this space entirely, responding automatically from old patterns learned in childhood or developed through years of repetition. But when we cultivate the ability to pause, even for a moment, we discover that we have choices we never knew existed. A parent whose child is having a meltdown can pause and ask, "What does this situation actually need?" rather than automatically responding from their own frustration or embarrassment. A person receiving criticism at work can pause and consider whether there might be something useful in the feedback, rather than immediately defending or attacking. This doesn't mean we become passive or indecisive, but that our actions arise from wisdom rather than reactivity. The pause creates space for what Zen teachers call don't know mind, a state of openness that allows us to meet each situation freshly rather than through the lens of our preconceptions. Zen practice also fundamentally transforms our relationship to desire and wanting. Much of our suffering comes from the constant mental activity of wanting things to be different than they are. Wanting more pleasure and less pain, more recognition and less criticism, more control and less uncertainty. We live in a perpetual state of reaching for what isn't here, while pushing away what is, creating a background hum of dissatisfaction that colors our experience even during relatively fortunate circumstances. The Buddha identified this restless wanting, this constant sense that something is missing, as the root of human suffering. But the Zen approach isn't to eliminate desire entirely, which would be both impossible and unnecessary. Rather, it's to see through the false promise that getting what we want will bring lasting satisfaction and peace. When we observe our desires closely, we notice that even when we obtain exactly what we thought we wanted, the satisfaction is often brief before a new wanting arises to take its place. This recognition doesn't make us passive or apathetic about life, but it helps us hold our desires more lightly without being driven or controlled by them. We can work toward goals and enjoy pleasures without the desperate quality that comes from believing our happiness depends on specific outcomes. There's a famous Zen story that perfectly illustrates this approach to life's inevitable difficulties and uncertainties. A monk was being chased by a tiger through the forest. When he came to the edge of a cliff, he saw a vine growing over the edge and quickly climbed down it to escape the pursuing tiger. As he hung there catching his breath, he looked down and saw another tiger waiting at the bottom of the cliff. To make matters even worse, he noticed two mice, one white and one black, representing day and night, beginning to gnaw at the vine from which his life depended. In this seemingly hopeless situation, suspended between two tigers with his lifeline being slowly destroyed, the monk noticed a wild strawberry growing on the cliff face within reach. He picked it, put it in his mouth, and exclaimed with genuine delight, "How sweet!" This story beautifully captures the essence of Zen wisdom, the ability to fully appreciate the sweetness of the present moment, even while acknowledging life's inherent dangers and uncertainties. The tigers represent the various threats and difficulties we all face, while the mice symbolize the passage of time that gradually shortens all our lives. Yet even in the midst of this precarious existence, there is always something to appreciate. some sweetness available right now that doesn't depend on resolving all our problems or eliminating all sources of danger. This isn't about ignoring reality or pretending that difficulties don't exist, but about discovering that our capacity for peace and appreciation doesn't depend on having perfect circumstances. When we stop waiting for life to meet our conditions for happiness, we discover that happiness was available all along, hidden not in getting what we want, but in fully receiving what is already here. This mental freedom doesn't come from acquiring more knowledge or achieving some special state, but from releasing our grip on the need to have everything figured out. In Zen, there's a famous saying that captures this perfectly. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. This shocking statement isn't advocating violence, but pointing to something profound about spiritual maturity. The moment we turn even the Buddha into a fixed concept or external authority that we must follow, we've missed the point entirely. True awakening means not clinging to any teaching, no matter how profound, as the final answer. It means using spiritual concepts as stepping stones rather than destinations, always remaining free to move beyond them when they no longer serve our understanding. Many spiritual seekers fall into what we might call spiritual materialism, collecting teachings and practices like trophies, using them to build a more sophisticated spiritual identity. But authentic practice invites us to hold even our most cherished beliefs lightly, recognizing that any concept we can grasp is necessarily limited compared to the living reality it attempts to describe. This doesn't mean becoming cynical or dismissive of spiritual teachings, but rather approaching them with what Zen calls beginner's mind, fresh and open, without the burden of preconceptions. When we cling too tightly to any spiritual system, we risk turning it into another prison, another way of avoiding direct encounter with life, as it actually unfolds moment by moment. The freedom that Zen points toward is the freedom to meet each situation with fresh eyes, unencumbered by the weight of what we think we know. This includes our ideas about ourselves, about others, about how life should unfold, and yes, even about what enlightenment means. There's a classic Zen koan that asks, "What was your original face before your mother and father were born?" This isn't asking about some past life or metaphysical speculation, but pointing directly to what you are beneath all the layers of conditioning, identity, and learned responses. Your original face is not something you need to achieve or become. It's what you already are when you stop trying to be someone else. Most of us spend our lives wearing masks, playing roles that we think will make us acceptable or successful or lovable. We become so identified with these personas that we forget they're just costumes, temporary outfits we've put on for various occasions. The practice of sitting quietly in Zazen gradually reveals the one who is aware of all these different roles, the consciousness that remains constant through all the changes of identity and circumstance. This isn't about finding some perfect or idealized version of yourself, but about recognizing the simple awareness that has been present all along, before you learn to judge it as good or bad, successful or failing. When we discover this original nature, we realize that we don't need to fix ourselves or become someone different. The freedom we've been seeking was never hidden from us. We simply got distracted by all the stories we tell ourselves about who we are and who we should be. In our culture that prizes expertise and certainty, admitting that we don't know something can feel like failure. But Zen practice reveals that not knowing is actually a doorway to direct perception, a way of meeting life without the filter of preconceptions. When we approach a situation thinking we already know what it means or how it should unfold, we're no longer present for what's actually happening. We're relating to our ideas about the situation rather than the situation itself. This is why Zen Master Suzuki Roshi spoke so often about maintaining beginner's mind, approaching even familiar experiences with the openness and curiosity of someone encountering them for the first time. The wisdom of not knowing doesn't mean becoming ignorant or refusing to learn from experience, but rather holding our knowledge lightly, recognizing that every moment offers something new that our previous understanding might not encompass. This intellectual humility creates space for genuine learning and growth, allowing us to be surprised by life rather than constantly trying to fit it into our existing categories. When we can say, "I don't know," with genuine openness rather than defensive uncertainty, we create the conditions for authentic discovery. This not knowing becomes a form of presence, a way of meeting each moment with the fullness of our attention, rather than the partial engagement of someone who thinks they've already figured everything out. The ultimate freedom that Zen practice points toward is the freedom to be fully present for your life as it's actually happening. Not as you think it should be happening, or as you remember it happening in the past. This present moment awareness isn't a technique you master, but a natural capacity that emerges when you stop fighting with reality. It's the difference between living your life and thinking about your life, between experiencing your emotions and being controlled by your stories about those emotions. When we meet life without the veil of concepts and conditioning, we discover that this moment, exactly as it is, contains everything we need. Not because it's perfect or pleasant, but because it's real, and reality is the only place where genuine satisfaction and peace can be found. This freedom is your birthright as a human being, not something reserved for special people or achieved through years of difficult practice. It's as close as your next breath, as available as your willingness to stop running from this moment and simply be here for whatever is arising. The journey of Zen awakening doesn't end with a moment of enlightenment, but begins there. As we've explored throughout this book, the path of Zen is not about reaching a final destination where all problems cease to exist and we float in permanent bliss. Instead, it's about learning to live with greater presence, compassion, and wisdom in the midst of our ordinary, imperfect human lives. This chapter explores what it means to embody Zen understanding in our daily existence, transforming not just how we sit in meditation, but how we walk through the world. One of the most profound teachings of Zen is that every moment offers an opportunity for awakening. The dishes waiting in the sink, the commute to work, the conversation with a difficult colleague. These aren't obstacles to spiritual practice, but the very substance of it. When we approach mundane activities with full attention, they become gateways to presence. Consider the simple act of washing dishes. Most of us rush through this task, minds already focused on what comes next. But when we bring complete attention to the warmth of the water, the texture of the soap bubbles, the weight of each plate, something remarkable happens. The boundary between the washer and the washing dissolves. There's just the fluid movement of cleaning, no sense of someone doing something tedious. This isn't about making dishwashing artificially pleasant or meaningful. It's about discovering the inherent completeness that exists when we're fully present to any activity, no matter how ordinary it appears. Walking offers another profound opportunity for presence practice. Instead of using walking time to plan, worry, or escape into mental chatter, we can feel our feet touching the ground with each step. We can notice the rhythm of our breathing, the movement of air against our skin, the constantly changing landscape of sounds around us. This kind of embodied awareness transforms walking from mere transportation into a form of moving meditation. Even waiting, something our culture has trained us to see as wasted time, becomes an opportunity for presence. When we're stuck in traffic or standing in line, instead of immediately reaching for our phone or letting frustration build, we can use these moments to return to our breath, to feel our body, to simply be present without needing anything to be different. The key to developing consistency In everyday presence practice is starting small and being patient with ourselves. We might begin by choosing one routine activity each day, perhaps the first cup of coffee in the morning or brushing our teeth, and committing to doing it with complete attention. As this becomes more natural, we can gradually expand our practice to include more moments throughout the day. Perhaps nowhere is the transformative power of presence more evident than in our relationships with others. When we offer someone our complete attention, not planning what we'll say next, not judging their words, not trying to fix their problems, we give them one of the most precious gifts possible. This quality of listening is rare in our distracted world. Most conversations involve people waiting for their turn to speak, rather than truly hearing what's being shared. But when we listen with our whole being, creating space for another person's experience without immediately overlaying our own interpretations or solutions, something magical happens. The other person feels genuinely seen and heard, often for the first time in a long while. There's a Zen teaching that suggests we should interact with each person as if they might die in 3 years. This isn't meant to be morbid, but to cultivate a sense of preciousness about each encounter. When we truly understand the temporary nature of all relationships, we naturally become more present, more appreciative, more willing to let go of petty grievances and connect with what's essential. This practice transforms not just how others feel in our presence, but how we experience relationships. Instead of constantly evaluating whether people are meeting our expectations or serving our needs, we begin to appreciate them for who they are in this moment. We start to see past our projections and assumptions to the unique human being in front of us. Active listening involves more than just hearing words. It means paying attention to tone, body language, and the emotions beneath the surface of what's being said. It means asking questions that help people explore their own experience rather than steering conversations toward our own interests. Most importantly, it means being comfortable with silence, allowing space for deeper truths to emerge. When we practice presence in relationships, we often discover that many of our interpersonal difficulties stem from our own mental commentary rather than actual problems with other people. We realize how much energy we waste trying to change others instead of simply accepting them as they are. This doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to maintain healthy boundaries. Rather, it means responding from a place of clarity and compassion rather than reactivity and judgment. One of the most challenging aspects of living an awakened life is learning to be present with difficulty without immediately trying to escape or fix it. Our cultural conditioning teaches us that pain is a problem to be solved, discomfort is a signal that something is wrong, and negative emotions should be avoided or quickly transformed into positive ones. Zen offers a radically different approach. Instead of running from suffering, we learn to turn toward it with kind attention. This doesn't mean wallowing in pain or making ourselves miserable. It means recognizing that resistance to difficult experiences often creates more suffering than the experiences themselves. When we can sit with sadness without trying to cheer ourselves up, with anger without immediately acting on it, with fear without letting it control our choices, we discover something remarkable. These emotions, when met with presence and compassion, naturally move through us like weather systems moving through the sky. They arise, intensify, and eventually pass away without needing our intervention. This approach applies not only to our own difficulties, but to how we respond when others are suffering. Our instinct is often to try to make people feel better, to offer solutions, or to minimize their pain with phrases like, "Everything happens for a reason," or "At least it's not worse." But presence offers something far more healing. When we can simply be with someone in their difficulty without trying to change their experience, we offer them the profound gift of not being alone in their pain. Sometimes the most compassionate thing we can do is sit quietly with someone who is grieving, offering our steady presence without words. Other times it means listening to someone's anger without taking it personally or trying to talk them out of it. This kind of presence requires us to tolerate our own discomfort with others' pain, to resist the urge to fix or rescue, and to trust in people's inherent capacity to work through their difficulties. The practice of sitting with suffering also teaches us the important distinction between pain and suffering. Pain is inevitable in human life, the pain of loss, illness, disappointment, and change. Suffering is what we add to pain through our resistance, our stories about what the pain means, and our attempts to avoid or control it. When we can experience pain without the additional layer of suffering, we discover that even difficult experiences can be met with a kind of grace. Understanding that suffering is universal rather than personal transforms our relationship to our own difficulties. There's a famous Buddhist teaching story about a woman who lost her child and went to the Buddha asking for medicine to bring the child back to life. The Buddha told her he could help, but first she needed to bring him a mustard seed from a house where no one had ever died. The woman went from house to house, and in each one she heard stories of loss and grief. She realized that death and suffering touch every family, every life. This recognition didn't diminish her grief, but it helped her understand that her pain was part of the shared human experience, rather than evidence of personal failure or cosmic unfairness. When we recognize suffering as universal, several important shifts occur. First, we stop taking our difficulties so personally. Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" we can ask, "How can I meet this experience with grace?" Second, we develop genuine compassion for others because we understand that everyone is struggling with something, even if it's not visible on the surface. Third, we find connection through our shared vulnerability rather than trying to present a perfect facade to the world. This understanding doesn't make us passive in the face of difficulties that can be changed. Rather, it helps us distinguish between what's within our control and what isn't, allowing us to direct our energy more wisely. We can work to address injustice, heal illness, and improve conditions while simultaneously accepting the reality of what we cannot change. Grief, in particular, becomes a teacher when we understand its universality. Instead of seeing grief as something to get over or work through as quickly as possible, we can recognize it as love with nowhere to go. Grief is the price we pay for having loved deeply, and in this light, it becomes almost sacred. Learning to carry grief with grace, to let it soften our hearts rather than harden them, is one of the most profound teachings life offers us. True Zen compassion differs significantly from pity or sympathy because it arises from recognition of our fundamental interconnectedness, rather than from a sense of superiority or separation. When we feel pity for someone, there's an implicit assumption that we're different from them, that their suffering is somehow foreign to our experience. Authentic compassion recognizes that the capacity for both suffering and joy exists within all of us. The person experiencing homelessness, addiction, or mental illness is not fundamentally different from us. They're expressing possibilities that exist within the human condition, possibilities that could manifest in our own lives under different circumstances. This recognition doesn't diminish the reality of different life situations or ignore the need for practical help. Instead, it ensures that our helping comes from a place of genuine connection rather than condescension. When we offer assistance from this understanding, both the giver and receiver are enriched by the exchange. Self-compassion is equally important in this understanding. Many of us are far harsher with ourselves than we would ever be with a friend facing similar difficulties. We criticize ourselves for having normal human struggles, for not being further along in our spiritual development, for making mistakes that are part of learning. Zen teaches us to extend the same kindness to ourselves that we would offer to a beloved friend. This doesn't mean excusing harmful behavior or avoiding responsibility for our actions. It means meeting our own imperfections with the same gentle awareness we're learning to bring to everything else. When we practice self-compassion, we discover that we have much more energy available for caring for others because we're not constantly depleting ourselves through self-criticism. Perhaps nowhere is the teaching of interconnectedness more immediately relevant than in our relationship with the natural world. Zen reveals that there is no relationship between humans and nature because we are not separate from nature to begin with. We are nature expressing itself in human form. The air we breathe has been breathed by countless other beings. The water in our bodies has flowed through rivers, clouds, and other living creatures for millions of years. The elements that make up our physical form were forged in ancient stars. When we truly understand this biological interconnection, environmental issues stop being abstract problems out there and become immediate personal concerns. The health of the soil becomes our health. The purity of the water becomes our purity. The stability of the climate becomes our stability. This understanding naturally leads to more mindful consumption, not from guilt or obligation, but from the recognition that caring for the earth is caring for ourselves. We begin to see the connections between our daily choices and their impact on the larger web of life. This doesn't require becoming an environmental activist, though it might inspire that direction. It simply means making choices from awareness rather than unconscious habit. Living this ecological understanding also means finding ways to maintain connection with the natural world even in urban environments. This might involve cultivating plants, spending time in parks, or simply paying attention to the sky, the weather, and the changing seasons. It means recognizing that the same life force that moves through forests and oceans moves through us. As we conclude this exploration of living the awakened life, it's important to remember that this is not a destination we reach, but a way of being we cultivate moment by moment. Some days will be more present, more compassionate, more aware of our interconnection with all life. Other days will fall back into old patterns of reactivity, separation, and unconsciousness. This is not failure, but simply part of the human journey. The invitation of Zen is not to become perfect, but to become more awake, more kind, more connected to the profound mystery of existence. Each moment offers a fresh opportunity to begin again, to return to presence, to remember who we really are beneath all the stories and identities we carry. In this remembering, we discover that the awakened life is not something we achieve, but something we are, waiting to be recognized and expressed through our unique human experience. The ancient Zen masters understood something profound about human nature. We spend most of our lives rushing toward an imagined future or dwelling in memories of the past, missing the only moment where life actually unfolds. This tendency toward mental time travel isn't just a minor inconvenience. It's the root of much of our suffering and dissatisfaction. When we're constantly elsewhere in our minds, we miss the richness of direct experience that's available right now. Zen practice counteracts this tendency not by forcing the mind to concentrate, but by awakening interest in the present moment. When we truly pay attention to the sensation of breathing, we discover layers of experience we never noticed before. The subtle pause between inhale and exhale. The way the breath naturally deepens when we simply observe it without trying to control it. The gentle rise and fall of the chest that connects us to the rhythm of life itself. Similarly, when we pay attention to the play of light on water, we might notice how each ripple creates a unique pattern that has never existed before and will never exist again. This moment of light dancing on the surface becomes a teaching about impermanence and the preciousness of what's happening right now. When we truly see the subtle expressions on a loved one's face, we discover a richness in ordinary experience that we usually miss in our hurried lives. We notice the way their eyes crinkle slightly when they're genuinely happy, the micro expressions that reveal their inner state, the way their presence affects our own breathing and posture. This quality of attention transforms simple interactions into moments of profound connection and intimacy. There's a story of a man on horseback who appears to be in a great hurry. A bystander calls out, "Where are you going in such a rush?" The rider replies, "I don't know. Ask the horse." This parable illustrates how many of us live carried along by habits and reactivity, rarely pausing to question our direction or to make conscious choices about how we're living. We rush from task to task, driven by internal pressures we rarely examine, following patterns established long ago without considering whether they still serve us. The horse represents our unconscious conditioning, the automatic responses that carry us through life without our conscious participation. Zen invites us to take the reins of attention back from the runaway horse of habit. Through practices like Zazen, we develop the capacity to notice when we've been carried away by thought and to return to present awareness. This isn't about stopping thoughts or achieving some blank state of mind. Instead, it's about developing a different relationship with thinking, one where we can observe the flow of thoughts without being swept away by every mental current. This doesn't happen through force or strain, but through the gentle yet persistent practice of noticing and returning thousands of times with patience and kindness toward ourselves when we get lost. Each time we notice we've drifted into mental commentary or future planning and gently return attention to the breath or the body, we're strengthening our capacity for presence. It's like developing a muscle through repeated use, except this muscle is our awareness itself. This quality of attention isn't just about personal peace, but affects how we move through the world and interact with others. When we're fully present with another person, we offer them the rare gift of being truly seen and heard. In our distracted culture, most conversations happen on the surface level, with people waiting for their turn to speak, rather than truly listening to what's being shared. But when we bring the quality of attention cultivated in Zen practice to our relationships, something magical happens. The other person feels the difference immediately. They sense that they have our complete attention, that we're not mentally preparing our response or checking our phones or thinking about what we need to do later. This creates a space where deeper communication becomes possible, where people feel safe to share what's really going on beneath the social pleasantries. When we're fully engaged in our work, whatever it might be, we bring care and excellence to our actions rather than hurrying through them to get to something else. The Zen approach to work is beautifully captured in the saying, "Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water." The activities remain the same, but the quality of attention we bring to them is transformed. Whether we're washing dishes, writing reports, or caring for children, we can approach these tasks as opportunities to practice presence rather than obstacles to get through as quickly as possible. A Zen student asked his teacher, "Master, what is the most important thing?" And the teacher replied, "Attention." The student, thinking he hadn't heard correctly, repeated his question again. The teacher said, "Attention." Somewhat irritated, the student asked, "I understand that attention is important, but what is the most important thing?" And the teacher looked at him deeply and said, "Attention means attention." This teaching points to the centrality of awareness itself. It's not just a means to an end, a way to get somewhere else spiritually. The cultivation of present awareness is itself the heart of the path. Many spiritual seekers make the mistake of treating meditation and mindfulness as tools to achieve some future state of enlightenment or peace. But the Zen master's response suggests something more radical, that the quality of our attention right now is both the path and the destination. When we truly understand this, we stop postponing our spiritual life until we have more time, better circumstances, or greater skill. We recognize that every moment offers an opportunity to practice the art of being fully present. As we become more fully present for our lives, we discover that what we've been seeking, peace, meaning, connection, isn't found elsewhere, but in the quality of our attention to what's already here. This is a revolutionary understanding in a culture that constantly tells us that happiness and fulfillment are always just around the corner, in the next purchase, relationship, achievement, or experience. Zen suggests that what we're really seeking is available right now, but we miss it because we're looking in the wrong direction. This doesn't mean that life suddenly becomes easy or that difficulties disappear. Pain, loss, illness, and death remain realities of human existence. What changes through Zen practice is not the content of our experience, but our relationship to whatever arises. When we're fully present with difficult emotions or challenging circumstances, we discover that our resistance to what's happening often causes more suffering than the situation itself. The Buddhist teaching of the two arrows illustrates this beautifully. The first arrow is the inevitable pain that comes with being human, the losses, disappointments, and physical discomforts that are part of life. The second arrow is our resistance to the first arrow, our stories about why this shouldn't be happening, our attempts to escape or numb ourselves, our anger at the unfairness of it all. While we can't avoid the first arrow, we can learn to recognize and release the second arrow through the practice of present moment awareness. When we meet pain with presence rather than resistance, we often discover that we're more resilient than we imagined. We find that we can hold space for difficult experiences without being overwhelmed by them. This isn't about becoming passive or resigned, but about responding to challenges from a place of clarity and groundedness rather than reactive panic. The practice of attention that begins on the meditation cushion gradually permeates every aspect of our lives, transforming not just how we sit in silence, but how we navigate the full spectrum of human experience. In this way, the simple act of paying attention becomes a revolutionary practice that can transform both our inner landscape and our relationships with others. The credness of everyday life is reflected in the Zen understanding that no moment is more sacred than any other, no activity more spiritual than the rest. This profound recognition transforms how we approach the most ordinary aspects of our daily existence. When we truly understand that washing dishes can be as meaningful as sitting in meditation, that folding laundry can be as sacred as chanting sutras, we begin to see that the entire fabric of our lives becomes our spiritual practice. Consider the simple act of making tea, a practice elevated to high art in Japanese Zen culture. The tea ceremony, or chado, demonstrates how complete attention to simple movements can transform an ordinary activity into a meditation. Each gesture is performed with deliberate awareness, from the placement of the tea bowl to the whisking of the matcha powder. The practitioner is fully present with each step, not rushing toward the finished cup, but finding meaning in every moment of the process. This same quality of attention can be brought to any daily activity. When we wash dishes with complete presence, feeling the warm water on our hands, noticing the texture of soap bubbles, hearing the gentle clinking of plates, we discover that this mundane chore becomes a gateway to mindfulness. The key is not to think about washing dishes while our minds wander elsewhere, but to be completely absorbed in the sensory experience of the task at hand. Many people report that once they begin practicing this kind of mindful engagement with routine activities, they start to look forward to these moments rather than rushing through them. The morning ritual of making coffee becomes a meditation on patience and attention. The evening practice of preparing dinner transforms into an opportunity for creativity and presence. Even activities we typically consider tedious, like cleaning or organizing, can become sources of satisfaction and peace when approached with this quality of awareness. When we cultivate presence in our daily activities, the effects extend far beyond our personal experience. Our quality of awareness creates an energetic field that influences everyone around us. Think about the difference between interacting with someone who is distracted, rushing, and mentally elsewhere, versus someone who is fully present and attentive. The present person makes us feel seen, heard, and valued, even in brief encounters. Their presence invites us to slow down and become more present ourselves. This is the contagious nature of consciousness. When we bring mindful attention to our interactions with family members, co-workers, or even strangers in the grocery store, we offer them the gift of our presence. A Zen teaching story illustrates this beautifully. A student complained to his master that he kept losing his focus during daily activities, his mind constantly wandering to worries and plans. The master gave him a simple instruction: to carry a cup of water filled to the brim as he went about his daily tasks. If he spilled even a drop, he was to start over. After a week of this practice, the student returned with a new understanding. He had discovered that maintaining such careful attention to the cup required him to be completely present with each step, each movement. His mind had no room for wandering when his full attention was required for the task at hand. The master then revealed the deeper teaching that we should approach all activities with this same quality of careful, complete attention. Zen master Shunryu Suzuki taught that when we find ourselves caught in difficult situations, overwhelmed by complexity and competing demands, we should ask ourselves one simple question: what is the most important thing right now? This practice helps us step back from the swirling details and reconnect with what truly matters. Often, when we're stressed and reactive, we lose perspective and treat every demand as equally urgent. The practice of identifying the most important thing helps us distinguish between what is truly essential and what is merely noise. Sometimes the most important thing is taking a few conscious breaths to center ourselves. Sometimes it's listening deeply to a friend who needs support. Sometimes it's completing a work project with care and attention rather than rushing through it. The answer changes depending on the circumstances, but the practice of asking the question consistently helps us navigate life from a place of wisdom rather than reactivity. A famous Zen story captures this teaching perfectly. A monk was being chased by a tiger and fell off a cliff, but managed to grab a vine halfway down. Looking up, he saw the tiger waiting above. Looking down, he saw another tiger prowling below. Then he noticed two mice beginning to gnaw through the vine. In that moment of complete danger, he spotted a wild strawberry growing from the cliff face. He picked it and ate it, and it was the sweetest thing he had ever tasted. This story isn't about denial or ignoring real dangers. Instead, it points to the possibility of being completely present with whatever is arising, even in the midst of difficulty. The monk didn't pretend the tigers weren't there, but he also didn't let the presence of danger prevent him from fully experiencing the sweetness available in that moment. This is the Zen approach to living with difficulty. We acknowledge the challenges without letting them completely overshadow our capacity to experience the fullness of each moment. We learn to hold both the tigers and the strawberry in our awareness simultaneously, neither denying the danger nor missing the sweetness. This balanced awareness allows us to respond to life's challenges with greater wisdom and resilience, finding sources of nourishment and beauty even during our most difficult passages. Through this practice of sacred attention to ordinary life, we discover that every moment offers an opportunity for awakening, every task a chance for presence, every interaction a possibility for connection and compassion. The path of Zen is not separate from daily life, but is found within its very heart. The Zen master's words cut through decades of psychological conditioning like a sharp blade through silk. If anger were your true nature, it would be present all the time, like your nose or your eyes. This simple statement reveals one of Buddhism's most profound insights about the nature of mind and identity. We spend so much of our lives convinced that our thoughts and emotions define who we are, yet a moment's honest observation reveals their temporary nature. The anger that feels so solid and permanent in one moment dissolves completely in the next, replaced perhaps by contentment, curiosity, or simple awareness of breathing. Zen teachings often use the metaphor of sky and clouds to illustrate this fundamental distinction between our essential awareness and the passing phenomena of thoughts and emotions. The clouds may be dramatic, towering thunderheads of rage, gentle wisps of contentment, or dark storms of grief, but they never damage or alter the sky itself. The sky remains vast, open, and unchanging regardless of what weather patterns move through it. Similarly, our deepest nature, what Zen calls our original face, remains constant while experiences arise and pass away. This awareness was present when we were children learning to walk, present through every triumph and heartbreak of our lives, and will remain present until our final breath. It's the consciousness that observes thoughts without being thoughts, that experiences emotions without being emotions. When we learn to rest in this spacious awareness, rather than identifying with every mental weather pattern, we discover a profound freedom. The angry thoughts still arise. Human brains are wired to produce thousands of thoughts daily, but we no longer need to become the anger. We can observe it with the same detached interest. We might watch clouds forming and dissolving in the afternoon sky. This doesn't require years of meditation practice to understand, though practice certainly deepens and stabilizes this recognition. Even now, as you read these words, you can notice the awareness that's present behind the reading. Who or what is aware of these thoughts arising in response to these ideas? That aware presence is your original face, the consciousness that exists before thoughts and emotions color your experience. One of the most practical benefits of this understanding is the tremendous energy it frees up for effective action in the world. When we're no longer exhausting ourselves in constant inner struggle, fighting our thoughts, resisting our emotions, trying to maintain a particular image of ourselves, we have far more vitality available for what actually matters. Think of how much mental energy goes into arguing with reality. The traffic jam that makes us late, the family member who doesn't behave as we think they should, the weather that disrupts our plans. We spend enormous amounts of psychological resources in futile resistance to what's already happening. From the perspective of original awareness, we can see these situations clearly without the additional layer of mental commentary that usually makes them so draining. The traffic jam is simply traffic moving slowly. The difficult family member is a human being expressing their own conditioning and suffering. The rain is water falling from clouds. This clarity doesn't make us passive or indifferent, quite the opposite. When we're not caught up in the drama of resistance, we can respond more skillfully to whatever circumstances present themselves. We might leave earlier next time to avoid traffic stress, set clearer boundaries with challenging relatives, or simply bring an umbrella. The Bodhisattva ideal in Buddhism, the awakened being who works tirelessly for the benefit of all, emerges naturally from this understanding. It's not about forcing ourselves to be compassionate or guilty self-sacrifice for others. When the illusion of fundamental separation dissolves, caring for others becomes as natural as caring for our own hand when it's injured. In daily life, this shift in perspective manifests in countless small but significant ways. We might find ourselves more patient with a difficult coworker because we recognize their behavior as arising from their own inner turmoil rather than as a personal attack on us. The capacity to stay present with a friend's grief without immediately trying to fix or change their emotional state develops naturally. We become more willing to speak difficult truths when necessary because we're less controlled by the fear of others' reactions. These aren't moral improvements we force upon ourselves, but organic expressions of wisdom that emerge when we stop identifying so completely with our temporary thoughts and feelings. The practice of recognizing original awareness isn't about achieving some special spiritual state or having extraordinary mystical experiences. It's about showing up fully for ordinary life, exactly as it is, with its inevitable mixture of joy and sorrow, beauty and pain, satisfaction and disappointment. As the Zen teacher Charlotte Joko Beck beautifully expressed it, our practice is not to clear up the mystery. It is to make the mystery clear. This clarity doesn't come from figuring everything out intellectually, though understanding certainly has its place. It comes from a direct perception that becomes available when the mind settles into its natural stillness and presence. There's a profound difference between reading about water and actually drinking it, between studying a map of unfamiliar territory and walking the terrain with your own feet. Zen emphasizes this experiential knowledge over purely conceptual understanding, recognizing that the most important truths must be lived rather than merely thought about. The famous story of the professor visiting a Japanese Zen master illustrates this distinction perfectly. When the master began serving tea, he poured until the visitor's cup was completely full, then continued pouring as tea spilled onto the table and floor. The professor watched with growing alarm until he finally couldn't contain himself. "It's full. No more will go in," he exclaimed. "Like this cup." The master replied calmly, "You are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" Our minds are often like that overflowing teacup, so filled with preconceptions, theories, and mental commentary that there's no space for direct experience to enter. The practice of returning to original awareness is like emptying the cup, creating space for fresh perception and genuine understanding to arise. This emptiness isn't a void but a pregnant spaciousness, like the silence between musical notes that makes the melody possible. From this open awareness, life reveals its inherent completeness and perfection, not because everything goes according to our preferences, but because we're no longer at war with what is. The Zen master's reply to the eager student echoes through centuries of spiritual teaching. "You are full of your own opinions and speculations. How can I show you Zen unless you first empty your cup?" This teaching reminds us that sometimes our greatest obstacle to insight is what we think we already know. The practice of beginner's mind, approaching experience with openness and curiosity rather than preconceived ideas, creates space for fresh perception and direct understanding. In Zen, this understanding isn't considered something esoteric or separate from everyday life. The mundane activities of eating, walking, working, and relating become the very field of practice. As the saying goes, Zen is not some kind of excitement, but concentration on our usual everyday routine. This focus on the ordinary doesn't mean Zen is devoid of mystery or wonder. On the contrary, as we learn to be fully present for simple experiences, the taste of tea, the sound of rain, the sensation of breathing, we discover an extraordinary richness that was always available but overlooked in our habitual rushing and thinking. Zen practice also transforms our relationship to effort and, crucially, to our emotional experiences. Many of us have been conditioned to believe that trying harder is always the answer, that force of will can overcome any obstacle. This extends to how we handle difficult emotions, where we either suppress them through sheer determination or become completely overwhelmed by their intensity. Zen offers a different perspective, one that might be called the middle way between emotional suppression and emotional indulgence. Consider the difference between saying I am angry and recognizing anger is arising. The first statement creates complete identification with the emotion, making us believe we are the anger itself. The second creates space, acknowledging the emotion while maintaining perspective and choice in how we respond. This subtle shift in language reflects a profound transformation in our relationship to feeling states. When we recognize that emotions are temporary visitors in the guest house of our consciousness, we can welcome them with awareness without allowing them to redecorate our entire inner landscape. A Zen student once asked her teacher about dealing with overwhelming grief after losing her mother. The teacher replied, "Don't try to push the grief away, and don't drown in it either. Let it be like clouds passing through the vast sky of your awareness. The sky remains unchanged whether clouds are present or absent." This doesn't mean passivity or emotional numbness, but a quality of engagement that isn't driven by striving or dominated by the sense of a separate self making things happen. Consider the difference between trying to fall asleep and allowing sleep to happen, or between forcing a creative solution and allowing insight to arise. Some things cannot be achieved through direct effort, but require a different approach, creating the conditions and then letting go of control. In Zazen, we don't try to stop thinking or to achieve a particular state. We simply create the conditions, stable posture, present attention, and allow the natural settling of the mind to occur. The same principle applies to working with difficult emotions. We create conditions of mindful awareness and compassionate presence, then allow the natural intelligence of our being to respond appropriately. A mother dealing with her teenager's rebellious behavior discovered this principle when she stopped trying to control every aspect of their interaction. Instead of reacting immediately to provocative comments, she learned to pause, breathe, and respond from a place of centered awareness rather than triggered emotion. The relationship began to transform, not through her effort to change her child, but through her willingness to change her own reactive patterns. As Zen Master Shenryu Suzuki put it, Zen practice is to open up our small mind. This opening happens not through force, but through sustained gentle attention. This principle applies beyond formal practice to all of life. Often our very effort to solve a problem keeps us locked in patterns that perpetuate it. When we step back, allow space, and approach the situation with beginner's mind, new possibilities emerge that weren't visible from within our habitual perspective. A Zen story illustrates this beautifully. A man was rowing his boat on a misty morning when another boat collided with his. He began shouting angrily at the other boater for being so careless and inconsiderate. But as the mist cleared, he realized the other boat was empty, drifting with the current. His anger immediately transformed into laughter at the absurdity of his reaction. How many times do we rage against empty boats in our lives? Situations that simply are what they are, with no malicious intent behind them. The traffic jam that makes us late, the rainstorm that cancels our picnic, the illness that disrupts our plans. These are empty boats, natural occurrences in the flow of existence. Our suffering comes not from the events themselves, but from our resistance to them, our insistence that reality should conform to our preferences. The Zen approach to emotions teaches us to work with whatever arises rather than against it. When sadness comes, we don't immediately try to cheer ourselves up or analyze why we feel this way. We create space for the sadness, investigating it with kind curiosity. What does sadness actually feel like in the body? How does it move and change when we stop resisting it? Often we discover that emotions, when met with awareness rather than resistance, have their own natural rhythm and intelligence. They arise, peak, and naturally subside when we don't interfere with their organic process. This practice of Resistance doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to take appropriate action when needed. Rather, it means responding from clarity rather than reactivity, from wisdom rather than compulsion. When we stop fighting with our inner experience, we have much more energy available for skillful action in the world. The empty cup that the Zen master spoke of isn't just about intellectual opinions, but about our entire relationship to experience. When we empty ourselves of the need for things to be different than they are, we discover a profound freedom that doesn't depend on external circumstances. This is the true gift of Zen practice, not the elimination of difficulty, but the development of an unshakable equanimity that can hold whatever life presents with grace and wisdom. The ancient Taoist sage Zhuangzi tells a story that perfectly captures the essence of how we create unnecessary suffering through our interpretations of events. A man was peacefully rowing his boat through the morning mist when suddenly another boat collided with his. He became furious and began shouting at the other boater, his face red with indignation, his voice echoing across the water with accusations and demands for an apology. But as the mist cleared, he saw that the other boat was empty, simply drifting with the current like a piece of driftwood carried by forces beyond its control. His anger immediately disappeared, replaced by a profound recognition of how he had been fighting with shadows. This parable points to how much of our emotional reactivity comes from the attribution of intention to events that may have no malicious purpose whatsoever. When we believe someone is deliberately causing us difficulty, we react with anger, resentment, and a burning desire for justice or revenge. When we recognize that most people are simply carried along by their own conditioning, like empty boats drifting with the current of their unconscious patterns, compassion naturally arises. This doesn't mean we become passive doormats in the face of harmful behavior or that we excuse destructive actions. We can still set clear boundaries, speak truth to power, and work diligently for positive change in our relationships and communities. But we do so without the added suffering of rage and resentment, without taking things so personally that we lose our center and effectiveness. This shift from reactivity to responsibility is one of the most valuable fruits of Zen practice, transforming us from victims of circumstance into conscious participants in our own lives. The Zen approach to difficulty is captured in a profound saying attributed to Shunryu Suzuki. The most important thing is to find out what is the most important thing. When we're caught up in the swirling details of a challenging situation, we often lose sight of what really matters, becoming so focused on the immediate drama that we forget our deeper values and purpose. Zen practice helps us step back from the emotional intensity and reconnect with the larger perspective that puts temporary difficulties in their proper context. This shift in viewpoint doesn't magically eliminate problems, but it places them within a framework that makes them more manageable and less overwhelming. From the vantage point of the entire mountain range, the hill we're currently climbing doesn't seem so insurmountable or threatening. From the perspective of our whole life journey, with all its ups and downs, victories and defeats, today's crisis may appear as just one chapter in a much longer and richer story. There's a famous Zen story about a farmer whose horse ran away one day, leaving him without the animal he depended on for plowing his fields. His neighbor rushed over to commiserate, saying, "That's terrible luck. How will you manage your farm without your horse?" The farmer, a man of few words and deep wisdom, simply replied, "Maybe." But the next day, much to everyone's surprise, the horse returned, bringing 3 magnificent wild horses with it. "How wonderful!" exclaimed the neighbor, his eyes wide with excitement at this unexpected turn of fortune. "No, you have 4 horses instead of 1. "What incredible luck." "Maybe," responded the farmer with the same calm equanimity he had shown the day before. The following day, the farmer's son, eager to prove his skill as a horseman, tried to ride one of the wild horses. The untamed animal bucked violently, throwing the young man to the ground and breaking his leg in the process. "What a tragedy," sympathized the neighbor, genuinely distressed by this turn of events. "Your poor son, and right during planting season when you need all the help you can get." "Maybe," said the farmer, tending to his son with gentle care but maintaining his philosophical composure. A week later, military officials came marching through the village to draft all the young men into the army for a dangerous campaign. But the farmer's son was passed over because of his broken leg, which made him unfit for military service. "What good fortune," remarked the neighbor, finally beginning to understand the farmer's wisdom. "Your son gets to stay home safe while all the other young men march off to war." "Maybe," said the farmer, neither celebrating nor lamenting, simply accepting what is. This story illustrates the Zen perspective on the fundamental unpredictability of life and the severe limitations of our quick judgments about what constitutes fortune or misfortune. Events that seem absolutely disastrous in the moment may later reveal unexpected benefits and opportunities for growth, while apparent good fortune may lead to unforeseen difficulties or complications that we never could have anticipated. By suspending our immediate judgments and holding our interpretations lightly, we free ourselves from the emotional roller coaster of constantly labeling experiences as good or bad. This doesn't mean we become indifferent or emotionally numb to what happens in our lives. Rather, we develop a mature equanimity that can hold both joy and sorrow, success and failure with equal grace and wisdom. We learn to respond to circumstances with clarity and appropriate action, rather than reacting from our conditioned patterns of fear and desire. The farmer in the story embodies this quality of open awareness that doesn't rush to conclusions about the meaning or significance of events. He understands intuitively that life is far too complex and mysterious for our limited human perspective to fully grasp. What appears to be the end of the story is often just the beginning of a new chapter we never saw coming. This wisdom of maybe becomes a doorway to freedom from the prison of our own certainties and assumptions about how life should unfold. When we can hold our experiences with this kind of spacious awareness, we discover a peace that doesn't depend on getting what we want or avoiding what we fear. We find ourselves dancing with change rather than fighting against it, flowing like water around obstacles rather than crashing against them in futile resistance. This is the profound gift that difficulty offers us when we meet it with the open heart and clear mind that Zen practice cultivates. The art of living fully while maintaining perspective can be understood through a simple metaphor. Imagine watching television and becoming so absorbed in a dramatic scene that you forget you're watching a show. Your heart races during the chase scene. You feel genuine anger at the villain. You worry about the hero's fate. This complete absorption can be entertaining, but it can also be exhausting and overwhelming. Now imagine watching the same show while maintaining awareness that you're sitting in your living room, remote in hand, able to change the channel at any time. You can still enjoy the drama, feel moved by the story, and appreciate the performances, but you're not lost in the illusion. This is the difference between being consumed by our thoughts and emotions versus experiencing them with awareness. In Zen practice, we learn to watch the television drama of our minds without losing ourselves completely in the plot. We can feel anger without becoming anger, experience sadness without being defined by sadness, enjoy happiness without desperately clinging to it. This doesn't diminish the richness of our experience, but actually enhances it by removing the layer of suffering that comes from total identification with temporary mental states. There's a profound teaching in non-dual wisdom traditions that speaks to this relationship between awareness and experience. We are simultaneously the sky and the weather patterns that move through it. The sky doesn't resist the storm, nor does it cling to the sunny day. It simply provides the open space in which all weather conditions can arise and pass away. Similarly, our fundamental awareness is like this sky, spacious and unchanging, while our thoughts, emotions, and sensations are like weather patterns, constantly shifting and temporary. When we recognize ourselves as both the sky and the weather, something remarkable happens. We don't become detached from life, but rather develop a profound intimacy with it. We can fully experience the thunderstorm of grief, the gentle rain of contentment, the bright sunshine of joy, all while resting in the vast openness that we fundamentally are. This understanding dissolves the artificial separation between the observer and the observed, between the one who experiences and the experience itself. We discover that we don't have experiences so much as we are the experiencing itself. The Heart Sutra, one of Buddhism's most revered texts, contains a teaching that initially seems paradoxical, but points to a profound truth about reality. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. This doesn't mean that the physical world is an illusion or that nothing exists. Rather, it points to the fact that all phenomena, including our own bodies and minds, lack fixed, independent existence. Everything exists in relationship, arising through countless interconnected causes and conditions. The wave exists only in relationship to the ocean, the wind, the gravitational pull of the moon, and countless other factors. Remove any of these conditions, and the wave as we know it ceases to exist. Yet the wave is undeniably present, moving, powerful, capable of carrying surfers or crashing against the shore. This is the paradox of emptiness and form. Things exist, but not in the solid, separate way our minds typically conceive of them. When we begin to see through this lens, our entire relationship to experience transforms. We realize that our thoughts, emotions, and even our sense of self are like waves in the ocean of consciousness, temporary manifestations with no solid, permanent existence. This recognition brings tremendous freedom because we stop taking our mental formations so seriously. We can experience the full intensity of emotion without believing it defines who we are. We can have strong opinions without being rigidly attached to them. We can engage fully in life while holding everything lightly. Understanding emotions as temporary waves rather than permanent fixtures of our personality completely transforms how we work with difficult states. When anger arises, instead of saying, "I am angry," we might notice, "Anger is arising." This subtle shift in language reflects a profound shift in understanding. The anger is not who we are, but rather an energetic movement in the field of our awareness. Like a wave in the ocean, it has arisen due to certain conditions. It will peak, and it will naturally subside if we don't feed it with additional thoughts and stories. There's a beautiful Zen story about a monk who was known for his gentle demeanor. One day, a visitor was shocked to see this monk expressing intense anger at a student who had been careless with monastery property. The visitor approached the monk later and said, "I thought you were beyond anger." For the monk replied, "I was angry, and now I am not angry. When it was time to be angry, I was completely angry. When it was time to not be angry, I was completely not angry." This story illustrates the difference between expressing emotion authentically and being possessed by emotion. The monk didn't suppress his anger or pretend it wasn't there, nor did he carry it around after the situation had passed. He met the moment completely and then let it go completely. This is the art of dancing with emotions rather than being swept away by them. We can feel deeply without drowning, respond passionately without losing our center. Rumi, the great Sufi poet, offered a beautiful metaphor for this way of relating to all aspects of our experience. He suggested we treat our consciousness like a guest house, welcoming whatever visitors arrive at our door. Be grateful for whoever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. Even the difficult guests, the unwelcome emotions and challenging thoughts have something to teach us. When we greet them with hospitality rather than resistance, we often discover that they carry important messages. Anger might be telling us that a boundary has been crossed. Fear might be alerting us to something that needs attention. Sadness might be honoring a loss that deserves to be grieved. When we welcome these experiences without immediately trying to fix, change, or eliminate them, they can do their work and naturally move through us. Resistance, on the other hand, tends to create stagnation. What we resist persists, as the saying goes. The guest house approach doesn't mean we become passive or that we don't take appropriate action. Rather, it means we first create space for whatever is present before deciding how to respond. This space between stimulus and response is where our freedom lies. In that pause, we can choose our response rather than simply react from old conditioning. This is where meditation practice becomes invaluable, training us to notice this space and gradually expanding it. Through this practice of welcoming all experience while maintaining awareness, we discover that we are much larger than any single emotion, thought, or circumstance. We are the spacious awareness in which all of life's drama unfolds, capable of holding it all with grace and wisdom. The deepest teaching of Zen lies not in accumulating spiritual concepts or following rigid rules, but in developing the capacity to respond freshly to each unique situation as it arises. This is what the ancient masters meant when they spoke of appropriate response or skillful means. It requires moving beyond the prison of our preconceptions about how things should be and instead meeting reality as it actually presents itself. Most spiritual seekers begin their journey by learning rules and techniques. We memorize meditation instructions, study ethical precepts, and try to follow prescribed practices with dedication and precision. This stage is necessary and valuable, like learning the basic scales before attempting to play jazz improvisation. However, the goal is not to remain forever bound by these initial guidelines, but to internalize their essence until wisdom flows naturally from within. Consider how a master calligrapher begins by carefully copying classical characters, stroke by stroke, following exact proportions and angles. Years of disciplined practice eventually allow the brush to move with spontaneous grace, each character emerging from deep understanding rather than conscious rule following. The same evolution occurs in spiritual practice when we move from external compliance to internalized wisdom. The danger comes when we mistake the finger pointing at the moon for the moon itself, becoming so attached to spiritual concepts that they prevent direct experience. We might cling to ideas about compassion, non-attachment, or mindfulness as fixed formulas rather than allowing these qualities to emerge organically from genuine understanding. This attachment to spiritual ideas can be more subtle and persistent than attachment to worldly concerns because it masquerades as wisdom. Linji, one of the great Zen masters, shocked his students by declaring, "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him." This radical statement points to the necessity of destroying any fixed concept of enlightenment or spiritual attainment that becomes an obstacle to direct realization. Even the Buddha himself, as a mental construct or object of worship, can become a barrier to recognizing our own inherent awakeness. The teaching applies equally to all spiritual concepts, no matter how elevated or sacred they may seem. The moment we turn any teaching into a rigid doctrine or idol, it loses its power to liberate and instead becomes another form of bondage. This doesn't mean we disrespect genuine teachings or abandon discriminating wisdom. Rather, we learn to hold all concepts lightly, using them as skillful means while remaining free from their limitations. It's like using a boat to cross a river, but not carrying the boat on your back once you reach the other shore. The teachings serve their purpose when they point us toward direct experience, but they become burdens when we mistake them for the experience itself. Central to Zen understanding is the recognition that awakening is not about becoming something we are not, but about recognizing what we have always been. Buddha nature. Our inherent capacity for wisdom and compassion is not something we acquire through practice, but something we uncover by removing the layers of conditioning that obscure it. This recognition transforms our entire approach to spiritual development, from striving to become enlightened to simply being what we already are. Yet this uncovering happens gradually, like cleaning dust from a mirror, until its natural reflective capacity becomes apparent. Each moment of clear seeing, each instance of responding from wisdom rather than conditioning, reveals more of our true nature. The process is both instantaneous, in that awakeness is always present, and gradual, in that our ability to recognize and embody this awakeness deepens over time. Many practitioners become discouraged when they don't experience dramatic breakthroughs or constant states of bliss. They may feel they are making no progress or that their practice is ineffective. Understanding the gradual nature of awakening helps maintain perspective during these periods of apparent stagnation. Like a tree growing imperceptibly each day, the deepening of wisdom often occurs below the threshold of conscious awareness. The essence of Zen practice lies not in special meditation techniques or esoteric experiences, but in bringing complete attention to whatever activity we are engaged in. Whether washing dishes, walking to work, or having a conversation, each moment offers an opportunity for wholehearted presence. This is radically different from our habitual way of functioning, where we perform one activity while mentally rehearsing the next or reviewing the previous one. True presence means that when you are washing dishes, you are completely washing dishes. The warmth of the water, the texture of the soap, the weight of each plate receives your full attention. There is no part of your mind elsewhere, no sense of rushing through the task to get to something more important. This quality of attention transforms the most mundane activities into opportunities for awakening. The Zen masters often emphasize that enlightenment is found in chopping wood and carrying water, not in escaping from ordinary life into special spiritual states. When we bring this complete presence to our daily activities, we discover that there is nothing ordinary about any moment when it receives our full attention. The extraordinary is hidden within the mundane, waiting to be revealed through the simple act of being fully present. Perhaps nowhere is appropriate response more crucial than in our relationships with others. Most of our interpersonal difficulties arise from reacting to our projections and assumptions rather than responding to the actual person in front of us. We see others through the filter of our past experiences, expectations, and judgments, rarely encountering them freshly. Zen practice teaches us to listen with what Suzuki Roshi called "don't know mind," approaching each interaction without predetermined conclusions about what the other person is thinking or feeling. This requires setting aside our mental commentary and truly hearing not just the words being spoken, but the whole person speaking them. Such listening is a form of meditation in action, requiring the same quality of open awareness we cultivate in formal sitting practice. When we listen in this way, something remarkable happens. People feel genuinely heard, perhaps for the first time in years, and naturally open up in ways that surprise both of us. Conflicts that seemed intractable often resolve naturally when both parties feel truly understood, rather than judged or dismissed. This doesn't mean we become passive or lose our capacity for appropriate boundaries. Rather, we respond from clarity rather than reactivity, addressing what is actually happening rather than our stories about what is happening. The practice extends to our relationship with ourselves as well. Most of us have developed a harsh inner critic that comments continuously on our performance, appearance, and worthiness. Learning to listen to ourselves with the same compassionate attention we offer to a dear friend gradually transforms this internal relationship. We begin to recognize the inner critic as conditioned thinking rather than truth, creating space for a more balanced and kind self-assessment. The art of allowing life's natural processes to unfold in their own time represents one of Zen's most profound teachings. Yet it stands in stark contrast to our modern culture's obsession with control and immediate results. We live in an age where we expect instant everything, instant communication, instant entertainment, instant solutions to complex problems. This conditioning creates tremendous internal friction when we encounter situations that cannot be rushed, manipulated, or forced into our preferred timeline. Consider the simple act of healing from an injury. The body has its own wisdom, its own schedule for repair and regeneration. We can support this process through proper care, rest, and nutrition, but we cannot force torn tissue to mend faster than its natural capacity allows. Yet how often do we find ourselves frustrated with our body's pace, pushing through pain, or becoming impatient with the gradual nature of recovery? This same impatience extends to emotional healing, relationship development, and spiritual growth. We want to rush through grief, accelerate intimacy, or achieve enlightenment on our preferred schedule. But Zen teaches us that some processes have their own inherent timing, and our attempts to speed them up often create additional suffering and may actually slow the natural unfolding. Nature provides us with countless examples of appropriate timing and natural rhythms. A seed planted in winter will not grow, no matter how much we water it or how intensely we focus our attention on it. The conditions must be right, the season must align, and the internal processes of the seed must be ready. Similarly, there are seasons in our emotional and spiritual lives when certain developments are simply not possible, regardless of our effort or desire. During times of grief, for instance, we may desperately want to return to feeling normal, to regain our previous sense of joy and engagement with life. But grief has its own seasons, its own necessary stages that cannot be bypassed or accelerated without creating complications later. The initial shock and numbness serve a protective function, allowing us to process overwhelming loss in manageable pieces. The anger that often follows provides energy to navigate practical matters and assert our needs during a vulnerable time. The deep sadness that may persist for months or even years is not a sign of weakness or failure to heal properly, but rather the heart's way of honoring what was lost and gradually adjusting to a new reality. When we try to rush through these stages or skip them entirely, we often find that unprocessed grief resurfaces later, sometimes with greater intensity. Zen practice teaches us to recognize these natural rhythms and work with them, rather than against them. This doesn't mean passive resignation or avoiding appropriate action when needed. Rather, it means developing the wisdom to distinguish between situations that require our active engagement and those that need space to unfold naturally. One of the most challenging areas to apply this principle is in our own psychological and spiritual development. We may have clear insights about patterns we want to change, behaviors we want to modify, or qualities we want to cultivate. Armed with this understanding, we often expect immediate transformation, becoming frustrated when old patterns persist or when progress seems slower than we anticipated. But genuine inner change operates more like the growth of a tree than the construction of a building. A building can be erected quickly, with enough resources and manpower, following a predetermined plan with measurable milestones. Tree growth, however, involves countless invisible processes: root development, nutrient absorption, cellular division, seasonal adaptations that cannot be observed or controlled directly. The tree's health depends not on rapid upward growth, but on the gradual strengthening of its entire system, including periods of apparent dormancy that are actually times of deep consolidation and preparation. Our psychological patterns developed over years or decades, shaped by countless experiences, relationships, and environmental factors. These patterns served important functions at various stages of our development, even if they no longer serve us well. Changing them involves not just intellectual understanding, but also emotional processing, nervous system regulation, and the gradual rewiring of deeply ingrained neural pathways. This process has its own intelligence and timing that cannot be forced or manipulated through willpower alone. Zen meditation practice itself exemplifies this principle of allowing natural development. Many people begin meditation expecting dramatic results, profound peace, mystical experiences, or immediate relief from anxiety and stress. While meditation can certainly provide these benefits, they typically emerge gradually through consistent practice rather than through intense effort or expectation. The practice itself teaches us to sit with whatever arises: restlessness, boredom, physical discomfort, emotional turbulence, without trying to fix or change our experience. Through this patient attention, we gradually develop the capacity to be present with difficulty without being overwhelmed by it. This principle extends to our relationships with others and our role in their growth and healing processes. Love often expresses itself as a desire to help, to fix, to spare our loved ones from pain or struggle. While this impulse comes from genuine care, it can sometimes interfere with natural learning processes that require direct experience rather than external rescue. Parents face this challenge constantly as they watch their children encounter difficulties, make mistakes, and struggle with challenges that could be easily resolved through parental intervention. The wisdom lies in knowing when to offer support and when to allow natural consequences to provide their own teaching. A child who is struggling with a difficult homework assignment may benefit more from working through the frustration and discovering their own problem-solving capabilities than from having a parent provide the answers. This doesn't mean abandoning our loved ones to face difficulties alone, but rather offering presence, encouragement, and appropriate support while respecting their own capacity for growth and learning. The same principle applies to our relationship with ourselves. We can create conditions that support our growth and healing, maintaining regular spiritual practice, seeking appropriate professional help, cultivating healthy relationships, engaging in meaningful work. But we cannot force breakthrough moments, manufacture profound insights, or will ourselves into states of peace and contentment. These emerge naturally when the conditions are right, and we have developed sufficient capacity to receive and integrate them. This understanding brings a quality of patience and gentleness to our spiritual practice that transforms it from a project of self-improvement into a process of natural unfolding. We learn to trust that our sincere engagement with practice will bear fruit in its own time, even when progress seems slow or invisible. This trust itself becomes a form of spiritual maturity, freeing us from the exhausting effort of trying to control outcomes and allowing us to focus our energy on showing up consistently and wholeheartedly to whatever the present moment requires. The teacher replied, "You're treating happiness as if it were a destination you need to reach rather than recognizing it as your natural state when you stop demanding that life be other than it is." This simple statement contains one of the most revolutionary insights about human contentment. We spend enormous amounts of energy trying to arrange our circumstances to match our preferences, believing that happiness will emerge when everything aligns just right. But this approach creates a perpetual state of dissatisfaction because life rarely conforms to our exact specifications for very long. True happiness, the teacher suggested, isn't about getting what we want, but about finding freedom from needing things to be different than they are. This doesn't mean becoming passive or resigned to suffering. Rather, it means developing the capacity to engage fully with reality as it presents itself, without the additional layer of resistance that comes from insisting it should be otherwise. Buddhist psychology describes two distinct types of suffering that we experience. The first arrow represents the unavoidable pain that comes with being human, the losses, disappointments, physical discomfort, and challenges that are woven into the fabric of existence. The second arrow represents our resistance to the first arrow, our mental and emotional struggle against what is already happening. When we experience physical pain, for example, the sensation itself is the first arrow, but then our minds often create a second layer of suffering by generating thoughts like, "This shouldn't be happening to me," or "I can't stand this," or "When will this end?" This resistance doesn't change the original pain, but adds a psychological dimension that can be far more distressing than the initial discomfort. The same pattern applies to emotional difficulties. Grief over a loss is natural and necessary, but when we resist the grief itself, telling ourselves we should be over it by now, or that we're weak for feeling this way, we create additional suffering on top of the original pain. Learning to distinguish between these two arrows gives us tremendous power. While we may have limited control over the first arrow, we have significant influence over the second. This doesn't mean suppressing difficult emotions or pretending everything is fine when it isn't. Rather, it means learning to experience challenging situations without the extra layer of mental commentary that amplifies our distress. Our relationship with pleasant experiences often contains the seeds of suffering as well. When something wonderful happens, we naturally want it to continue forever. We try to hold on to the feeling, to make it permanent, or to recreate it exactly as it was. But this grasping at pleasure creates its own form of anxiety. We become preoccupied with whether the good feeling will last, whether we're enjoying it enough, or whether we'll be able to experience it again. The very attempt to possess happiness pushes it away. It's like trying to capture sunlight in our hands. The tighter we squeeze, the more it slips through our fingers. This is why meditation teachers often emphasize the importance of non-attachment. Non-attachment doesn't mean not caring or becoming emotionally numb. It means learning to appreciate experiences fully while holding them lightly, allowing them to arise and pass away naturally without desperately trying to make them permanent. When we can enjoy pleasant experiences without clinging to them, and endure difficult experiences without pushing them away, we discover a profound sense of inner freedom. Modern consumer culture deliberately cultivates dissatisfaction by constantly presenting us with new things to want. Advertisements don't just sell products. They sell the promise that acquiring certain items will finally make us happy, attractive, successful, or complete. This creates a cycle of perpetual longing where satisfaction is always just one purchase away. But even when we obtain what we thought we wanted, the satisfaction is typically temporary. Soon new desires arise, and the cycle continues. This isn't because we're weak or materialistic, but because we've been conditioned to believe that happiness comes from external sources. The Buddha compared this endless cycle of desire to drinking salt water to quench our thirst. The more we drink, the thirstier we become. Understanding this pattern doesn't require us to live in poverty or avoid all material comforts. Rather, it means recognizing that our deepest needs for connection, meaning, and peace cannot be satisfied through acquisition alone. When we address these deeper needs directly through relationships, creative expression, service to others, and spiritual practice, we naturally become less driven by compulsive wanting. The principle of not needing things to be different applies powerfully to our relationships with other people. How much energy do we spend trying to change our partners, family members, friends, or colleagues? How often do we find ourselves frustrated because someone isn't behaving the way we think they should? This doesn't mean accepting harmful behavior or failing to communicate our needs clearly, but it does mean recognizing that our happiness doesn't depend on other people conforming to our expectations. When we release the demand that others be different than they are, we create space for genuine connection and understanding. We can listen more deeply, respond more skillfully, and engage more authentically. A famous Zen story illustrates this beautifully. Two monks were walking when they came to a river where a young woman was stranded, unable to cross because of her fine clothes. The elder monk immediately picked her up and carried her across, then set her down and continued walking. Hours later, the younger monk finally spoke up. "How could you touch that woman? Our vows forbid contact with women." The elder monk replied, "I put her down at the river. Why are you still carrying her?" This story points to how often we carry unnecessary burdens in our minds long after the original situation has passed. The freedom that comes from not needing things to be different extends to our internal experience as well. We don't need to be free from all difficult emotions to be happy. We don't need to have perfect clarity about our life direction. We don't need to be further along in our spiritual development than we are. Happiness emerges naturally when we stop fighting with reality and learn to work with whatever arises with wisdom and compassion. This is perhaps the most radical teaching of all, that contentment is available right now, in this moment, regardless of our circumstances, when we truly understand that we don't need anything to be different than it is. The ancient story of the overflowing teacup contains within it one of Zen's most profound teachings about the nature of learning and transformation. When the university professor approached the Zen master, he came filled with academic knowledge, theories about enlightenment, and preconceived notions about what spiritual practice should look like. His cup was already full. The master's dramatic demonstration with the spilling tea wasn't merely theatrical, but pointed to a fundamental obstacle we all face in our journey of awakening. Our minds, like that professor's cup, are often so packed with opinions, assumptions, and beliefs that there's no room for genuine discovery. We approach new experiences through the filter of what we think we already know, missing the fresh reality that's actually presenting itself. Beginner's mind, or what Zen calls don't know mind, represents a radical departure from our usual way of engaging with life. It's the willingness to meet each moment as if for the first time, without the heavy baggage of preconceptions weighing down our perception. This doesn't mean abandoning all knowledge or pretending to be ignorant. Rather, it means holding our knowledge lightly, like water cupped in open palms, rather than ice frozen in a closed fist. Consider how differently you might experience a familiar walk through your neighborhood. If you could see it through beginner's eyes, the tree you pass every day might reveal new patterns in its bark, the way light filters through its leaves, the ecosystem of birds and insects it supports. Your neighbor's garden might show you colors and arrangements you'd never noticed before. The very air you breathe might feel different when met with fresh attention rather than automatic habit. This quality of openness transforms not just how we see the external world, but how we relate to other people. How often do we finish sentences in our minds before someone has completed speaking, convinced we already know what they're going to say? How frequently do we categorize people within moments of meeting them, filing them away in mental boxes labeled boring, difficult, or not my type? When we approach relationships with beginner's mind, we create space for genuine surprise and discovery. The person we thought we knew completely might reveal unexpected depths, vulnerabilities, or wisdom we'd never noticed. Even in long-term relationships, beginner's mind can resurrect wonder and curiosity that routine has buried. Your partner of 20 years might show you something new about themselves. If you can meet them without the assumption that you already know everything about who they are. Perhaps nowhere is beginner's mind more transformative than in our relationship with ourselves. Most of us carry around a collection of fixed beliefs about our capabilities, limitations, and essential nature. These self-definitions often formed early in life and have been reinforced through years of repetition and selective attention to confirming evidence. "I'm not creative" becomes a prison that prevents us from exploring artistic expression. "I'm bad with people" becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that keeps us isolated. "I always mess things up" becomes a lens through which we interpret every mistake as evidence of fundamental inadequacy. Zen practice invites us to hold these self-concepts as lightly as we hold our opinions about external reality. What if the story you've been telling yourself about who you are is just that, a story, rather than an immutable truth? What if the limitations you've accepted as permanent are actually just habits of thought that can be questioned and explored? The student who complained about still having difficult emotions after years of practice was trapped in a common misunderstanding about what spiritual development actually involves. He expected meditation to eliminate his humanity rather than transform his relationship to it. The teacher's response points to one of Zen's most liberating insights. We don't need to become different people to be free. We need to discover the space within which all of our human experiences can arise and pass away without defining us. This shift from identification to spacious awareness represents perhaps the most practical gift that Zen offers to daily life. Instead of becoming our emotions, we learn to feel them fully while maintaining some perspective on their temporary nature. Anger can arise and be felt completely without turning us into an angry person, and fear can be experienced in all its intensity without making us a fearful person. Joy can flow through us without creating attachment to being a happy person. This isn't about emotional suppression or spiritual bypassing. It's about developing the capacity to be intimate with our experience without being overwhelmed by it. Like learning to swim, we discover we can be fully immersed in the water of our emotions without drowning in them. The space that meditation creates isn't empty or void, but alive with awareness. It's the space in which thoughts and feelings can dance without creating chaos. It's the stillness that allows us to respond rather than react, to choose rather than be driven by unconscious patterns. When we stop identifying so completely with every mental and emotional state that arises, we discover a fundamental freedom that no external circumstances can take away. This freedom doesn't depend on having the right thoughts or feelings, but on the recognition that we are the awareness in which all thoughts and feelings appear, like the sky that remains unchanged whether it holds clouds or sunshine, storms or calm. This awareness provides a stable foundation that can accommodate the full spectrum of human experience. From this place of not knowing, of empty cup consciousness, genuine learning becomes possible again. We can meet life with the wonder and curiosity of a child while maintaining the wisdom and discernment of maturity. This is the paradox and the gift of beginner's mind. By emptying our cup of preconceptions, we create infinite space for discovery, growth, an authentic encounter with the mystery of existence. The practice of Zazen develops this capacity by training us to observe the contents of consciousness without automatically engaging with every thought. As we sit quietly watching the mind without following its movements, we begin to recognize that we are not our thoughts, but the awareness in which thoughts appear like clouds passing through the sky. This recognition creates profound freedom. If I'm not my anger, my anxiety, my self-doubt, if these are simply temporary phenomena moving through awareness, then I'm not bound by them. I can feel them fully without being controlled by them. I can respond to situations based on what's actually needed, rather than being driven by habitual reactions. This freedom that Zen reveals is not the freedom from having difficult emotions or challenging thoughts. Rather, it's the freedom from being completely identified with and controlled by these mental formations. When anger arises, we can notice its heat, its energy, its particular texture without immediately becoming the angry person. When anxiety appears, we can observe its tightness, its urgency, its stories without being swept away by its narrative. This shift from being our emotions to witnessing them creates space for wisdom to emerge. In that space between stimulus and response, we discover choice. We can acknowledge the anger while choosing how to respond skillfully. We can feel the anxiety while taking appropriate action rather than being paralyzed by worry. This is not suppression or denial of our emotional life, but rather a mature relationship with the full spectrum of human experience. Zen teaches that this freedom is our birthright as human beings. It doesn't belong only to special individuals or require extraordinary capabilities. It's available to anyone willing to engage in the simple yet challenging practice of present awareness, of meeting life directly rather than through the veil of concepts and conditioning. The beauty of this teaching lies in its accessibility. You don't need years of intensive retreat practice or special spiritual gifts. The capacity for awareness is already present in every moment of ordinary life. What's required is the willingness to pause, to notice, to meet whatever is arising with curiosity rather than judgment. This directness is reflected in Zen's emphasis on everyday activities as spiritual practice. Sweeping the floor, preparing a meal, washing dishes become vehicles for awakening when approached with full attention. There's a story of a monk who asked his master for instruction on the path to enlightenment. The master asked, "Have you eaten your rice porridge?" The monk replied, "Yes." The master said, "Then wash your bowl." This simple instruction contains the essence of Zen. The sacred isn't found apart from the ordinary, but within it. The path to awakening doesn't require retreating from daily life, but fully engaging with it. In our modern context, any activity can become a practice ground for presence. Washing the dishes, we can feel the warmth of the water, the texture of the plates, the movements of our hands. The simple act of cleaning becomes a meditation on impermanence as we witness food residue dissolving, plates becoming clean, our own movements flowing in rhythm. Walking to work transforms from mere transportation into a walking meditation. We can notice the sensation of our feet touching the ground, the play of light and shadow across buildings, the sounds of the urban environment, mixing into a symphony of the present moment. Even waiting in line, often a source of impatience and frustration, becomes an opportunity to practice presence. Instead of checking our phones or mentally rehearsing our to-do lists, we can notice the breath, observe the minds wanting to be elsewhere, and practice acceptance of this moment as it is. The person ahead of us becomes not an obstacle to our efficiency, but a fellow human being sharing this experience of waiting. This quality of presence transforms not only our inner experience but our interactions with others. When we're fully present with another person, we offer them the rare gift of our complete attention. We listen not just to their words, but to the feelings and needs beneath them. We see them not through the filter of our projections and assumptions, but as they are in this moment. In our distracted age, this kind of presence is increasingly rare and precious. Most conversations happen while we're partially engaged, thinking about our response, checking our devices, or mentally somewhere else entirely. True presence requires setting aside our agenda, our need to fix or advise, and simply being with another person in their experience. This doesn't mean becoming passive or losing our boundaries. Rather, it means responding from a place of clarity rather than reactivity. When someone shares their frustration with us, we can listen without immediately defending ourselves or offering solutions. When a colleague expresses anxiety about a project, we can acknowledge their concern without rushing to reassurance or dismissal. This quality of attention creates space for genuine connection and often allows the other person to find their own wisdom and solutions. Zen reminds us that wisdom doesn't come from accumulating more information, but from deeply digesting what we already know. In a culture obsessed with consuming content, gathering data, and staying informed, this teaching offers a different path. Instead of constantly seeking new inputs, we can spend time integrating our experiences, allowing insights to ripen through reflection and contemplation. The monastery tradition of Samu, or work practice, demonstrates this integration beautifully. Every task, from gardening to food preparation to administrative work, is approached with the same mindful presence as formal meditation. There's no separation between spiritual practice and daily responsibilities. This approach can revolutionize our relationship with work and routine tasks. Instead of viewing our job as something to endure while waiting for real life to begin, we can discover how any activity becomes meaningful when infused with awareness and care. The email we're writing, the meeting we're attending, the report we're preparing all become opportunities to practice presence and offer our best effort as a gift to the world. There's a Zen story about a master who was known for his compassion. A student asked him, "How can I develop greater compassion?" The master replied, "When you meet someone, imagine that they will be dead in 3 years." This startling instruction isn't meant to be morbid, but to cut through our habitual ways of relating and remind us of the preciousness of each encounter. When we remember that our time with each person is limited, we're more likely to be fully present, to speak what matters, to offer our genuine attention. This presence is particularly valuable in times of suffering, both our own and others. When we're in pain, our tendency is often to resist it, to try to escape through distraction or numbing. When others are suffering, we may try to fix their pain or offer platitudes that minimize it. Zen offers a different approach, to turn towards suffering with kind attention, to create space for the full experience without being overwhelmed by it. Consider the difference between being with someone who's trying to cheer you up when you're grieving versus being with someone who can simply sit with you in your pain, offering the gift of their presence without needing to change your experience. The second presence is profoundly healing, not because it makes the pain go away, but because it allows us to feel fully held in our humanity, including our suffering. This quality of presence requires us to develop what Buddhist teacher Pema Chodron calls staying with the rawness. It means resisting our impulse to immediately comfort, advise, or distract when someone shares their pain with us. Instead, we learn to breathe deeply, settle into our own body, and create a spacious awareness that can hold whatever arises. When a friend tells us about their divorce, their job loss, their diagnosis, our first instinct might be to say, "Everything happens for a reason," or "At least you have your health," or "You're so strong, you'll get through this." These responses, while well-intentioned, often serve more to ease our own discomfort with their pain than to truly support them. What if instead we simply said, "This sounds really difficult," and then remained present, allowing silence to hold space for their experience? This quality of presence extends to how we meet our own suffering. When difficult emotions arise, grief, anger, fear, can we turn toward them with the same kindness we would offer a friend in pain? Can we create space for these feelings without either suppressing them or being swept away by them? This is the heart of Zen practice, not to transcend the human condition, but to embrace it fully with all its joy and sorrow, pleasure and pain. A Zen teaching story tells of a woman whose son died. Overcome with grief, she went to the Buddha and begged him to bring her child back to life. The Buddha told her he could help her, but first, she needed to bring him a mustard seed from a house that had never known death. The woman went from house to house in the village, but everywhere she went, she heard stories of loss: a husband who had died, a child who had passed away, parents who were gone. Gradually, she realized that suffering was universal, that no home was untouched by loss. With this understanding, she returned to the Buddha, ready to bury her son and continue her life with a new perspective on the universality of suffering and the preciousness of life. This story illustrates how our individual pain connects us to the larger human experience. When we understand that suffering is not a personal failure or punishment, but simply part of the human condition, we can meet it with greater acceptance and less resistance. We're not alone in our struggles, and recognizing this can transform our relationship with difficulty from one of isolation and self-pity to one of connection and compassion. The Japanese have a concept called mono, no aware, often translated as the pathos of things or the bittersweet awareness of the impermanence of all things. It's the feeling we get when we see cherry blossoms falling, knowing their beauty is enhanced by its transience. This aesthetic philosophy teaches us to find beauty not despite impermanence, but because of it. Learning to be present with suffering, our own and others, requires practice. We can start small, perhaps by sitting quietly with our own minor discomforts, instead of immediately reaching for our phone or seeking distraction. When we feel restless, bored, or slightly anxious, can we pause and simply notice these feelings without trying to change them? As we develop this capacity with ourselves, we naturally become more able to hold space for others. We might practice what Thich Nhat Hanh calls deep listening. Listening not just to the words someone is saying, but to the feelings and needs underneath those words. This means putting aside our own agenda, our desire to fix or advise, and simply receiving what's being shared with us. Sometimes the most profound gift we can offer someone is our full attention, free from judgment or the need to respond with solutions. In our culture of constant activity and problem solving, this kind of presence is revolutionary. It says to the other person, "You don't need to be different for me to be with you. Your pain is welcome here. Your struggle is part of your humanity, and I honor that." This presence doesn't mean we become passive or never offer practical help when appropriate. Rather, it means we first create space for the full reality of what's happening before moving into action. We allow the person to feel fully seen and heard before we consider what, if anything, might be helpful to do or say. When we cultivate this quality of presence, we discover that simply being with someone in their difficulty often provides exactly what they need most, the experience of not being alone with their pain. And paradoxically, as we learn to be present with suffering without trying to fix or escape it, we often find that it naturally begins to transform on its own. The deepest teaching of Zen emerges not in moments of peaceful meditation, but in how we meet the inevitable challenges and conflicts that life presents. When faced with difficulty, our habitual patterns typically pull us toward one of two extremes. We either react with aggression and defensiveness, or we withdraw in fear and avoidance. Zen practice offers a third way, what we might call the middle path of engaged presence. This isn't about finding some lukewarm compromise between fighting and fleeing, but about developing the inner capacity to remain fully present and responsive even when circumstances become difficult or threatening. The cultivation of this capacity begins with understanding our own reactive patterns. Most of us have learned to protect ourselves through either armor or invisibility, building walls of defensiveness or disappearing when things get uncomfortable. These strategies may have served us in the past, but they also cut us off from the very experiences that could teach us the most about ourselves and others. Zen meditation trains us to stay present with discomfort without immediately moving to fix, fight, or flee. In sitting practice, we learn to observe the arising of difficult emotions, the urge to shift position when our legs ache, the restlessness that wants to pull us away from the present moment. Through thousands of small moments of staying present with what is, we develop what we might call our capacity for conscious response rather than unconscious reaction. This doesn't mean becoming passive or allowing others to harm us. Rather, it means developing the ability to respond from a place of clarity and choice, rather than from the grip of our conditioned patterns. When someone speaks to us harshly, instead of immediately defending or attacking back, we might pause, breathe, and ask ourselves what response would actually serve the situation. Sometimes this might mean setting a clear boundary. Sometimes it might mean listening more deeply to understand what's really being communicated beneath the harsh words. The key is that our response comes from awareness rather than automaticity. This quality of presence naturally gives rise to what we might call embodied leadership, a way of influencing others not through force or manipulation, but through the power of authentic being. In Zen, we often speak of the teacher-student relationship as one where the most profound transmission happens not through words, but through presence. A master doesn't just talk about awakeness, they embody it so completely that students can feel it in their very being. This same principle applies to all forms of leadership, whether we're parenting children, managing a team at work, or simply being a friend to someone in need. When we live our values rather than merely speaking them, we create what we might call a field of influence that extends far beyond our words. Consider the parent who wants to teach their child about honesty, but regularly tells small lies to avoid inconvenience. No matter how eloquent their lectures about truthfulness, their embodied message speaks louder than their words. Conversely, the parent who lives with integrity, who admits their mistakes and speaks truthfully even when it's difficult, teaches honesty through their very being. This kind of leadership requires tremendous courage, because it means we can no longer hide behind roles or personas. We must be willing to be seen as we truly are, with all our imperfections and ongoing growth. Yet this vulnerability, rather than weakening our influence, actually strengthens it because people can sense authenticity and are naturally drawn to it. One of the most challenging aspects of embodied leadership is learning to balance compassion with clarity, heart with discernment. Many people struggle with this balance, either becoming too permissive in the name of kindness or too harsh in the pursuit of standards. Zen offers a different approach, one that holds both compassion and clarity as essential aspects of wise action. True compassion isn't about making people feel good or avoiding difficult conversations. Sometimes the most compassionate thing we can do is to clearly point out when someone's behavior is causing harm to themselves or others. This requires what we might call fierce compassion, the willingness to risk temporary discomfort in service of deeper well-being. A Zen teacher once said to a student who was consistently late to meditation sessions, "Your lateness is not just disrespecting the community. It's a way of avoiding the very commitment that could transform your life." This wasn't said with anger or judgment, but with clear seeing and genuine care for the student's growth. The student initially felt defensive, but later recognized that the teacher's words came from love rather than criticism. This kind of clarity requires us to develop what Buddhist teachings call skillful means, the ability to discern what approach will be most helpful for each person and situation. Skillful means involves learning to read the readiness of others, understanding their capacity to receive different kinds of feedback or guidance. What might be helpful for one person could be overwhelming or counterproductive for another. This requires developing a sensitivity to the subtle cues that indicate someone's openness to learning, their emotional state, and their current capacity for growth. Sometimes skillful means involves saying nothing at all, simply holding space for someone to discover their own insights. Other times it means asking a penetrating question that cuts through surface explanations to reveal deeper truth. and sometimes it means offering practical guidance or support for immediate needs. A master of skillful means learns to sense which approach will serve each moment most effectively. This isn't manipulation or strategy in the ordinary sense, but rather a natural response that emerges from deep listening and genuine care for others' well-being. The principles of Zen presence extend beautifully into creative expression, where the dissolution of self-consciousness allows for the emergence of authentic artistry. There's a famous story of a Zen master who was also accomplished in the traditional art of bamboo painting. Students would often ask him about technique, wanting to know the secrets of his beautiful brushstrokes. His response was always the same: first, become bamboo. This teaching points to something essential about Zen creativity. It's not primarily about technique or skill, though these have their place, but about disappearing into the act of creation itself. When we paint bamboo from the outside, trying to copy its appearance, the result feels lifeless and imitative. But when we somehow merge with the essence of bamboo, understanding its flexibility and strength, its response to wind and weather, then our brush naturally expresses something alive and authentic. This same principle applies to any form of creative expression, whether we're writing, cooking, gardening, or solving problems at work. When we stop trying so hard to produce something impressive and instead allow ourselves to disappear into the creative process, something genuine and often surprising emerges. Perhaps the most radical aspect of Zen practice is how it transforms our relationship to difficulty itself. Rather than seeing challenges as obstacles to overcome or problems to solve, Zen invites us to recognize difficulty as the very ground of awakening. This doesn't mean we become passive or stop working to improve conditions in our lives and world. Rather, it means we discover that transformation happens from the inside out, through changing our relationship to circumstances, rather than always trying to change the circumstances themselves. This approach has profound implications for how we engage with social and environmental challenges. Instead of approaching activism from a place of anger and resistance, we can work for change from a foundation of clarity and compassion. This doesn't make our efforts less effective. It often makes them more so because we're not depleting ourselves through constant reactivity and burnout. When we truly understand that our inner state affects everything we touch, caring for our own consciousness becomes an act of service to the world. One of the most important insights that emerges from sustained Zen practice is the recognition that there is no final destination, no ultimate achievement that will complete our spiritual journey. This can initially be disappointing to the part of us that wants to get somewhere, to finally arrive at a state of permanent peace or enlightenment. But gradually we discover that this very expectation of reaching somewhere else is what keeps us from fully inhabiting where we are. The pathless path of Zen is not about getting anywhere, but about awakening to what is already here, already available in each moment of conscious presence. This doesn't mean we stop growing or learning, but that we discover the extraordinary richness available in ordinary experience when we meet it with complete attention. The journey continues not because we haven't arrived, but because arrival itself is revealed to be a continuous process of awakening, rather than a fixed destination. In this understanding, every moment becomes both the path and the goal, every experience an opportunity for deeper realization of our true nature. In the quiet depths of Zen practice lies one of its most profound and mysterious teachings, expressed through a koan that has puzzled and awakened students for centuries. What is your original face before your parents were born? This enigmatic question serves as a direct pointer to something within us that exists beyond all conditioning, beyond the constructed sense of self we carry through life, beyond even the fundamental experiences of birth and death. The koan invites us into a recognition that Buddhism calls Buddha nature. our inherent capacity for awakening that exists prior to all the layers of identity we accumulate throughout our lives. When we first encounter this teaching, our analytical mind immediately begins working, trying to solve it like a puzzle or riddle. We might think about genetics, about consciousness, about what existed before our physical form came into being. But the koan is not asking for a conceptual answer. It is pointing directly to the awareness that is reading these words right now, the consciousness that has remained constant throughout every change in your life. This awareness was present when you were a child, witnessing your first experiences of wonder and confusion. It was there during adolescence, observing the tumultuous changes in your body and emotions. It remains now unchanged by all the experiences, relationships, successes, and failures that have shaped your personal story. The original face is not something we need to develop or achieve through spiritual practice. It is what we are, prior to all the identities and roles we assume. It is the pure awareness that exists before we tell ourselves we are successful or unsuccessful, loved or unloved, spiritual or mundane. This teaching does not suggest that we should erase our individuality or deny the uniqueness of our personal journey. Rather, it points to the ground of being that precedes and transcends our individual story while remaining intimately present within it. Consider how many times your sense of identity has shifted throughout your life. The confident teenager became the uncertain young adult. The ambitious professional transformed into the contemplative parent. The healthy person adapted to become someone living with illness or limitation. Through all these changes, something remained constant, witnessing each transformation without itself being changed. This unchanging awareness is what the koan points toward when it asks about your original face. In practical terms, this understanding helps us hold our personal identity more lightly, like wearing clothes that fit well, but can be changed when appropriate. We can honor our particular gifts and acknowledge our specific challenges without mistaking these temporary conditions for the totality of who we are. A successful businesswoman can engage fully in her professional role while recognizing that her essential nature is not dependent on market fluctuations or career achievements. A devoted parent can love their children completely while understanding that their deepest identity transcends even this most precious relationship. This loosening of identification creates profound freedom, the freedom to grow and change without the fear of losing ourselves in the process. When we are not rigidly attached to being a certain type of person, we can respond freshly to each situation rather than being locked into fixed patterns based on outdated self-concepts. The original face teaching also reveals why Zen places such emphasis on present moment awareness. In this moment, before thought creates its commentary, before emotion colors the experience, before memory compares it to the past or imagination projects it into the future, what remains? This pure experiencing, this direct contact with reality before the mind elaborates its story, is a glimpse of the original face. Many students initially find this teaching frustrating because it cannot be grasped by the intellect that usually serves us so well in navigating daily life. We are accustomed to understanding through analysis, through breaking things down into component parts that can be examined and categorized. But the original face is not a thing to be understood in this way. It is the very capacity for understanding itself, the awareness within which all thoughts and experiences arise and dissolve. Working with the original face koan requires a different approach than solving intellectual problems. It asks us to shift from thinking about awareness to recognizing awareness directly. One method is to notice the space between thoughts, the gap that exists before the next mental commentary begins. In that space, what is present? Another approach involves observing the awareness that remains constant while emotions change. When anger arises, something notices the anger. When sadness appears, something observes the sadness. That which notices remains unaffected by what it observes, like a mirror that reflects everything without being stained by any image. The practice is not to create this awareness, but to recognize what has always been present. It is like suddenly noticing the silence that has been surrounding all sounds, or the space that has been containing all objects. This recognition often happens in moments when the usual mental activity quiets naturally, perhaps while watching a sunset, listening to music, or sitting in meditation. There is a sudden shift from experiencing through the filter of thought to direct, immediate contact with reality. In these moments, the question of who is experiencing dissolves, because the experiencer and the experienced are revealed to be one seamless whole. Understanding the original face, teaching transforms our relationship to the various roles and identities we carry. We begin to see them as temporary costumes worn by something much vaster and more enduring. This does not diminish the importance of our relationships or responsibilities. Instead, it allows us to engage more fully because we are not constantly defending or promoting a fixed sense of self. A teacher can focus completely on serving students without needing to maintain an image of being wise or knowledgeable. A friend can offer genuine support without calculating how this affects their reputation for being helpful. When we are not imprisoned by rigid self-concepts, our natural compassion and wisdom can express themselves more freely. The original face is not a blank slate or empty void. It is the source from which all our unique qualities emerge, like individual waves arising from the vast ocean. Each wave has its own characteristics, its own height and shape and movement, while never being separate from the water that forms it. Similarly, our personality traits, talents, and preferences arise from and return to this deeper ground of being without ever being separate from it. This understanding helps explain why Zen masters often seem paradoxical, displaying both profound wisdom and ordinary humanity. They have not transcended their human nature, but have recognized that their human nature is an expression of something infinitely larger. They can be fully present as individuals while simultaneously recognizing their essential nature as pure awareness. The original face teaching ultimately points to the recognition that what we have been seeking through spiritual practice was never actually lost. We do not need to become enlightened, because enlightenment is our natural state, temporarily obscured by the clouds of conditioned thinking and emotional reactivity. The practice is not about adding something new, but about removing the barriers that prevent us from recognizing what has always been present. This is why Zen often speaks of awakening as remembering rather than learning, as coming home rather than going somewhere new. The original face is the face we have always worn, beneath all the masks and personas we have adopted to navigate the world. It is the timeless awareness that has been witnessing our entire life story, unchanging and unborn, the eternal witness to the dance of form and emptiness that constitutes our human experience. In recognizing this original face, we discover that we are both completely ordinary and utterly extraordinary, both thoroughly human and infinitely vast, both individual waves and the entire ocean itself. In recognizing this original face, we discover that we are both completely ordinary and utterly extraordinary, both thoroughly human and infinitely vast, both individual waves and the entire ocean itself. Yet this recognition is not a destination, but a doorway into a way of being that transforms every moment of our lives. A Zen master was once asked, "What is the most important thing?" He replied, "Attention." The student, thinking he hadn't heard correctly, repeated his question again. The master said, "Attention." Somewhat irritated, the student asked, "I understand that attention is important, but what is the most important thing?" And the master looked at him deeply and said, "Attention means attention." This seemingly simple exchange contains the entire essence of Zen practice. The student was looking for something complex, profound, or exotic. He wanted a teaching that would sound impressive, something he could grasp intellectually and perhaps share with others as wisdom. But the master's response cuts through all spiritual materialism and points directly to what matters most. Attention is not merely a tool we use to achieve some other goal. It is not a stepping stone to enlightenment or a method for becoming a better person. Attention itself is the heart of awakening. When we truly understand this, we realize that we don't need to go anywhere or become anyone different. We simply need to be completely where we are, fully present with what is happening right now. This teaching points to the centrality of awareness itself. It's not just a means to an end, a way to get somewhere else. The cultivation of present awareness is itself the heart of the path. Think about the moments in your life when you felt most alive, most connected, most at peace. Chances are, these were times when you were completely absorbed in what you were doing. Perhaps you were watching a sunset, playing with a child, creating something with your hands, or having a deep conversation with a friend. In these moments, there was no separation between you and the experience. You weren't thinking about the past or planning the future. You weren't judging or analyzing or trying to be somewhere else. You were simply present, and in that presence, life revealed its inherent richness. As we become more fully present for our lives, we discover that what we've been seeking, peace, meaning, connection, isn't found elsewhere, but in the quality of our attention to what's already here. This quality of attention isn't just about personal peace, but affects how we move through the world and interact with others. When we're fully present with another person, we offer them the rare gift of being truly seen and heard. In our age of constant connectivity, genuine presence has become increasingly rare. How often do we sit with someone who is completely there with us, not checking their phone, not thinking about their next appointment, not formulating their response while we're still speaking? When we encounter such presence, it's transformative. We feel valued, understood, and deeply met. This is the gift we can offer others through cultivating attention. When we're fully engaged in our work, whatever it might be, we bring care and excellence to our actions rather than hurrying through them to get to something else. The Zen monasteries have a beautiful tradition called Samyu, which is work practice. Every task, from sweeping floors to preparing meals to tending gardens, is approached with the same reverence and attention as formal meditation. There's no hierarchy between spiritual activities and mundane chores. Washing dishes becomes as sacred as chanting sutras when done with complete presence. This approach transforms our entire relationship to daily life. Instead of seeing routine tasks as obstacles to our real life, we recognize them as opportunities for practice. The emails we answer, the meetings we attend, the commute we take, all become chances to cultivate presence and bring our full attention to the moment at hand. In our modern world of constant distraction and acceleration, the invitation of Zen to slow down and pay attention can feel both challenging and desperately needed. We've become accustomed to divided attention, checking our phones while in conversation, thinking about work while with family, planning tomorrow while barely tasting today's meal. This fragmented awareness leaves us feeling perpetually unsatisfied. We're always seeking the next thing without fully experiencing what's already here. Our minds have become like browsers, with dozens of tabs open, each demanding a piece of our attention. We multitask our way through life, believing we're being efficient, but actually missing the depth and richness that comes from single, pointed focus. Studies in neuroscience confirm what Zen masters have taught for centuries. The brain that practices sustained attention develops greater capacity for happiness, creativity, and emotional regulation. When we scatter our attention, we literally scatter our life force. Zen practice counteracts this tendency not by forcing the mind to concentrate, but by awakening interest in the present moment. The difference is crucial. Forced concentration creates tension and struggle. It's like trying to hold water in your hands by squeezing tighter. The harder you grip, the more it slips away. Awakened interest, on the other hand, draws us naturally into presence. When something truly captures our attention, we don't have to force ourselves to focus. We become absorbed effortlessly. When we truly pay attention to the sensation of breathing, to the play of light on water, to the subtle expressions on a loved one's face, we discover a richness in ordinary experience that we usually miss in our hurried lives. The breath, which we take for granted, becomes a gateway to wonder when we really notice its rhythm, its texture, the way it connects us to the atmosphere around us. Light, which we barely register, reveals itself as an ever-changing dance of beauty when we pause to observe its qualities. The faces of those we love, which we think we know so well, show us new depths when we look with fresh eyes. There's a story of a monk who spent years seeking enlightenment through intense practice. One day, exhausted and discouraged, he took a break and sat under a tree without any spiritual agenda. As he relaxed, he happened to notice a leaf falling slowly from a branch. Something about the simple beauty of this ordinary event triggered a profound shift in perception. In that moment, he realized that what he had been seeking so strenuously had been present all along in the everyday world around him. This story illustrates the paradox of spiritual seeking. Often, our very effort to find something special prevents us from recognizing the extraordinary nature of what's already here. When we drop the agenda of getting somewhere and simply open to what is, we discover that every moment contains the fullness we've been searching for. The falling leaf was not more sacred than anything else the monk had encountered, but his quality of attention in that moment allowed him to see clearly for the first time. This is the invitation that Zen extends to each of us, not to find something new, but to see what has always been here with the clarity of complete attention. The quality of presence we cultivate doesn't exist in isolation. Like a stone dropped into still water, our awareness creates ripples that extend far beyond our immediate experience. When we bring complete attention to our interactions with others, we offer them something rare and precious in our distracted world, the gift of being truly seen and heard. Think about the last time someone gave you their full attention, not partial listening while checking their phone or mentally preparing their response, but complete presence to what you were sharing. You likely felt a sense of relief, of being understood, perhaps even transformed by the quality of their attention. This is the power of presence as a form of love in action. Consciousness has a mysterious quality of being contagious. When we interact with someone who is truly present, we often find ourselves naturally settling into greater presence as well. Their calm awareness invites us to drop our mental agitation and meet them in the space of the here and now. Conversely, when we encounter someone caught in anxiety, anger, or distraction, we may notice these states arising in ourselves. This isn't weakness on our part, but recognition of our fundamental interconnectedness. The boundaries between self and other are more porous than we typically imagine. Understanding this can transform how we approach both our inner work and our relationships. If our state of consciousness affects others, then cultivating presence becomes not just personal development, but a form of service to the world. When we work with our own reactivity, impatience, or judgment, we're not just helping ourselves, but creating space for others to experience greater peace as well. This doesn't mean we become responsible for managing everyone else's emotional state. Rather, we recognize that by taking care of our own inner landscape, we naturally contribute to the well-being of our families, communities, and the larger world. In a culture that profits from our distraction, choosing presence becomes a radical act. Every moment we spend fully engaged with our actual experience, rather than lost in mental commentary or digital stimulation, is a small rebellion against the forces that fragment our attention. The advertising industry spends billions of dollars studying how to capture and hold our awareness, because attention is the currency of the modern economy. Social media platforms are designed to create addiction, to keep us scrolling, comparing, and consuming rather than resting in contentment with what we already have. Against this backdrop, the simple act of sitting quietly, breathing consciously, or eating a meal without entertainment becomes profoundly countercultural. We're reclaiming our birthright to be present for our own lives. This reclamation has effects that extend beyond our personal experience. When we're not constantly driven by the need for more stimulation, more information, more entertainment, we naturally consume less and appreciate more. We become less susceptible to the marketing messages that create artificial desires and manufactured dissatisfaction. Our relationships deepen because we're actually available for genuine connection, rather than performing our interactions for an imagined audience. We make decisions based on our actual values and needs rather than unconscious programming or social pressure. Of course, maintaining presence in our hyper-connected world requires ongoing practice and patience with ourselves. The mind has been conditioned for distraction over many years, and it won't transform overnight. There's a beautiful Zen story about a student who complained to his teacher that his mind kept wandering during meditation. The teacher asked him what he did when he noticed his mind had wandered. "I bring it back to the breath," the student replied. The teacher smiled and said, "Then you're doing the practice perfectly. The wandering isn't the problem, it's the raw material of practice." Each time we notice we've been caught in mental commentary, worry, or distraction and gently return our attention to the present moment, we're strengthening our capacity for presence. This gentle return, without self-criticism or frustration, is itself an act of self-compassion that transforms our relationship to our own mind. Over time, we begin to notice the spaces between thoughts, the gaps in our mental commentary, where natural awareness shines through. These moments of clear seeing become more frequent and stable, not through force but through patient cultivation. We start to recognize that our essential nature isn't the busy, worried mind but the aware space in which all thoughts and experiences arise and pass away. The ultimate test of our practice isn't how peaceful we feel on the meditation cushion, but how we respond to the inevitable challenges of daily life. When someone cuts us off in traffic, when we receive disappointing news, when we're faced with difficult decisions, do we react from old patterns of anxiety and reactivity or respond from the spacious awareness we've been cultivating? This doesn't mean we become emotionally flat or spiritually bypassing. We still feel the full range of human emotions, but we're not overwhelmed or defined by them. We can feel anger without being controlled by it, experience sadness without drowning in it, encounter fear without being paralyzed by it. This emotional freedom allows us to respond to situations more skillfully, to act from wisdom and compassion rather than unconscious reactivity. When we embody this quality of responsive presence, we become living examples of what's possible for human consciousness. We demonstrate that it's possible to remain open-hearted in a world that often seems to reward cynicism and defensiveness. We show that genuine strength comes not from building walls against life's difficulties, but from developing the capacity to meet whatever arises with awareness and appropriate response. This embodied teaching is often more powerful than any words we might speak about spiritual practice. People sense authenticity and are naturally drawn to those who have found genuine peace amidst life's inevitable challenges. Without preaching or proselytizing, our presence becomes an invitation for others to explore their own capacity for awareness and inner freedom. In this way, the ripples of our practice extend far beyond what we can see or measure, contributing to the collective awakening of human consciousness one present moment at a time. When we move through the world with attention and care, we create a field of awareness that others can sense and respond to. Just as anxiety and distraction are contagious, so too are presence and calm. This invisible transmission happens without our conscious effort or intention. Consider how differently you feel when talking to someone who's fully present with you versus someone who's distracted or mentally elsewhere. In the presence of genuine attention, conversations deepen naturally. Misunderstandings dissolve more easily. Even silence becomes comfortable rather than awkward. The quality of connection and understanding that's possible in the presence of real attention is profoundly different from our usual half-listening, half-planning interactions. By cultivating presence in our own lives, we offer this gift to everyone we encounter. A mother rushing through grocery shopping while mentally rehearsing her afternoon meetings creates one kind of energy field. The same mother, moving through the same store with gentle awareness of her breath and surroundings, creates an entirely different atmosphere. Her children sense this shift immediately. Checkout clerks respond differently. Even strangers in the aisles seem to soften slightly in her presence. This presence isn't something we achieve once and for all, but a continuous practice of returning. The mind naturally wanders. That's what minds do. Thoughts arise and pull our attention into past memories or future plans. We find ourselves mentally arguing with people who aren't even present. We rehearse conversations that may never happen. We replay scenes from yesterday or last year, wishing we had responded differently. This mental time traveling is not a personal failure, but a universal human tendency. The practice isn't to prevent wandering, but to notice when it happens and gently return to present awareness thousands of times. Each day offers countless opportunities for this gentle return. We notice we've been driving on autopilot and return attention to the feeling of hands on steering wheel, the sound of tires on pavement. We catch ourselves scrolling mindlessly through our phones and return to awareness of breath, of posture, of the room around us. We realize we've been eating without tasting and return to the actual flavors and textures of our food. The key is approaching these returns with patience and kindness toward ourselves when we get lost. Self-criticism only adds another layer of distraction. Instead of berating ourselves for wandering, we can appreciate the moment of noticing as a small awakening. A Zen story illustrates this process beautifully. A student complained to his teacher, "My mind is always wandering during meditation. I'm a terrible meditator." The teacher replied, "The nature of the mind is to wander, just as the nature of a child is to run and play. We don't scold a child for running. We simply bring them back when they wander too far." Treat your mind with the same gentle firmness, bringing it back again and again without criticism. This teaching points to the importance of patience and self-compassion in Zen practice. The wandering mind isn't the enemy to be defeated, but a natural phenomenon to be worked with skillfully. Just as we might gently guide a curious child exploring a garden, we guide our attention back to the present moment with the same mixture of firmness and affection. The path isn't about perfection, but about continuous engagement. It's about returning to present awareness, regardless of how many times we've wandered away. Each return is itself the practice, not a step towards some future state of permanent presence. This understanding transforms our relationship to what we might consider spiritual failure. The meditation session, where we notice our mind wandering 50 times, becomes more valuable than the session where we notice it wandering only 5 times. More noticing means more opportunities to practice the gentle return, more chances to strengthen the muscle of awareness, more moments of beginning fresh without carrying the burden of previous wanderings. This quality of patient returning applies not just to formal meditation, but to all of life. When we find ourselves caught in worry about the future, we return to the present. When we're trapped in regret about the past, we return to the present. When we're lost in judgments about ourselves or others, we return to the present. When we're overwhelmed by the complexity of a situation, we return to the simple reality of breath entering and leaving our body. Each return is an opportunity to begin again, to meet life freshly without the burden of past failures or future anxieties. A parent loses patience with their child and speaks harshly. The old pattern might be to spiral into guilt and self-criticism, carrying that negative energy into the rest of the day. The Zen approach is to notice the harsh words, feel whatever remorse arises naturally, and then return fully to the present moment. This return allows for a genuine apology if appropriate, and more importantly, creates space for responding differently to the next challenging moment. The Zen approach to difficulty is captured in a saying attributed to Shunryu Suzuki. The most important thing is to find out what is the most important thing. When we're caught up in the details of a challenging situation, we often lose sight of what really matters. The deadline at work becomes more important than our health. The argument with our spouse becomes more important than the love underneath the conflict. The perfect vacation plan becomes more important than actually enjoying time with family. Zen practice helps us step back and reconnect with our deeper values and purpose. This perspective doesn't eliminate problems, but puts them in a larger context. A woman facing a difficult medical diagnosis might initially be overwhelmed by insurance forms, treatment options, and scheduling conflicts. Through the practice of returning to present awareness, she might recognize that the most important thing is spending quality time with loved ones. This recognition doesn't make the practical details disappear, but it helps her prioritize her energy and attention. She handles the necessary logistics without losing sight of what truly matters. The same principle applies to smaller daily challenges. Stuck in traffic, we might initially focus on frustration about being late. Returning to present awareness, we might recognize that the most important thing is arriving safely and maintaining our inner peace. This shift doesn't change the traffic, but it transforms our experience of being caught in it. We might use the unexpected quiet time to practice gratitude, to notice the sky, or simply to breathe consciously. What seemed like an obstacle becomes an opportunity for presence. The art of gentle return is ultimately about developing an intimate friendship with this moment, whatever it contains. Through thousands of small returns throughout each day, we gradually discover that presence itself is our true home. Not the presence we hope to achieve tomorrow, but the awareness that's available right now, in this breath, in this heartbeat, in this exact experience of being alive. The ancient Zen story of the monk, the tigers, and the strawberry offers us one of the most profound teachings about how to live fully in the face of life's inevitable uncertainties and dangers. Picture this scene with complete clarity. A monk finds himself being chased by a ferocious tiger through a dense forest. His heart pounds as he runs, branches scratching his face, his breath coming in desperate gasps. Suddenly, he reaches the edge of a steep cliff with nowhere left to run. Behind him, the tiger's growls grow closer. Below him, a sheer drop into darkness. In this moment of ultimate crisis, he spots a thick vine growing over the cliff's edge. Without hesitation, he grabs hold and begins lowering himself down the rocky face, hand over hand, seeking temporary refuge from the predator above. But as he dangles there, catching his breath and thinking he might have found safety, he looks down and sees another tiger prowling at the bottom of the cliff, waiting patiently for him to descend. His situation has gone from desperate to impossible. He cannot climb back up where the first tiger waits. He cannot descend where the second tiger lurks. Then, As if this predicament weren't dire enough, he notices two mice, one white representing day and one black representing night, methodically gnawing at the very vine that supports his weight. Each tiny bite brings him closer to an inevitable fall. Time itself is literally eating away at his only means of survival. In this moment of absolute peril, suspended between certain death above and below, with his lifeline being steadily destroyed, something extraordinary happens. The monk notices a single wild strawberry growing from a crack in the cliff face, just within his reach. He plucks the berry, places it in his mouth, and as its sweet juice bursts across his tongue, he exclaims with genuine wonder and delight, "How sweet!" And this story captures the very essence of Zen wisdom about living fully in the present moment, regardless of circumstances. The monk doesn't deny his predicament or pretend the tigers aren't real threats. He doesn't ignore the mice steadily weakening his grip on life. He fully acknowledges the danger while simultaneously opening himself completely to the immediate experience of sweetness available right now. This represents a radical departure from our usual approaches to crisis and difficulty. Most of us, when faced with challenges, become so consumed by worry, planning, and resistance that we miss the fullness of life continuing to unfold around us. We develop tunnel vision that sees only problems, only threats, only what's wrong or missing. Our minds become completely occupied with either reliving past mistakes or projecting future catastrophes. In this state of mental time travel, we're essentially absent from the only place where life actually happens, where beauty still exists, where sweetness can still be tasted. The monk in the story demonstrates what Zen calls complete experience. He doesn't fragment his attention by dividing it between the immediate reality and his mental commentary about how terrible the situation is. He doesn't waste precious energy wishing things were different or imagining how much better life was before this crisis began. Instead, he brings his full presence to this exact moment, which includes both the genuine danger and the genuine sweetness simultaneously available. This isn't about positive thinking or trying to focus only on good things while ignoring difficulties. It's about developing the capacity to hold the entirety of experience without needing to edit out the parts we don't like. The strawberry doesn't eliminate the tigers or stop the mice from gnawing, but it reveals that even in our most challenging moments, life continues to offer gifts to those present enough to receive them. This teaching becomes especially powerful when we understand what the story's elements represent in our own lives. The tigers symbolize all the external threats and pressures we face, the deadlines that chase us, the conflicts that corner us, the economic uncertainties that prowl beneath us. The mice represent time itself, the gradual erosion of our youth, health, and ultimately our mortality, steadily gnawing away at whatever we're clinging to for security. The cliff represents those moments when we feel suspended between impossible choices, when every option seems fraught with danger. And the strawberry represents the simple, immediate experiences of beauty, connection, and aliveness that remain available to us even in our most precarious circumstances. Learning to taste the strawberry while hanging from the cliff requires developing what we might call panoramic awareness. This means training ourselves to notice not just the crisis demanding our attention, but the fuller context in which that crisis exists. When we're dealing with a serious illness, for example, our attention naturally focuses on symptoms, treatments, and fears about the future. This focus is appropriate and necessary. But strawberry wisdom reminds us that even during medical challenges, there are still moments of connection with loved ones, still sunsets that take our breath away, still the simple pleasure of a warm cup of tea or a comfortable bed. The illness doesn't cancel out these experiences of sweetness, though our fixation on the problem might cause us to miss them entirely. Similarly, when we're going through a difficult divorce or job loss, Our minds can become so consumed with legal details, financial worries, and emotional pain that we forget to notice our children's laughter, the changing seasons, or the kindness of friends reaching out to support us. The practice isn't about denying the reality of our challenges or pretending everything is fine when it isn't. Rather, it's about developing the capacity to hold multiple realities simultaneously. Yes, this relationship is ending and that brings real grief. And yes, the morning light streaming through the kitchen window is still beautiful. Yes, losing this job creates genuine financial stress and uncertainty about the future. And yes, having this unexpected time to reflect and reassess might reveal new possibilities we couldn't see while caught in our previous routine. The strawberry wisdom teaches us that life is always offering us a mixed experience, and our well-being depends largely on our ability to remain open to the full spectrum rather than becoming fixated on only the difficult aspects. This doesn't mean we become passive or stop working to improve challenging situations. The monk in the story might very well continue looking for handholds or alternative escape routes, even after tasting the strawberry. But he does so from a place of presence and aliveness rather than panic and desperation. Developing this capacity for complete experience requires practice during ordinary moments, not just during major crises. We can begin by noticing how often we miss simple pleasures because we're mentally elsewhere. How often do we eat a meal without really tasting it because we're scrolling through our phones or worrying about afternoon meetings? How often do we walk past beautiful flowers or trees without seeing them because we're rehearsing difficult conversations or reviewing our to-do lists? How often do we interact with loved ones while only half present, our minds occupied with work stress or future plans? Each of these moments offers us a chance to practice strawberry awareness, to return our attention to the immediate experience and notice what sweetness might be available right now. This practice gradually builds our capacity to remain present even when circumstances become more challenging. When we've trained ourselves to taste our morning coffee completely, to feel the warmth of sunshine on our face, to really listen when a friend is speaking, we develop the inner resources needed to find moments of beauty and connection even during life storms. The story also teaches us about the nature of time and mortality. The white and black mice represent day and night, the constant passage of time that brings us closer to our eventual death. Rather than seeing this as purely frightening, Zen wisdom suggests that awareness of our mortality can actually enhance our appreciation of present experiences. When we truly understand that our time is limited, that this conversation with a friend, this walk in the park, this quiet moment before sleep might not come again, we naturally bring more attention and gratitude to these experiences. The strawberry tastes sweeter when we remember that we won't be here forever to taste strawberries. This isn't morbid thinking, but realistic awareness that helps us prioritize what truly matters and stop taking ordinary miracles for granted. The monk's exclamation of delight comes not despite his awareness of mortality, but because of it. Knowing that his time may be very short makes this single strawberry incredibly precious. In our own lives, we can cultivate this same appreciation by occasionally reflecting on the temporary nature of our current circumstances. This job, this home, this phase of our children's lives, this time of relative health and mobility, all of these will eventually change or end. Rather than creating anxiety, this awareness can help us show up more fully for the experiences available to us right now. The strawberry wisdom ultimately points us toward a fundamental truth about human resilience and the nature of well-being. Our capacity for joy, beauty, and connection doesn't depend on having perfect circumstances or eliminating all sources of stress and uncertainty. Even when tigers prowl above and below, even when the very ground beneath us feels unstable, even when time itself seems to be working against us, there remain opportunities for genuine sweetness and wonder. This understanding can transform how we approach not just major crises, but the daily challenges and uncertainties that are part of every human life. Instead of waiting for problems to be solved before we allow ourselves to experience joy, we can learn to taste the strawberry right now, in this moment, with whatever tigers happen to be circling. This is perhaps the most radical and hopeful teaching Zen offers us about the art of being fully alive. The ancient Buddhist teaching of impermanence stands as one of the three fundamental marks of existence, offering us a profound lens through which to understand the nature of reality itself. Everything that comes into being eventually passes away, from the smallest flower blooming in spring to the mightiest mountain peak. Relationships begin with excitement and possibility, flourish with love and connection, and sometimes end with sorrow or simply fade into memory. Careers that once defined our identity rise with promise and ambition, reach peaks of success, and eventually decline or transform into something entirely different. Our bodies, which seem so solid and permanent in youth, gradually age with each passing day, accumulating wisdom lines and silver hair, eventually returning to the earth from which they came. Even the mountains that appear eternal, from our brief human perspective, are constantly changing, worn down grain by grain through wind and rain, or slowly rising through the invisible forces of tectonic movement deep beneath the surface. Yet despite this obvious truth surrounding us everywhere, we resist this fundamental reality with remarkable persistence. When we cling desperately to how things were in the golden days of the past, or how we desperately want them to be in some imagined perfect future, rather than accepting how they actually are in this present moment, we create tremendous inner tension and distress. This resistance is like trying to hold back the incoming tide with our bare hands, an exhausting and ultimately futile effort that leaves us depleted and frustrated. A beautiful Zen story illustrates this profound understanding with elegant simplicity. A respected master received a gift of extraordinary beauty, an antique teacup crafted from the finest porcelain by master artisans centuries ago. The cup was so delicate that light seemed to pass through its translucent walls, decorated with intricate patterns that spoke of countless hours of careful work. Any collector would have placed such a treasure in a display case, protected behind glass, and brought out only for the most special occasions. But this master did something that shocked his students. He used this priceless cup for his everyday tea drinking, cradling it gently in his weathered hands each morning as steam rose from the fragrant green tea within. One concerned student, unable to contain his worry any longer, approached the master with obvious distress. "Why would you risk such a valuable and irreplaceable object by using it daily?" he asked. "Surely it would be wiser to save it for only the most special occasions, to preserve it for future generations." The master smiled with the gentle wisdom that comes from deep understanding and replied with words that would echo through the centuries. "Every moment is a special occasion, and this cup is already broken." By already broken, he meant something profound about the nature of existence itself. The cup's eventual breaking was not some future possibility to be feared and avoided, but an inherent aspect of its very existence from the moment it was first formed from clay. This recognition allowed him to enjoy the cup's beauty fully in each present moment, without the constant anxiety that comes from trying to prevent the inevitable flow of change. This perspective does not mean we become careless or indifferent toward what we value. We still take reasonable and loving care of what matters to us, maintaining our relationships with attention and kindness, caring for our bodies with proper nutrition and exercise, and treating our possessions with respect. But we do all of this without the underlying anxiety that comes from desperately trying to freeze reality in place. To stop the natural flow of change, that is the very essence of life itself. When we truly accept impermanence as the fundamental nature of all things, something beautiful happens to our capacity for connection. We can love more deeply because we are not holding back part of ourselves in fear of eventual loss. We can enjoy experiences more fully because we are not constantly worried about when they will end. And we can let go more gracefully when the time comes for transitions, because we understand that endings are not failures, but natural completions in the cycle of existence. This acceptance of change extends beyond external circumstances to our understanding of ourselves as conscious beings. Most of us carry around a strong sense of being a fixed entity with unchanging characteristics. "This is who I am," we tell ourselves with certainty. "These are my permanent strengths and unchangeable limitations. This is my essential personality that has always been and will always be exactly the same." But Zen challenges this rigid self-concept with gentle persistence, pointing out that we too are in constant flux, like everything else in the universe. The person we are today, with our current thoughts, feelings, preferences, and ways of seeing the world, is not identical to who we were 10 years ago. Our cells have completely replaced themselves multiple times. Our neural pathways have been rewired through countless experiences, and our understanding has deepened through years of living. Similarly, who we will be 10 years from now remains an open question, full of possibilities we cannot yet imagine. When we recognize this fundamental fluidity of our own being, we become more open to growth and transformation. We feel less confined by limiting ideas about who we think we are supposed to be. We become more curious about what we might discover about ourselves, more willing to try new approaches and explore unfamiliar territory. A student once approached a Zen master with a question that had been troubling him deeply. "What is the self?" he asked, hoping for some solid definition he could grasp and understand. The master replied with the wisdom of flowing water rather than fixed stone. "The self is like a river," he began, inviting the student to imagine the flowing waterway. If you scoop up a handful of water from a river and ask, "Is this the river?" what would be the answer? The answer is both yes and no, containing the paradox that reveals truth. It is part of the river, participating in its essential nature and movement. But the river is much more than what you can hold in your cupped hands. And even what you hold is constantly changing, with molecules of water moving, evaporating into the air, mixing with new drops from upstream. This beautiful metaphor reveals the fluid nature of our own identity, constantly flowing and changing while maintaining some essential continuity of being. The Buddha's first teaching after his awakening wasn't abstract philosophy, but a practical roadmap for human suffering. The Four Noble Truths emerged from his direct experience under the Bodhi tree, where he saw clearly into the nature of human distress and the possibility of freedom. These truths aren't meant to be believed, but lived, experienced, and embodied through daily practice. The first noble truth simply states that suffering exists as an inescapable part of human existence. This isn't pessimism, but radical honesty about the human condition. Birth involves pain, aging brings limitations, sickness creates discomfort, death separates us from everything we love. Even our happiest moments carry the seeds of sadness, because we know they won't last forever. In Zen practice, acknowledging suffering means dropping the exhausting pretense that everything should always be pleasant. We stop wasting energy trying to convince ourselves that pain isn't really happening or that we should be above it somehow. Instead, we develop the courage to face difficulty directly, without the additional layer of shame about having problems in the first place. This acknowledgement brings immediate relief because we're no longer fighting reality on two fronts. We're dealing with the actual challenge, rather than the challenge plus our resistance to having challenges. The second noble truth identifies craving and aversion as the sources of our deepest suffering. This doesn't mean that desire itself is the problem, but rather our relationship to wanting and not wanting. When we crave something intensely, we create a gap between what is and what we think should be. This gap becomes a source of constant agitation as we scheme and struggle to get what we want. Similarly, when we have strong aversion to our current experience, we exhaust ourselves trying to push away what's already here. The mother grieving her child's death suffers not just from the loss itself, but from wanting the loss not to have happened. The person facing illness experiences not just physical symptoms, but the additional anguish of wanting their body to be different. In Zen practice, we learn to distinguish between natural preferences and the kind of desperate clinging that creates suffering. We can prefer health while accepting illness, want companionship while embracing solitude when it arises. This subtle shift from demanding to preferring creates tremendous space around our experiences. The third noble truth offers the revolutionary insight that liberation from unnecessary suffering is actually possible. This isn't about eliminating all pain from life, which would be neither possible nor desirable. Instead, it points to freedom from the additional suffering we create through our mental habits and reactions. We can learn to experience loss without the story that we're victims of an unfair universe. We can feel anger without the narrative that we're terrible people for having angry feelings. We can face uncertainty without the panic that comes from needing to control outcomes. This freedom isn't a distant goal, but something we can taste in small moments throughout our daily lives. When we catch ourselves in the middle of resistance and simply let go, we experience immediate relief. When we stop fighting with our thoughts and emotions and simply observe them, we discover the spacious awareness that was always present. These glimpses of freedom accumulate over time, gradually shifting our default relationship to difficulty from resistance to acceptance. The fourth noble truth outlines the eightfold path as the practical means for cultivating this freedom. In Zen tradition, this path is embodied primarily through Zazen meditation and mindful living. Through sitting practice, we develop the capacity to be present with whatever arises without being carried away by it. We learn to observe the arising and passing of thoughts, emotions, and sensations without automatically identifying with them. This creates what Zen teachers call don't know mind, a spacious awareness that can hold all experiences without being defined by any of them. The path isn't about perfecting ourselves or eliminating all reactive patterns, but about developing a fundamentally different relationship to our human experience. We learn to dance with life's changes rather than rigidly resisting them. We discover that we can feel deeply without drowning, care passionately without clinging desperately. Through consistent practice, these insights gradually permeate our daily lives, transforming how we meet both challenges and joys. The Four Noble Truths reveal that suffering and freedom aren't opposite experiences, but different ways of relating to the same human life. When we stop adding resistance to pain, we discover that even difficult experiences can be met with an open heart. This doesn't make us passive or resigned, but actually frees us to respond more skillfully to whatever life presents. From this place of inner freedom, our actions arise from wisdom and compassion rather than from fear and reactivity. The story of the two monks crossing the river reveals something profound about the nature of mental freedom and our relationship to experience. When the senior monk carried the woman across the dangerous current, he was responding to immediate need without being trapped by abstract rules or future consequences. The junior monk, however, remained mentally entangled for hours, carrying the burden of judgment and confusion long after the actual event had passed. This illustrates a fundamental teaching in Zen practice about the difference between appropriate response and mental rumination. The senior monk demonstrates what we might call wholehearted cooperation with the inevitable. He saw what needed to be done, did it completely, and then released it entirely from his mind. There was no internal struggle between his vows and compassion, no lengthy deliberation about consequences, and most importantly, no carrying the experience forward as a burden. This is the essence of non-attachment in action, engaging fully with life while holding experiences lightly. The Zen approach to emotions offers a revolutionary middle way between suppression and indulgence. Rather than viewing emotions as problems to solve or impulses to automatically follow, Zen teaches us to create spacious awareness around our feelings. This space allows us to experience emotions fully while recognizing their temporary nature, rather than treating them as defining truths about ourselves or our circumstances. Consider the profound difference between saying "I am angry" versus "anger is arising." The first statement creates complete identification with the emotional state, fusing our entire sense of self with a temporary experience. The second creates what Buddhist teacher Tara Brach calls sacred pause, a subtle but crucial gap that allows conscious response rather than unconscious reaction. This shift in language reflects a deeper transformation in our relationship to inner experience. When we say anger is arising, we position ourselves as the aware space in which anger appears and eventually dissolves. This doesn't diminish the intensity or validity of the feeling, but it prevents us from being completely overwhelmed or controlled by it. We can feel strong emotions without losing our capacity for wise action. A contemporary Zen teacher compared this relationship to emotions to hosting guests in your home. When a guest arrives at your door, you welcome them in with hospitality. You offer them tea, listen to what they have to say, and provide whatever comfort or assistance they need. However, you don't allow temporary guests to move in permanently or to dictate how you live your life. Similarly, we can welcome emotional guests with awareness and kindness, neither pushing them away in resistance, nor allowing them to take over our inner household. This welcoming stance requires developing what meditation teacher Jack Cornfield calls fierce compassion, the ability to be present with difficult experiences without being destroyed by them. The Zen teaching of non-preference points to one of the deepest sources of human suffering, our attachment to having life unfold according to our desires. While we naturally have preferences and enjoy pleasure more than pain or success more than failure, our attachment to these preferences creates suffering when life inevitably brings what we don't want. The practice of non-preference doesn't mean becoming emotionally flat or indifferent to outcomes. Rather, it means developing the capacity to engage wholeheartedly with life, while holding our preferences lightly enough that we can remain present and responsive when circumstances don't match our desires. This is what Zen master Suzuki Roshi meant when he spoke of having a soft front and a strong back, remaining open and vulnerable to experience while maintaining inner stability that doesn't depend on external conditions. Non-attachment allows us to care deeply about outcomes while not being devastated when things don't go as planned. It enables us to work skillfully toward our goals while remaining flexible enough to adapt when circumstances change. This flexibility becomes crucial in navigating life's inevitable uncertainties and disappointments without adding unnecessary layers of resistance and resentment. The famous Zen saying illustrates this beautifully. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The activities remain the same, but the quality of engagement transforms completely. We continue to live fully engaged lives, but we're no longer imprisoned by rigid expectations about how things should unfold. Perhaps the most radical aspect of Zen practice is learning what teacher Charlotte Joko Beck called wholehearted cooperation with the inevitable. This means recognizing what aspects of our experience we can influence and what we must simply meet with presence and acceptance. The Serenity Prayer captures this wisdom beautifully. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. This discernment between what we can and cannot control becomes a daily practice of liberation. When we stop wasting energy fighting against unchangeable realities, we free up tremendous resources for responding skillfully to what is actually within our influence. The senior monk in our story embodies this principle perfectly. He couldn't change the dangerous river, the stranded woman, or his monastic vows. These were the given conditions of that moment. What he could control was his response, and he chose compassion over rigid rule, following without internal conflict or future regret. This kind of clear action becomes possible when we stop carrying the mental burden of how things should be different. The junior monk's suffering came not from the actual event, but from his inability to release his mental story about what had happened. He was torturing himself with ideas about proper behavior, missed opportunities for intervention, and judgments about his teacher's actions. The senior monk, having acted from clear seeing in the moment, had no such mental residue to carry forward. This freedom from mental entanglement allows us to meet each new situation with fresh eyes, rather than through the filter of accumulated judgments and regrets. It's the difference between living in the present moment and living in the story we tell ourselves about the present moment. When we learn to put down our experiences as completely as the senior monk put down the woman, we discover a lightness and freedom that transforms our entire relationship to living. We can engage fully with whatever arises, while remaining inwardly free from the weight of endless mental commentary and emotional reactivity. This is the art of living with open hands, holding life tenderly but not possessively, engaging completely but not attachedly. Practicing equanimity represents one of the most profound skills we can develop as human beings. This capacity to remain present and balanced with whatever life presents, whether pleasant or painful, expected or surprising, offers us a freedom that no external circumstance can take away. Equanimity doesn't mean becoming emotionally flat or disconnected from life's richness. Instead, it's about developing the inner spaciousness to hold all experiences without being overwhelmed by them or desperately grasping after them. Think of equanimity as being like a deep mountain lake. The surface may ripple with storms or reflect the beauty of passing clouds, but the depths remain calm and clear. This inner stability allows us to respond to life's challenges from wisdom rather than reactivity, and to enjoy life's pleasures without the anxiety of trying to make them permanent. When we practice equanimity, we discover that our happiness no longer depends on arranging perfect external conditions. We can find peace in the midst of chaos, joy even when circumstances are difficult, and stability even when everything around us seems to be changing rapidly. This doesn't mean we stop caring about outcomes or become passive observers of our own lives. We still work diligently to create positive conditions for ourselves and others, to solve problems that can be solved, and to contribute meaningfully to the world around us. But we do all of this without the desperate attachment to specific outcomes that creates so much unnecessary suffering when things don't unfold according to our plans and preferences. A Zen master was once asked by a student who was struggling with life's unpredictability, "What is the secret of your serenity in the face of so much uncertainty and change?" The master's response has become one of the most quoted teachings in Zen: wholehearted cooperation with the inevitable. This phrase captures the essence of wisdom that many people spend decades trying to understand and embody. It doesn't mean passive resignation or giving up our agency and responsibility to create positive change in our lives and communities. Instead, it points to a profound acceptance of what cannot be changed, coupled with wise and compassionate action in areas where we do have influence and choice. The Serenity Prayer, though not originally Buddhist, expresses this same wisdom in language that resonates across spiritual traditions. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. This discernment between what we can and cannot control is one of the most practical skills that emerges from Zen practice. Most of our suffering comes from trying to control things that are beyond our influence while neglecting areas where we actually do have power to create positive change. We exhaust ourselves trying to control other people's opinions, the weather, the pace of traffic, or the natural process of aging, while failing to take responsibility for our own responses, choices, and inner development. In Zen practice, this wisdom doesn't arise through intellectual analysis or philosophical reasoning, though these can be helpful starting points. Instead, it develops through the cultivation of clear perception that sees reality directly, without the distorting overlay of our habitual patterns of thinking, our projections about how things should be, and our assumptions about what will make us happy. As we learn to see more clearly through meditation practice and mindful living, appropriate action begins to arise naturally from that clear seeing, like a flower blooming when conditions are right. One of the most revolutionary aspects of Buddhist teaching concerns our relationship with suffering, or dukkha as it's called in the original language. The Buddha observed that life inevitably includes physical pain, emotional distress, loss, illness, disappointment, and eventually death for everyone we love, including ourselves. No human life, regardless of wealth, status, intelligence, or spiritual development, is exempt from these fundamental realities of embodied existence. The question that Buddhism addresses isn't whether we'll encounter suffering in our lives, that's guaranteed, but rather how we'll meet suffering when it inevitably arrives at our doorstep. The conventional approach in most cultures is to try to eliminate suffering through external changes, fixing what hurts, distracting ourselves from pain, arranging conditions so that discomfort doesn't arise, or medicating away difficult feelings. While there's certainly wisdom in addressing problems that can genuinely be solved and alleviating unnecessary pain where possible, much of life's deepest suffering cannot be eliminated through external manipulations. People we love will still die, no matter how much we care for them or how advanced medical science becomes. Our bodies will still age and eventually fail, despite our best efforts to maintain health and vitality. Disappointments and losses will still occur, even when we plan carefully and work diligently toward our goals. Economic systems will still create inequality and hardship for many people, regardless of our individual success or security. Natural disasters, accidents, and unexpected challenges will continue to disrupt our carefully laid plans and assumptions about how life should unfold. Zen offers a radically different approach to these inevitable realities. Rather than exhausting ourselves in futile attempts to eliminate all sources of suffering from our lives, we learn to meet difficulty with kind awareness and open-hearted presence. We develop the capacity to be with pain, both physical and emotional, without automatically adding the additional layer of suffering that comes from resistance, denial, or desperate attempts to make the pain go away immediately. This approach doesn't mean we become passive in the face of injustice or problems that genuinely can and should be addressed through skillful action. It means we stop fighting against the basic conditions of human existence and instead learn to work wisely within those conditions to reduce unnecessary suffering while accepting the pain that cannot be avoided. When we stop wasting energy in futile battles against reality itself, we have much more capacity available for compassionate and effective action in areas where change is actually possible. The ancient Zen teaching of the two arrows reveals one of humanity's most profound opportunities for freedom. When the Buddha asked his student about being struck by arrows, he was pointing to a fundamental distinction that can transform how we experience every difficulty in life. The first arrow represents what actually happens to us, the unavoidable pains and challenges that come with being human. The second arrow represents our reaction to what happens, the additional suffering we create through resistance, judgment, and mental storytelling. This teaching illuminates something remarkable about human experience. While we cannot control many of the first arrows that life shoots our way, we have tremendous influence over whether we shoot ourselves with second arrows. Primary pain includes all the inevitable discomforts of human existence. Physical illness strikes without asking permission. Loved ones die, leaving holes in our hearts that feel impossible to fill. Relationships end, sometimes with devastating suddenness. Financial security can disappear overnight through circumstances beyond our control. Our bodies age, becoming less reliable and more fragile with each passing year. These experiences constitute the first arrow of existence. They are part of the basic conditions of being alive in a human body on this planet. Zen practice does not promise to eliminate these experiences or shield us from life's inherent vulnerability. Instead, it offers something far more valuable, the capacity to meet these experiences without multiplying our suffering through resistance. When we truly understand that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional, we begin to see how much of our distress comes not from what happens to us, but from our reaction to what happens. The person facing a serious illness experiences the physical discomfort and legitimate fear that comes with their condition. But they may also experience additional layers of suffering through thoughts like, "This isn't fair," "I can't handle this," or "My life is ruined." These mental additions constitute the second arrow. They are not inherent in the illness itself, but are created by our resistance to the reality of our situation. Secondary suffering manifests in countless ways throughout our daily lives. We get stuck in traffic and add frustration to the simple fact of delayed arrival. Someone criticizes our work and we add shame, anger, and elaborate stories about their motivations to the basic feedback. We experience physical pain and multiply it through anxiety about what it might mean and resistance to the discomfort itself. We lose something important and compound the loss with self-blame, regret, and endless mental replaying of how things could have been different. The Buddha's teaching reveals that while we cannot always avoid the first arrow, the second arrow is entirely within our influence. This doesn't mean we can simply decide not to feel upset when difficult things happen. Rather, it means we can develop the capacity to notice when we're adding unnecessary suffering to necessary pain. We can learn to recognize the difference between the actual experience and our mental commentary about the experience. We can cultivate the ability to be present with what is actually happening, rather than being carried away by stories about what it means or how it should be different. Through meditation practice, we develop what Zen calls clear seeing, the ability to perceive our experience directly without the filter of resistance and judgment. This clear seeing allows us to respond to difficulties from wisdom rather than reactivity. When we're not busy fighting against reality, we have much more energy available for skillful action. The practice of meeting first arrows without shooting second ones develops what Zen calls equanimity. This quality is often misunderstood as emotional numbness or detached indifference. True equanimity is actually a profound stability that can hold the full spectrum of human experience without being dominated by any particular state. It's like being a mountain that remains steady while weather systems move across its peaks. The mountain doesn't resist the storm or cling to the sunshine. It simply provides a stable foundation for whatever weather arises. Similarly, equanimity allows us to be fully present with joy and sorrow, success and failure, pleasure and pain without losing our fundamental groundedness. This doesn't mean we stop having preferences or cease to care about outcomes. Rather, It means our well-being is not entirely dependent on getting what we want or avoiding what we don't want. We can work wholeheartedly toward positive outcomes while maintaining inner stability regardless of results. The farmer in the traditional story embodies this quality perfectly. When his horse runs away, his neighbor declares it terrible luck, but the farmer simply says, maybe. When the horse returns with 3 wild horses, creating apparent good fortune, the farmer again responds with, maybe. This response reflects deep wisdom about the unpredictable nature of existence and the futility of making quick judgments about whether events are ultimately beneficial or harmful. What appears to be a disaster may contain hidden gifts. What seems like great fortune may lead to unexpected challenges. The farmer's equanimity allows him to engage fully with each situation as it unfolds without being thrown off balance by constantly changing circumstances. The 2 arrows teaching provides a practical framework for working with any difficulty. When something challenging occurs, we can ask ourselves, what is the first arrow here, and what second arrows am I adding? If we're dealing with physical pain, the first arrow might be the actual sensations in our body. The second arrows might include anxiety about what the pain means, frustration that it's interfering with our plans, or despair about whether it will ever improve. By clearly distinguishing between the primary experience and our mental additions, we often discover that a significant portion of our suffering is optional. This recognition doesn't minimize the reality of the first arrow. Physical pain is genuinely difficult, but it reveals how much additional suffering we create through our resistance to the pain. When we stop fighting the reality of our experience and instead bring kind attention to what we're actually feeling, something remarkable often happens. The experience becomes workable, even when it remains challenging. We discover reserves of strength and resilience we didn't know we possessed. We find that we can be present with difficulty without being destroyed by it. This capacity to be with challenging experiences without being overwhelmed is one of the greatest gifts of Zen practice. It allows us to face life's inevitable difficulties with courage and grace, rather than being constantly defeated by circumstances beyond our control. The teaching of the 2 arrows ultimately points us toward a profound freedom, not freedom from life's challenges, but freedom in how we meet those challenges. This freedom transforms not only our own experience, but ripples out to affect everyone around us as we become sources of stability and wisdom in an uncertain world. The simple word, maybe, carries within it one of Zen's most profound teachings about the nature of judgment and the unfolding of life. In this ancient story, we witness a farmer who has cultivated something extraordinary, the ability to suspend his immediate reactions to life's apparent fortunes and misfortunes. When his neighbors rush to label events as either wonderful or terrible, the farmer responds with a gentle, maybe, recognizing that the full meaning of any situation may not reveal itself for days, months, or even years. This isn't the response of someone who doesn't care about what happens to him or his family. Rather, it's the wisdom of someone who has observed life closely enough to understand that our initial judgments about events are often incomplete and sometimes completely wrong. The broken leg that seems like a tragedy becomes the very thing that saves his son from military conscription. The returned horses that appear to be great fortune lead directly to the injury. Each event contains within it the seeds of its apparent opposite, and the farmer has learned to hold this paradox with grace. This teaching challenges our deep conditioning to immediately categorize our experiences as either good or bad. We live in a culture that demands instant opinions and quick judgments, but Zen suggests that this rush to label and categorize actually limits our ability to respond wisely to life's complexities. When we can hold our interpretations lightly, we create space for unexpected possibilities to emerge. The farmer's maybe isn't indifference or passivity. It's a form of active wisdom that remains open to life's surprising reversals and hidden connections. True equanimity, the story suggests, doesn't arise from philosophical detachment, but from intimate contact with the changing nature of all experience. This intimacy develops through the patient practice of observing how sensations, emotions, and thoughts continually arise and pass away within our awareness. In meditation, we begin to notice the fluid nature of what we usually take to be solid and permanent. The anger that felt so overwhelming 5 minutes ago has already begun to shift and change. The physical pain that seemed unbearable is revealed to be a constantly moving constellation of sensations rather than a fixed block of suffering. Even our sense of self, which feels so continuous and stable, is discovered to be more like a river than a rock, always flowing, always changing, while maintaining a recognizable pattern. This direct observation of impermanence isn't meant to make us nihilistic or uncaring. Instead, it frees us to engage more fully with life, because we're not constantly trying to make temporary experiences permanent or pushing away difficulties that are already in the process of changing. When we truly understand that pleasant experiences will inevitably end, we can enjoy them more completely without the anxiety of trying to hold on to them forever. When we recognize that difficult experiences will not last forever, we can meet them with greater patience and less resistance. This isn't a mental concept to be believed, but a lived reality to be experienced through sustained attention to the present moment. The practice gradually shifts our identification from being someone who is angry, sad, or afraid to being the awareness in which anger, sadness, and fear arise and pass away. This shift creates tremendous freedom because we're no longer at the mercy of every changing emotional weather pattern. Perhaps even more radical than the teaching about impermanence is Zen's perspective on time itself. While we typically experience time as a linear progression from past through present to future, Zen points to a different dimension of temporal experience that some teachers call being time. This being time isn't measured by clocks and calendars, but by depth of presence and quality of attention. A single moment experienced with complete awareness can contain more life, more satisfaction, more meaning than years lived in distraction and mental absence. Consider the difference between eating a meal while scrolling through your phone, thinking about tomorrow's meetings, and replaying yesterday's conversations, versus eating that same meal with full attention to the flavors, textures, and nourishment it provides. The clock time is identical, but the quality of experience is completely different. In being time, we discover that the present moment isn't a thin slice between past and future, but a dimension of experience with its own richness and fullness. This shift transforms our entire relationship to living. Instead of constantly rushing toward the next thing, perpetually feeling that real life is happening somewhere else or at some other time, we begin to discover the extraordinary depth available in ordinary moments. The man on horseback in the Zen story represents our typical relationship to time, always rushing somewhere, driven by urgency that we can't quite explain. When asked where he's going in such a hurry, his response reveals the absurdity of much of our rushing. He doesn't even know where he's going, but he's in a tremendous hurry to get there. This image captures something essential about modern life. We're often moving very quickly without much clarity about our actual destination. We've become so habituated to speed and urgency that we've forgotten how to inhabit the present moment fully. The practice of being time invites us to step off this runaway horse of habit and discover what becomes available when we're truly here. This doesn't mean we stop planning for the future or learning from the past. It means we engage in these activities from a place of present awareness rather than being lost in mental time travel. When we plan from presence, our planning is more creative and realistic. When we remember from presence, our memories inform us without trapping us in regret or nostalgia. The wisdom of maybe and the art of being time work together to create a life of greater freedom, deeper satisfaction, and more authentic response to whatever circumstances arise. They offer us a way of living that's both more relaxed and more engaged, more accepting and more responsive to the genuine needs of each situation. The ancient parable of the runaway horse reveals one of humanity's most persistent challenges. A rider gallops frantically down a path, and when someone calls out asking where he's going, the rider shouts back, "I don't know, ask the horse." This simple story captures how most of us live our daily lives, carried along by forces we barely recognize, let alone consciously direct. The horse represents the accumulated momentum of our habits, our conditioning, our automatic responses to life circumstances. Like that helpless rider, we often find ourselves swept along by patterns we never deliberately chose, moving through our days on autopilot, while our deeper intentions remain buried beneath the noise of unconscious reactivity. Consider how you moved through yesterday. How many of your actions arose from conscious choice versus automatic habit? Perhaps you reached for your phone the moment you woke up, scrolled through social media while drinking coffee, took the same route to work, responded to emails with familiar phrases, ate lunch while distracted, and fell asleep watching television. Each action might have felt like a choice in the moment, but honest examination often reveals the powerful undertow of unconscious momentum carrying us along. This momentum isn't inherently problematic. Habits serve important functions, allowing us to navigate complex daily routines without exhausting our mental resources on every small decision. The challenge arises when we become completely unconscious passengers, when the horse of habit determines not just our minor routines, but our major life directions as well. We might find ourselves in careers that drain our vitality, relationships that lack genuine connection, or lifestyle patterns that contradict our deepest values, all because we've been following the momentum of past decisions rather than making fresh choices from present awareness. The runaway horse of habit operates through multiple mechanisms that Zen practice helps us recognize and address. First, there's the sheer power of repetition. Neural pathways strengthen through use, making familiar patterns increasingly automatic and unconscious. What begins as a conscious choice gradually becomes an invisible default, operating below the threshold of awareness. Second, there's the momentum of identity. We develop stories about who we are based on past actions and experiences, then feel compelled to act in ways that confirm these self-concepts. The person who identifies as not a morning person continues hitting the snooze button. The individual who sees themselves as bad with money perpetuates financial chaos, and someone who believes they're not creative avoids artistic expression. These identity stories become self-fulfilling prophecies that constrain our possibilities and keep us trapped in outdated patterns. Third, there's the influence of emotional momentum. Unprocessed emotions from past experiences create reactive patterns that get triggered by present circumstances. An early experience of rejection might create a lifelong pattern of emotional withdrawal, while childhood criticism might fuel adult perfectionism or people-pleasing behaviors. These emotional patterns operate like invisible puppet strings, pulling us into familiar responses regardless of whether they serve our current situation. Zen practice represents a gentle but radical rebellion against unconscious living. Through developing present moment awareness, we begin to catch ourselves in the act of automatic behavior, creating tiny spaces of choice where none existed before. This awakening doesn't happen all at once, but through countless small moments of recognition. We notice the impulse to check our phone and pause. We feel anger arising and create space before reacting. We recognize the familiar story our mind is telling and question its validity. Each moment of awareness weakens the grip of unconscious momentum and strengthens our capacity for conscious response. The practice of Zazen, or sitting meditation, serves as a laboratory for observing these automatic patterns in a controlled environment. As we sit quietly, we witness the endless stream of thoughts, emotions, and sensations that usually carry us away without our noticing. We see how the mind jumps from past to future, how it creates stories about simple experiences, how it generates preferences and aversions that color our perception of reality. This witnessing doesn't involve judging or trying to stop these mental processes, but simply observing them with kind attention. Through this observation, we begin to recognize that we are not our thoughts, not our emotions, not our habitual patterns. We discover the spacious awareness that can hold all these experiences without being defined or driven by them. This recognition creates the foundation for conscious choice. When we're no longer completely identified with our mental and emotional patterns, we gain the freedom to respond rather than simply react. We can feel anger without being consumed by it, experience fear without being paralyzed by it, notice desire without being compelled by it. This doesn't mean we become emotionless or detached, but rather that we develop the capacity to feel fully while maintaining our ability to choose how we respond. Reclaiming conscious choice doesn't mean trying to control every aspect of our experience or forcing our lives into rigid predetermined patterns. True conscious living resembles skillful sailing more than mechanical steering. A skilled sailor doesn't fight against the wind, but learns to work with natural forces, adjusting the sails and rudder to harness available energy while maintaining clarity about the desired destination. Similarly, conscious living involves developing sensitivity to the conditions of our lives while maintaining clear intention about our fundamental direction. We learn to read the winds of circumstance, the currents of emotion, the weather patterns of our relationships and work. We become responsive rather than reactive, able to adjust our approach while staying aligned with our deeper values and aspirations. This responsive awareness requires developing what Zen calls don't know mind. Instead of approaching each situation with predetermined solutions based on past experience, we cultivate openness to fresh possibilities. We hold our plans lightly, ready to adapt when circumstances change or new information emerges. This flexibility doesn't indicate weakness or lack of direction, but rather the strength that comes from being rooted in present awareness rather than past conditioning. Conscious navigation also involves regular periods of reflection and recalibration. Just as sailors periodically check their position and adjust their course, we benefit from creating space to examine our lives with honest awareness. Are our daily actions aligned with our stated values? Are we moving toward what we truly want, or simply away from what we fear? Are we making choices from clarity and love, or from anxiety and habit? These questions aren't meant to generate self-judgment, but to provide information that supports more conscious decision-making. The journey from unconscious momentum to conscious choice is itself a gradual process that requires patience and self-compassion. We don't transform overnight from helpless riders to skillful navigators. Instead, we gradually develop the capacity to notice when we're being carried away by the horse of habit and the skill to gently take back the reins. Each moment of awareness, each conscious choice, each pause between stimulus and response contributes to this growing freedom. Over time, we discover that conscious living doesn't require constant vigilance or exhausting effort, but rather a quality of relaxed attention that allows us to remain present with whatever arises while maintaining our capacity to respond from wisdom rather than reactivity. This is the gift that Zen practice offers, the possibility of living with greater intentionality, deeper satisfaction, and more authentic alignment between our actions and our heart's deepest knowing. The ancient Zen saying puts it perfectly: It's like riding an ox in search of an ox. The very capacity for seeking is evidence that what we're looking for is already here. This profound metaphor reveals one of the most fundamental misunderstandings in spiritual seeking. We spend years, sometimes decades, searching for enlightenment, peace, or awakening as if these were distant treasures hidden in some remote location. Yet the awareness that enables us to search, the consciousness that recognizes our dissatisfaction and yearns for something deeper, is itself the very thing we're seeking. It's comparable to a person frantically searching for their glasses while wearing them, or looking everywhere for keys that are already in their hand. The ox we're riding represents our inherent Buddha nature, our original face, the pure awareness that has never been absent for even a moment. In our daily lives, we often miss this fundamental truth because our attention is habitually directed outward toward objects and experiences, or inward toward thoughts and emotions. We become so fascinated by the contents of consciousness that we overlook consciousness itself. We seldom notice the awareness itself in which all these phenomena appear. This is perhaps the most overlooked aspect of human experience, the very ground of being that makes all perception possible. It's like looking so intently at the content of a movie that we forget the screen on which it's projected. The screen remains unchanged, whether displaying scenes of romance, violence, comedy, or tragedy. Similarly, our awareness remains constant whether we're experiencing joy, sorrow, anger, or peace. The screen doesn't resist violent scenes or cling to beautiful ones. It simply allows all images to appear and disappear without being fundamentally altered by their content. Zen practice helps us recognize the screen of awareness not as an abstract concept, but as our most immediate moment-to-moment experience. This recognition isn't something we achieve through intense effort or complex philosophical understanding. Rather, it's a natural noticing that occurs when we stop being exclusively absorbed in the drama of our thoughts and emotions. In Zazen, as we sit quietly observing the rising and falling of breath, the coming and going of thoughts, we begin to notice that which is observing. This noticing isn't something we can grasp or control, but a natural recognition that arises when we stop identifying exclusively with the contents of consciousness. The breath comes and goes, thoughts arise and pass away, sounds appear and fade, yet something remains constant throughout all these changes. That constant presence is not a thing or object, but the very capacity for experience itself. A Zen teacher compared this recognition to walking into a room where a television is playing an intense drama. If we're immediately absorbed in the story, we might experience strong emotions about the characters and their predicaments. We might find ourselves worried about the protagonist, angry at the villain, or heartbroken by a tragic scene. But if we maintain awareness that this is just a show, we can still appreciate the drama without being completely taken over by it. We can enjoy the skillful acting, appreciate the cinematography, and follow the plot while remembering that it's a fictional story unfolding on a screen. Similarly, Zen practice helps us recognize that our thoughts and emotions are real but not ultimately defining, like weather patterns moving through the sky of awareness. The anger, fear, joy, or excitement we experience are genuine phenomena, just as the images on the television screen are real images, but they are temporary appearances within something much more vast and stable. This recognition doesn't make us detached or dissociated from our experience. Paradoxically, it allows for greater intimacy with what's happening in each moment. When we're not identified with every thought and feeling that arises, we can be with experience more directly without the overlay of self-referential thinking that creates separation. We discover that we are both the awareness and the experience within it, both the sky and the weather. This non-dual understanding is at the heart of Zen teaching and practice. It's expressed most clearly in the Heart Sutra's enigmatic teaching that form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Form refers to the physical, tangible aspects of reality, our bodies, trees, mountains, clouds, the entire material world we perceive through our senses. Emptiness refers not to nothingness, but to the ungraspable, fluid nature of reality, its lack of fixed, independent existence. To say that form is emptiness means that nothing in the physical world exists as a separate, unchanging entity. Everything we perceive is in constant flux, arising through countless interconnected causes and conditions. To say that emptiness is form means that this flowing, ungraspable reality manifests as the very tangible world we experience moment by moment. Consider a wave in the ocean. The wave appears to be a distinct entity with its own shape, size, and movement. Yet the wave is nothing other than ocean water temporarily taking this particular form. The wave cannot exist independently of the ocean, and the ocean expresses itself through countless waves. Similarly, our individual experiences and even our sense of personal identity are like waves in the ocean of pure awareness. We appear to be separate beings having our own unique thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. Yet closer investigation reveals that all experience arises within and as expressions of the same fundamental consciousness. This understanding transforms how we relate to both pleasant and difficult experiences. When we recognize that painful emotions are temporary waves in the ocean of awareness, we can allow them to be present without being overwhelmed. When we understand that our happiest moments are also temporary expressions of this same awareness, we can enjoy them fully without desperately trying to make them permanent. The ox we've been seeking was carrying us all along. The wave metaphor reveals something profound about the nature of our existence that transforms how we understand ourselves and our experiences. When we observe a wave in the ocean, we witness a fascinating paradox that mirrors our own human condition. From one perspective, each wave appears completely distinct and separate, with its own unique characteristics, height, shape, and movement pattern. Yet from a deeper perspective, we recognize that the wave is never actually separate from the ocean itself. It is made entirely of water, continuously changing form, and will eventually merge back into the vastness from which it temporarily arose. This same principle applies to every aspect of our human experience, our thoughts, emotions, sensations, and even our sense of individual self. When we truly understand this wave-ocean relationship, it fundamentally transforms how we relate to both pleasant and difficult experiences in our lives. Our most challenging emotions, anger, fear, grief, anxiety, jealousy, are like waves that arise within the ocean of our consciousness. They have their moment of intensity, their particular characteristics and energy, but they are temporary manifestations rather than permanent fixtures of who we are. Similarly, our most joyful experiences, moments of love, peace, excitement, creativity, are also waves that arise and eventually subside within this same boundless awareness. This understanding liberates us from the exhausting cycle of clinging to pleasant states and resisting unpleasant ones. When difficult emotions arise, we don't need to suppress them through distraction or willpower, nor do we need to be completely overwhelmed and swept away by their intensity. Instead, we can learn to recognize them as temporary visitors, allowing them to move through us with awareness and compassion. We can observe their arising, their peak intensity, and their natural dissolution, all while maintaining our connection to the deeper stillness that remains constant throughout these changes. This perspective doesn't minimize the reality of our experiences or suggest that we should become emotionally numb. Rather, it offers us a more spacious way of being with whatever arises, knowing that no emotional state, however intense, is the final word about who we are. A famous Zen story perfectly illustrates this transformative understanding of our relationship to difficult emotions. A sincere monk approached his teacher, deeply troubled by persistent feelings of anger that seemed completely incompatible with his spiritual aspirations and practice. "Master," he said with genuine distress, "I keep experiencing anger despite all my years of meditation and study. These feelings seem to contradict everything I'm trying to cultivate through spiritual practice. What should I do about this anger that keeps arising?" The wise teacher looked at him with compassionate eyes and replied, "Show me this anger right now." The monk paused, examining his present moment experience, and admitted, "Well, I'm not feeling angry at this exact moment, but it keeps arising at different times throughout my days." The teacher smiled knowingly and said, "So you see it's not actually you. This anger visits you sometimes, but it's not your permanent identity or who you fundamentally are. When it arises again, I want you to look at it very closely with the same attention you would give to studying a fascinating natural phenomenon. Examine its nature carefully. Notice where it seems to come from and observe where it eventually goes. Don't fight against it or follow it into reactive behavior, but simply watch it with kind, curious attention, and you'll discover its true and permanent nature." This teaching points to a profound shift in how we can relate to our entire inner landscape of thoughts, emotions, and sensations. Instead of identifying completely with emotions, thinking I am angry or I am sad, we learn to observe them with the detached curiosity of a scientist studying weather patterns. Instead of rejecting difficult emotions as unwanted intruders that shouldn't be present in a spiritual person's experience, we develop the capacity to observe them with genuine curiosity and compassion. We begin to recognize all emotions as temporary visitors in what the 13th century Persian poet Rumi called the guest house of consciousness. Rumi captured this welcoming attitude toward all experience in his beloved poem, The Guest House, which has become a cornerstone teaching in mindfulness and contemplative traditions. "This being human is a guest house," he wrote. "Every morning brings a new arrival. A joy, a depression, a meanness, some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor to our inner dwelling. Welcome and entertain them all, even if they arrive as a crowd of sorrows who violently sweep your house empty of its familiar furniture. Still treat each guest honorably, for each visitor may be clearing you out for some new delight that couldn't enter while the old patterns remained. Meet the dark thought, the shame, the malice at the door laughing, and invite them in with genuine hospitality. Be grateful for whoever comes, because each emotional visitor has been sent as a guide from the deeper wisdom of existence itself." This welcoming stance toward all experience represents the heart of mature spiritual practice. It doesn't mean we become passive or fail to take appropriate action when needed. Rather, it means we stop adding the extra layer of suffering that comes from resisting what is already present in our experience. When we can hold our emotions with this kind of spacious awareness, we discover that they naturally arise, peak, and dissolve on their own, like waves returning to the ocean. This understanding transforms not only our relationship to our own inner experience, but also how we relate to others who are struggling with difficult emotions. We can offer genuine presence and compassion because we recognize their suffering as temporary waves in the same ocean of consciousness that we all share. The heart of Zen practice lies not in passive acceptance of harmful situations or indulgent permission for destructive impulses, but in cultivating a quality of open awareness that allows us to respond skillfully rather than react habitually. This distinction between responding and reacting represents one of the most practical and transformative aspects of Zen training. When we react, we are driven by unconscious patterns, old conditioning, and automatic emotional responses that often escalate situations unnecessarily. When we respond, we engage with the present moment from a place of clarity and choice, drawing upon our deeper wisdom rather than our immediate impulses. Consider how profoundly different our experience becomes when we recognize anger as a temporary visitor, rather than a defining aspect of our identity. Most of us have been conditioned to relate to anger in one of two equally problematic ways. We either identify completely with the emotion, declaring, "I am angry," and allowing that state to drive our words and actions, or we reject the feeling entirely, insisting, "I shouldn't be angry," and trying to suppress or deny what we're experiencing. Both approaches create unnecessary suffering and limit our capacity for wise action. Zen offers a third way, a middle path that neither indulges nor suppresses, but simply observes. Instead of saying, "I am angry," we might notice, "Anger is arising." This seemingly subtle shift in language reflects a profound transformation in our relationship to emotional experience. When we observe anger arising, we create space around the emotion rather than collapsing into it or pushing it away. We can feel the bodily sensations that accompany anger, the heat spreading through our chest, the tension gathering in our shoulders, the surge of energy that wants to move outward. We can notice these physical manifestations without automatically acting from that energized state or judging ourselves harshly for having the experience in the first place. This capacity to be with experience without being defined by it develops gradually through consistent meditation practice. As we sit quietly day after day, observing the natural rhythm of our breath and allowing thoughts and emotions to arise and pass away without following them or fighting them, we train ourselves in an entirely new relationship to experience. Rather than being tossed around by every mental and emotional wave, we learn to rest in the spacious awareness that can hold all phenomena without being disturbed by any of them. This training in spacious awareness gradually extends beyond our formal, sitting practice into the countless interactions and challenges of everyday life. We begin to notice something that was previously invisible to us: the brief but crucial space that exists between stimulus and response, between what happens to us and how we choose to meet it. Viktor Frankl, the Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, identified this space as the source of human freedom and dignity. In that moment of pause, however brief, lies our capacity to choose our response, rather than being driven by unconscious reactivity. We develop the ability to ask ourselves a simple but profound question in difficult moments: what's needed here? This question shifts us from automatic pilot to conscious engagement, from being victims of our circumstances to being creative participants in our lives. Rather than being driven by habitual patterns that may have served us in the past, but no longer fit our current situation, we discover that true freedom isn't found in controlling our external circumstances, which is often impossible anyway, but in how we choose to meet whatever arises. The river crossing story that illuminates this teaching involves two monks traveling together who encounter a beautiful young woman stranded at a riverbank, unable to cross the swift current on her own. Though their monastic vows strictly forbade physical contact with women, the older monk immediately lifted the woman onto his back, carried her safely across the river, and gently set her down on the opposite shore. The two monks then continued their journey in complete silence for several hours, the younger monk growing increasingly agitated as he wrestled with what he had witnessed. Finally, unable to contain his distress any longer, the younger monk burst out, "How could you carry that woman? We're not supposed to touch women. You violated our vows." The older monk looked at his companion with gentle eyes and replied, "I put her down at the riverbank hours ago. Are you still carrying her?" This story illuminates the profound freedom that emerges when we respond appropriately to each situation as it arises without being bound by rigid mental rules or continuing to carry unnecessary psychological burdens long after the moment has passed. The younger monk had become trapped in his ideas about what should have happened, his mind spinning endless stories about right and wrong, proper and improper behavior. Meanwhile, the elder monk had simply recognized what was needed in that particular moment, a human being requiring assistance, and had responded with spontaneous compassion before returning his attention fully to the present journey. He carried no mental residue from the encounter, no self-congratulation for his kindness, no worry about whether his action had been appropriate. He had acted from his deepest understanding of what it means to be truly helpful, and then he had completely let go of the action and its results. This capacity to act wholeheartedly and then release our attachment to both the action and its outcomes represents one of the highest expressions of spiritual maturity. The mental freedom demonstrated by the elder monk doesn't come from abandoning ethical principles or moral guidelines, but rather from internalizing them so deeply that they inform our spontaneous responses, rather than functioning as rigid external rules that constrain our natural compassion. When our ethics become truly embodied, we no longer need to think our way through every situation, weighing pros and cons and consulting mental rule books. Instead, we respond from the integrated wisdom of our whole being, trusting that our deepest understanding will guide us toward appropriate action. This is the freedom that Zen practice cultivates, not the freedom to do whatever we want without consequences, but the freedom to respond to life from our clearest understanding and deepest compassion, moment by moment, without carrying the weight of past actions or future worries into each fresh encounter with reality. When the great Chinese Zen master Linji proclaimed, "If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him," he delivered one of the most startling and liberating teachings in all of spiritual literature. This shocking statement has nothing to do with literal violence and everything to do with the profound danger of turning even our most sacred teachings into rigid idols that block direct experience. The Buddha on the road represents any external authority, concept, or teaching that we place between ourselves and immediate reality. Even the most sublime spiritual insights can become obstacles when we cling to them as fixed truths, rather than using them as stepping stones toward direct perception. This teaching points to a fundamental paradox in spiritual development. We need teachings and guidance to begin our journey, yet we must eventually release our grip on these very teachings to complete it. It's like using a boat to cross a river, then carrying that boat on our backs for the rest of the journey. The boat served its purpose, but continuing to carry it becomes a burden that prevents us from walking freely. In Zen practice, this means learning to hold all concepts lightly, including the concept of Zen itself. The moment we turn any teaching into a rigid doctrine that must be followed without question, we've created another form of mental prison. True spiritual freedom requires the courage to question everything, even our most cherished beliefs about awakening. This doesn't mean becoming cynical or dismissive of wisdom teachings. Rather, it means using them skillfully as tools for direct investigation, rather than as final authorities. The difference is subtle but crucial. When we use a teaching as a tool, we pick it up when it's helpful and set it down when it's not. When we treat a teaching as an idol, we carry it everywhere, even when it's inappropriate or limiting. The ultimate aim of all Zen practice points toward recognizing what traditions call Buddha nature, or our original face. This isn't about becoming someone different or achieving some special spiritual status. It's about recognizing what has always been present beneath the layers of conditioning, social programming, and mental confusion that obscure our true nature. Your original face is who you were before you learned to be anxious about the future or regretful about the past. It's the awareness that exists before thoughts arise and remains after they pass away. It's the part of you that has remained unchanged through all the transformations of your life, from childhood through whatever age you are now. This recognition doesn't happen once in a dramatic moment of enlightenment, though such moments certainly occur. More commonly, It unfolds gradually through countless small moments of clarity that slowly become more stable and inform more aspects of daily life. You might catch a glimpse while washing dishes and suddenly realize you are not separate from the warm water flowing over your hands, or while walking in nature. The boundary between yourself and the forest might temporarily dissolve, revealing a deeper unity that was always there. These moments of recognition accumulate over time, like drops of water eventually filling a bucket. Each instance of clear seeing builds on the previous ones, gradually establishing a more stable foundation of awakened awareness. The Zen path is never about reaching a final destination where all seeking ends and perfect understanding is achieved. Instead, it's an ongoing process of awakening, of seeing more and more clearly the nature of reality and our intimate connection with it. This process-oriented approach removes the pressure to achieve some imagined state of permanent enlightenment. Instead, it invites us to appreciate each moment of clarity as complete in itself while remaining open to deeper understanding. In our contemporary world, most spiritual practitioners are not monastics living in secluded retreat centers. We're ordinary people trying to balance spiritual development with careers, relationships, family responsibilities, and the countless demands of modern life. Zen offers particular wisdom for this situation because it doesn't ask us to renounce the world in order to find spiritual fulfillment. Instead, it teaches us to engage with ordinary life more fully and clearly. Rather than creating a separation between sacred and secular activities, Zen reveals the sacred dimension that exists within every moment and every task. This perspective can completely transform our relationship to work. Instead of seeing our job merely as a means to earn money or achieve social status, we can approach each task as an opportunity for complete engagement and expression of care. Whether you're preparing a meal, writing a business report, caring for a child, or cleaning your living space, you can bring the same quality of mindful presence that you cultivate during formal meditation. The key is wholehearted engagement rather than divided attention. There's a beautiful story of a Zen master who was renowned throughout the region for his extraordinary presence and unshakable peace. Students and visitors would travel great distances just to spend time in his company and absorb something of his remarkable clarity. One day, a curious visitor asked him about his secret spiritual practices, expecting to hear about elaborate meditation techniques or esoteric teachings. The master replied simply, "When I eat, I eat. When I walk, I walk. When I sleep, I sleep." The questioner looked puzzled and responded, "But that's what everyone does. What makes your practice so special?" The master smiled gently and said, "No, that's not what most people do. Most people eat while thinking about their work problems. They work while fantasizing about their next vacation. They go to bed with their minds racing through everything they didn't accomplish that day. They're never fully present for their actual lives." This complete presence, this wholehearted engagement with whatever activity is happening right now, represents the very heart of Zen practice. It's not about achieving some extraordinary altered state of consciousness. It's about removing the mental veils and habitual distractions that prevent us from experiencing the extraordinary richness that already exists within ordinary life. Every moment offers this possibility of complete engagement. The question is whether we're awake enough to recognize and embrace it. When we're fully present for the simple act of drinking a cup of tea, of listening to a friend, or feeling the breeze on our skin, we touch a dimension of being that is inherently peaceful and complete. This isn't some mystical achievement reserved for advanced practitioners sitting on mountaintops. It's the natural result of removing the mental static that usually drowns out our direct experience of life. Think about the last time you truly tasted your morning coffee, rather than just consuming it while scrolling through your phone or planning your day. In that moment of complete attention, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. The warmth of the cup in your hands, the aroma rising with the steam, the complex flavors unfolding on your tongue. Suddenly this simple ritual reveals layers of richness that were always there, waiting to be noticed. This quality of presence transforms our relationships in profound ways. So much of our interaction with others is filtered through our projections, assumptions, and preoccupations. We often don't truly see the person before us, but our idea of who they are. We relate to our mental construct of our spouse, our child, our coworker, rather than the living, breathing, ever-changing human being standing in front of us. These mental overlays create a kind of veil between us and others. We might think we know exactly what our partner is going to say before they speak, or assume we understand our teenager's motivations without really listening. These assumptions, even when well-intentioned, prevent genuine connection. Zen practice helps us set aside these mental constructs and meet each person freshly with genuine curiosity and openness. A Zen teaching on this topic advises, when you listen to someone, listen as if they are revealing the secrets of the universe to you. This isn't hyperbole. It's pointing to the profound mystery of consciousness meeting consciousness. Every person carries within them a unique perspective shaped by countless experiences, insights, and struggles that we can never fully comprehend. When we approach others with this sense of wonder, rather than assumption, our conversations become explorations rather than confirmations of what we think we already know. This attitude of complete attention is one of the greatest gifts we can offer another person. Think about how it feels when someone truly listens to you, not waiting for their turn to speak, not formulating advice or judgments, but simply present with what you're sharing. There's a quality of spaciousness in such moments, a feeling of being held by awareness itself. The experience of being truly seen and heard without judgment or agenda creates a kind of sanctuary where authentic communication becomes possible. In our hyperconnected yet often superficial world, this depth of attention has become increasingly rare and therefore increasingly precious. Most of us are hungry for this quality of presence, even if we can't articulate what we're missing. We scroll through endless social media feeds looking for connection, yet often feel more isolated than ever. The antidote isn't more communication, but deeper communication. The kind that emerges when we bring our full attention to the person before us. This quality of listening extends to ourselves as well. Many of us carry a harsh inner critic that constantly judges and finds us lacking. This internal voice might sound like a disapproving parent, a perfectionist teacher, or simply the accumulated weight of cultural expectations about how we should be. It comments on our appearance, criticizes our decisions, and maintains a running commentary on all the ways we fall short of some imagined standard. Zen practice helps us recognize this voice, not as truth, but as conditioned thinking. Just as we might notice traffic noise in the background without being disturbed by it, we can learn to observe our critical thoughts without automatically believing or being defined by them. This doesn't happen overnight. The inner critic often has decades of practice and can be quite persistent. But as we develop the capacity to observe thoughts without automatically believing them, we create space for a more compassionate relationship with ourselves. We begin to see that these harsh judgments are often inherited patterns rather than accurate assessments. The voice that tells us we're not good enough might actually be our grandmother's anxiety about social approval, or our father's fear of failure, or our culture's obsession with productivity. Once we recognize these patterns as conditioned responses rather than ultimate truths, we can begin to relate to them differently. This self-compassion isn't about indulgence or lowering standards, but about relating to ourselves with the same kindness and understanding we would offer a good friend. When a friend makes a mistake, We don't typically respond with harsh criticism and contempt. We might offer perspective, encouragement, or practical support. We recognize their humanity, including their inevitable mistakes and imperfections, without using them as grounds for condemnation. Extending this same quality of understanding to ourselves creates the inner conditions for genuine growth and healing. The Zen perspective on effort is particularly valuable in our culture of striving and achievement. Many of us have been conditioned to believe that trying harder is always the answer, that force of will can overcome any obstacle. This approach works well for certain tasks, lifting weights, learning multiplication tables, or meeting deadlines. But there are entire dimensions of human experience that don't respond to forceful effort and may actually be hindered by it. Zen offers a different perspective, what might be called effortless effort or non-doing. This doesn't mean passivity or laziness, but a quality of engagement that isn't driven by striving or dominated by the sense of a separate self making things happen. Consider the difference between trying to fall asleep and allowing sleep to happen. The harder we try to force ourselves to sleep, the more elusive it becomes. Sleep requires a kind of letting go, a release of the controlling mind that allows natural processes to unfold. Similarly, trying to force a creative solution often keeps us locked in habitual thinking patterns. But when we step back, allow space, and approach the situation with openness rather than grasping, insight often arises spontaneously. This principle applies to many aspects of life. Often our very effort to solve a problem keeps us locked in patterns that perpetuate it. The person struggling with anxiety, who tries to control every aspect of their environment, may actually increase their anxiety. The parent who tries to force their child to be happy may create more resistance and conflict. The spiritual seeker who grasps after enlightenment may miss the awakening that's already present. When we step back, allow space, and approach situations with what Zen calls don't know mind, we create conditions for wisdom and appropriate action to emerge naturally. This doesn't mean we become passive or stop caring about outcomes. Rather, we learn to engage wholeheartedly while holding our goals lightly, creating space for solutions and possibilities we couldn't have imagined from our limited perspective. This art of effortless effort becomes a way of dancing with life rather than wrestling with it, finding the current of natural wisdom that flows beneath the surface of our striving and allowing it to carry us forward. The story of the well-meaning man and the butterfly reveals one of Zen's most profound teachings about the nature of growth and the wisdom of non-interference. When we witness struggle, whether in ourselves or others, our immediate impulse is often to intervene, to fix, to make things easier. Yet this beautiful parable shows us that what appears to be suffering may actually be the very process that creates strength and capability. The butterfly's struggle against the cocoon serves a biological purpose that the observer couldn't see. Each push against the confining walls forces vital fluids into the developing wings, creating the strength necessary for flight. Without this resistance, without this apparent difficulty, the butterfly emerges weak and unable to fulfill its nature. This teaching extends far beyond the natural world, into every aspect of human development and spiritual growth. In Zen understanding, difficulty is not an interruption of life, but an essential part of it. We live in a culture that often treats struggle as a problem to be solved rather than a teacher to be honored. Yet, when we examine our own lives honestly, we often find that our greatest periods of growth came through times of challenge and uncertainty. The death of a relationship forces us to discover our own completeness. The loss of a job opens possibilities we never would have considered. An illness teaches us about the preciousness of health and the depth of our resilience. This doesn't mean we should seek out suffering or romanticize pain. Rather, it means learning to meet difficulty with curiosity rather than resistance, asking not, Why is this happening to me? But what is this here to teach? The butterfly story also reveals the subtle arrogance that can hide within our desire to help. The man assumed he knew better than nature's process, that his intervention would improve upon millions of years of evolutionary wisdom. How often do we make similar assumptions about the difficulties in our own lives or the struggles of those we love? We want to rescue our children from disappointment, our friends from heartbreak, ourselves from uncertainty. Yet sometimes the most loving thing we can do is to trust the process, to offer presence and support without trying to eliminate the very experiences that may be most necessary for growth. This teaching about non-interference doesn't advocate for callous indifference or abandoning those in need. Instead, it points to the development of wisdom that can discern when help is truly helpful and when it might actually hinder natural development. A skilled teacher knows when to offer guidance and when to allow students to discover answers for themselves. A wise parent learns the delicate balance between protection and allowing children to develop resilience through age, appropriate challenges. A compassionate friend offers presence and listening rather than immediately rushing to solve problems. This discernment comes not from rigid rules, but from cultivating sensitivity to each unique situation. It requires us to set aside our own anxiety about witnessing struggle and tune into what is actually needed in each moment. Sometimes the most supportive action is to create a safe container for someone's process rather than trying to change or fix their experience. Other times, practical help or intervention is exactly what's needed. The key is learning to respond from wisdom rather than our own discomfort with difficulty. This wisdom develops through our own relationship with struggle. When we learn to meet our own challenges with presence rather than resistance, we naturally develop the capacity to hold space for others' difficulties without being overwhelmed by the urge to fix or rescue. The Master's teaching about seeking peace with uncertainty rather than certainty in an uncertain world points to one of Zen's most revolutionary insights. Most of our suffering comes not from uncertainty itself, but from our resistance to uncertainty. We exhaust ourselves trying to control outcomes, predict futures, and eliminate risks that are simply part of being alive. This constant battle against uncertainty creates a background anxiety that colors all our experiences. Even when things are going well, we worry about when they might change. Even in moments of joy, we're haunted by the knowledge that nothing lasts forever. Zen offers a different approach entirely. Instead of trying to create certainty in an inherently uncertain world, we can develop the capacity to be at peace with not knowing. This doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to plan for the future. Rather, it means holding our plans lightly, preparing for various possibilities, while remaining open to outcomes we couldn't have anticipated. When we stop fighting uncertainty, we discover that it's not actually the enemy we thought it was. Uncertainty is what makes growth possible, what allows for surprise and discovery, what keeps life dynamic and interesting. The unknown contains not just potential dangers, but also potential gifts, opportunities, and connections we couldn't have imagined. This shift in relationship to uncertainty transforms our entire approach to life. Instead of moving through the world defensively, trying to control and predict, we can move with curiosity and openness. Instead of seeing change as a threat to be resisted, we can recognize it as the very nature of existence, the creative force that allows for renewal and transformation. The stable awareness that the Master points to is not found in external circumstances, but in the consciousness that observes all changing experiences. This awareness remains constant whether we're happy or sad, successful or struggling, healthy or ill. It's the sky that remains unchanged whether the weather is stormy or clear. When we learn to rest in this awareness, rather than being tossed about by the content of our experience, we find a ground of being that provides genuine security. This security doesn't depend on controlling life, but on recognizing our fundamental okay-ness regardless of what life brings. From this place of inner stability, we can engage fully with life's uncertainties without being overwhelmed by them. We can care deeply about outcomes while holding them lightly, invest ourselves wholeheartedly while remaining open to whatever emerges. This is the butterfly's wisdom made practical in human life. Just as the butterfly must struggle to develop the strength for flight, we too must learn to navigate uncertainty, to develop the inner resources that allow us to soar. The cocoon of our familiar patterns and controlled environments may feel safe, but true freedom comes from developing wings strong enough to carry us into the unknown. In Western cultures, death is a taboo subject, something to be avoided or denied. This avoidance creates an undercurrent of anxiety that affects how we live, like a shadow we refuse to acknowledge, but that nonetheless shapes our every movement. Zen takes a different approach, encouraging direct contemplation of death, not as a morbid fixation, but as a way to clarify what truly matters and to appreciate the preciousness of life. This practice, known as Maranasati, or death contemplation, has been central to Buddhist practice for over 2,000 years. The Buddha himself encouraged his followers to reflect regularly on the certainty of death and the uncertainty of its timing. A Zen story tells of a wealthy man who spent his life accumulating possessions and status, while neglecting his family and his own well-being. His days were consumed with board meetings, investment strategies, and the endless pursuit of more wealth and recognition. He owned multiple homes, luxury cars, and artwork worth millions, yet he rarely took time to actually enjoy any of these acquisitions. His children grew up with nannies while he traveled constantly for business. His wife learned to find fulfillment in her own activities, as he was perpetually distracted, even when physically present. When he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, the ground beneath his carefully constructed life suddenly shifted. He realized that none of his achievements could accompany him beyond death. The stock portfolios, real estate holdings, and social connections that had defined his identity became suddenly irrelevant. In his final months, he discovered what truly mattered: the love of his family, who gathered around him with forgiveness and compassion despite years of emotional absence; the beauty of the natural world, which he began to notice for the first time in decades during slow walks in his garden; the peace of a quiet mind, cultivated through meditation as he learned to sit with his fear and uncertainty. Though his time was short, he found greater fulfillment in those months than in decades of chasing external success. This story points to how the recognition of our mortality can clarify our priorities and free us from trivial concerns. When we remember that our time is limited, we're less likely to waste it on resentment, pointless conflict, or pursuits that don't align with our deepest values. The awareness of death acts like a powerful filter, helping us distinguish between what is essential and what is merely urgent or socially expected. Zen monasteries traditionally include regular contemplation of death as part of training. Monks might meditate in charnel grounds or keep skulls as reminders of impermanence. This isn't to create fear or despair, but to penetrate the illusion of permanence that keeps us living superficially. Modern practitioners can adapt this practice by spending time in cemeteries, volunteering with hospice patients, or simply reflecting regularly on the fact that everyone we love, including ourselves, will eventually die. As one Zen saying puts it, "Die before you die and be completely free." This enigmatic instruction points to the freedom that comes from letting go of our attachment to a fixed self-image before our physical death. It means releasing the limiting identities we've constructed, the stories about who we are and who we must be, and discovering the boundless awareness that remains when all these constructions fall away. To die before we die is to practice letting go of our grip on life while we still have the opportunity to learn from the process. This contemplation of death also heightens our appreciation for the gift of life. When we truly understand that each day is not guaranteed, that each encounter with a loved one could be our last, ordinary moments take on extraordinary significance. A meal shared with family becomes a sacred communion rather than a rushed obligation. A conversation with a friend transforms from casual interaction into precious connection. Even the simple experience of breathing and moving become occasions for gratitude and wonder. The morning coffee tastes richer when we remember it may be among our last 1,000 cups. The sunset appears more magnificent when we consider how few we may witness. The Zen approach to aging is similarly transformative. In a culture obsessed with youth and physical perfection, aging is often seen as a decline, to be resisted through cosmetic interventions and anti-aging remedies. We spend billions of dollars trying to hide the natural signs of time's passage, as if wrinkles and grey hair were moral failures rather than evidence of a life lived. Zen offers a different perspective, seeing the later stages of life as an opportunity for deepening wisdom and simplicity. There's a lightening that can occur with age, a natural shedding of the unnecessary burdens we carried when we believed we had unlimited time to figure everything out. Physical limitations that might seem like losses can actually become invitations to discover inner resources we never knew we possessed. There's a Zen story about an old master who was asked by a student, "What is the secret of your contentment in old age?" The master replied, "I have learned the art of subtraction." When the student looked confused, the master explained, "In youth, we believe happiness comes from adding things to our lives. More possessions, more achievements, more experiences, more relationships. But true contentment comes from discovering what we can live without. Each year, I find I need less to be happy. Less approval, less comfort, less control over outcomes. This isn't deprivation, it's liberation. The less I need, the more I can appreciate what I have." This teaching reveals how aging can be a natural spiritual practice, gradually freeing us from the attachments that once seemed so important. The elderly often report that things that once caused tremendous stress, like social status or material success, simply matter less. This isn't resignation or defeat, but a kind of wisdom that comes from having lived long enough to see the temporary nature of most concerns. Both death contemplation and the aging process teach us about embracing uncertainty, another cornerstone of Zen practice. Our culture promotes the illusion that we can control outcomes through proper planning, insurance policies, and preventive measures. While these practical preparations have their place, they can also feed the delusion that life is ultimately predictable and manageable. Zen practice helps us develop comfort with not knowing what comes next. This isn't passive resignation, but active engagement with life's fundamental uncertainty. When we stop demanding guarantees about the future, we can invest our full attention in the present moment, which is the only place where life actually occurs. The practice of sitting with uncertainty builds a kind of spiritual muscle, developing our capacity to remain centered, even when we cannot see the path ahead. This skill becomes invaluable during major life transitions, health crises, economic upheavals, or any of the countless situations where our usual coping strategies prove inadequate. Through regular meditation and contemplation of impermanence, we learn to find stability not in external circumstances, but in the awareness that observes all circumstances. This awareness remains constant, even as everything else changes, providing a refuge that cannot be taken away by aging, illness, loss, or even death itself. The recognition of our shared mortality also deepens our compassion for others. When we remember that everyone we encounter is facing the same fundamental uncertainty about life and death, our petty judgments and competitive attitudes naturally soften. We're all in the same boat, navigating the mystery of existence with limited information and no guarantees about the outcome. This shared vulnerability becomes a source of connection rather than isolation, reminding us that our struggles are not unique personal failures, but part of the universal human condition. The Elder's words reveal a profound transformation that comes not from accumulating more experiences or achievements, but from learning the art of letting go. When he speaks of trying to grasp everything he desired in his youth, we recognize our own familiar patterns of reaching, striving, and attempting to control outcomes. This grasping creates a constant state of tension, like trying to hold water in cupped hands where the tighter we squeeze, the more quickly it slips away. The shift he describes, from grasping to allowing, represents one of the most fundamental transformations possible in human consciousness. To let life come to us and pass through us requires developing a quality of receptivity that our action-oriented culture rarely cultivates. This receptivity isn't passive resignation, but rather an active openness, like a skilled surfer who reads the waves and moves with their natural power rather than fighting against them. The Elder's metaphor of taking what is needed and releasing the rest points to a kind of spiritual metabolism, where we digest experiences fully without hoarding or rejecting them prematurely. This approach transforms our relationship to both pleasure and pain, allowing us to receive joy without grasping and meet difficulty without resistance. The paradox the Elder describes, where physical weakness accompanies spiritual lightness, challenges our conventional understanding of strength and vitality. In youth, we often equate strength with the ability to force outcomes, to push through obstacles, and to maintain rigid control over our circumstances. But this kind of strength, while sometimes necessary, can also become a prison that prevents us from accessing subtler forms of power. The lightness he speaks of emerges from releasing the heavy burden of trying to make life conform to our preferences and expectations. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent or detached, but rather engaging with life from a place of freedom rather than compulsion. When we stop carrying the weight of past regrets and future anxieties, when we cease the exhausting work of maintaining elaborate self-images, a natural buoyancy emerges. This spiritual lightness allows us to respond to situations with greater flexibility and creativity, unencumbered by the rigid patterns that once defined us. Physical limitations, rather than being merely obstacles to overcome, can become teachers that guide us toward this inner freedom. The Zen approach to pleasure and pain offers a radical alternative to the endless cycling between satisfaction and dissatisfaction that characterizes much of human experience. Our untrained minds operate like heat-seeking missiles, constantly scanning for pleasant experiences while simultaneously trying to avoid anything uncomfortable. This creates a perpetual state of low-level anxiety, as we're always either defending against potential pain or scheming to acquire the next dose of pleasure. The exhausting nature of this approach becomes clear when we observe how quickly pleasure turns to craving and how our attempts to avoid pain often amplify it. Consider how the anticipation of losing something pleasurable can completely overshadow our ability to enjoy it while it's present. Or notice how our resistance to minor discomforts, like waiting in traffic or dealing with difficult people, often creates more suffering than the original situation warranted. The Zen teaching doesn't ask us to become indifferent to pleasure and pain, but to develop a more spacious relationship with both. This spaciousness allows us to enjoy pleasant experiences fully, without the anxiety of trying to make them permanent, and to meet difficulties with presence rather than reactivity. When we stop treating happiness as a destination to reach, and instead recognize it as our natural state, when we're not fighting reality, a profound shift occurs. This happiness isn't dependent on external circumstances aligning with our preferences, but emerges from the simple relief of no longer being at war with what is. The teacher's response to his student reveals that true happiness isn't something we find or create, but something we uncover by removing the obstacles we've placed in its way. These obstacles are primarily mental, consisting of our stories about how life should be different, our resistance to natural change, and our identification with temporary experiences. The freedom that comes from not needing things to be different doesn't eliminate our natural preferences or stop us from working toward positive change. Rather, it allows us to engage with life from a place of choice rather than compulsion, responding to situations with clarity rather than reactivity. This is the lightness the elder discovered, not through gaining something new, but through releasing the unnecessary weight he had been carrying all along. When we truly understand that suffering is a natural part of life, rather than an aberration or failure, we reduce the additional layer of suffering that comes from fighting reality. This recognition transforms our entire relationship to difficulty, moving us from resistance to acceptance, from struggle to flow. Much of our dissatisfaction comes from the inability to fully enjoy pleasant experiences because of the anxious awareness that they won't last. We live in a constant state of anticipatory loss, unable to be fully present with joy because we're already mourning its inevitable passing. When we grasp at pleasure, trying to make it permanent or more intense, we paradoxically diminish our capacity to enjoy it. It's like trying to hold water in our hands. The tighter we squeeze, the more quickly it slips through our fingers. The Zen approach is to savor pleasant experiences fully while they're happening without clinging to them when they pass. This means drinking deeply from the cup of joy when it's offered, tasting every drop, while simultaneously holding the understanding that the cup will eventually be empty. A master once told his student, "I treat my finest porcelain teacup as if it's already broken. This way, I can use it without anxiety, appreciate its beauty without possessiveness, and when it finally breaks, I'm not surprised or devastated." This balanced relationship to pleasure and pain is developed through meditation practice. As we sit quietly, observing sensations arise and pass away without following them, we train in non-attachment. We watch thoughts bubble up like champagne bubbles, sparkling briefly before dissolving back into stillness. We notice how emotions move through us like weather systems, intense at their peak, but always temporary in their nature. The capacity to be with experience without being defined by it or driven by it becomes our refuge. This non-attachment isn't coldness or indifference, but a warm, engaged presence that doesn't need to control experience. It's the difference between holding a butterfly gently on your palm versus capturing it in a jar. The Zen perspective on desire offers particular wisdom for our consumer culture where we're constantly stimulated to want more. More possessions, more status, more experiences, more pleasure, more validation from others, more security for an uncertain future. This endless wanting creates a background dissatisfaction, even in relatively fortunate circumstances. We live in a state of chronic spiritual hunger, always reaching for the next thing that will finally make us complete. No matter how much we acquire or achieve, there's always something more to desire. The goalposts keep moving, the finish line keeps receding, and we find ourselves running faster and faster on a treadmill that goes nowhere. Zen doesn't ask us to eliminate desire, an impossible and unnecessary goal, but to see through the false promise that getting what we want will bring lasting happiness. When we observe closely, we notice that even when we get exactly what we desire, the satisfaction is often brief before a new wanting arises. The promotion we worked so hard for brings momentary elation, then quickly becomes the new normal. The relationship we thought would complete us reveals its own challenges and limitations. The house we dreamed of owning becomes just where we live, no longer special or transformative. This recognition helps us hold desires more lightly without being driven by them. We can want things without being possessed by our wanting, prefer outcomes without being devastated when they don't materialize. A Zen teacher compared desire to thirst. If you're dehydrated, water is genuinely needed and will relieve your thirst temporarily. But if you have a disease that creates constant thirst, no matter how much you drink, the solution isn't more water, but addressing the underlying condition. Similarly, if our desires arise from a sense of inner lack or emptiness, no amount of external acquisition will fill that space. We try to fill the void with possessions, achievements, relationships, experiences, but it's like pouring water into a bucket with a hole in the bottom. The path isn't to fulfill every desire, but to investigate its source. What am I really seeking when I want this promotion, this relationship, this experience? Am I looking for security, love, recognition, meaning, freedom? This investigation often reveals that beneath specific desires is a more fundamental longing for connection, meaning, peace, or love. When we recognize these deeper needs, we can address them more directly rather than through substitute satisfactions that never quite fulfill. Instead of seeking love through accumulating admiration, we can cultivate self-compassion and genuine intimacy. Instead of pursuing security through hoarding possessions, we can develop inner stability through spiritual practice. Instead of chasing meaning through external achievements, we can find purpose in service and presence. The Zen approach to conflict offers valuable guidance for navigating disagreements and tensions in our relationships and communities. Rather than seeing conflict as something to avoid or win, Zen views it as an opportunity for deeper understanding and connection. When we approach conflict from presence rather than reactivity, from curiosity rather than defensiveness, we create space for genuine resolution rather than temporary victory. This doesn't mean becoming passive or abandoning our values, but engaging from a place of wisdom rather than emotion, clarity rather than confusion. In the landscape of human experience, few things challenge us as deeply as conflict. Whether we find ourselves wrestling with internal contradictions or navigating tense disagreements with others, our typical response is either to fight harder or retreat into avoidance. Zen offers us a radically different path, one that sees conflict not as an enemy to defeat, but as a teacher to embrace. The battleground within ourselves often feels like the most treacherous terrain of all. We experience the pull between what we think we should do and what we actually want to do. We feel torn between our need for security and our desire for adventure, between caring for others and caring for ourselves, between accepting what is and working for change. Most of us handle these internal conflicts through suppression, trying to silence the voice that seems less acceptable or practical. We might tell ourselves that wanting comfort is selfish when others are suffering, or that our creative dreams are impractical when bills need to be paid. This approach creates a kind of internal civil war where part of ourselves becomes the enemy. Zen suggests something far more compassionate and ultimately more effective. Instead of choosing sides in our internal conflicts, we can create spacious awareness that holds all parts of ourselves with equal attention. This means listening deeply to the voice that wants security without immediately dismissing the voice that craves adventure. It means honoring both our need for solitude and our desire for connection without forcing an immediate resolution. When we practice this kind of internal hospitality, something remarkable often happens. The apparent opposition between different aspects of ourselves begins to reveal itself as complementary rather than contradictory. We might discover that our need for security actually supports our capacity for adventure by providing a stable foundation from which to take risks. We might find that our desire for solitude enhances our ability to connect authentically with others by helping us know ourselves more deeply. This isn't about finding a lukewarm compromise between opposing forces, but about discovering a more integrated way of being that honors the wisdom in all our different aspects. When conflict arises between ourselves and others, our habitual responses often make the situation worse rather than better. We might immediately defend our position, trying to prove that we're right and the other person is wrong. Or we might attack the other person's character or motivations, turning a disagreement about a specific issue into a broader assault on their worth as a human being. Sometimes we withdraw entirely, deciding that the relationship isn't worth the discomfort of working through differences. Zen invites us to approach interpersonal conflict with the same spacious awareness we bring to internal conflict. This means listening deeply not just to the words being spoken, but to the needs, fears, and values underneath those words. When someone criticizes our work, we can listen for their desire to see the project succeed, rather than just hearing an attack on our competence. When a family member expresses frustration with our choices, we can hear their love and concern rather than just their judgment. This doesn't mean accepting inappropriate behavior or abandoning our own needs and boundaries. It means recognizing that most conflicts arise from misunderstanding, different perspectives, or legitimate differences in values rather than from malicious intent. When we approach conflict from this understanding, we create space for genuine dialogue rather than entrenched opposition. We become curious about the other person's experience rather than focused solely on defending our own position. This curiosity often reveals common ground that wasn't visible when we were in fighting mode. The famous Zen story of the two monks arguing about the temple flag captures something essential about the nature of conflict. One monk insists that the flag is moving, while the other argues that it's the wind that moves. They become increasingly heated in their debate, each certain of his own perspective and frustrated by the other's apparent blindness to the obvious truth. When their teacher arrives and declares that neither the flag nor the wind moves, but rather their minds that move, he's pointing to something profound about the nature of all conflict. The monks are not really arguing about external phenomena, but about their own perceptions and interpretations of those phenomena. This teaching doesn't suggest that all conflicts are merely subjective, or that real differences don't exist in the world. Physical abuse is not the same as a gentle touch, regardless of our mental state. Injustice is not the same as fairness, no matter how we perceive it. But the story does point to how our interpretations, assumptions, and emotional reactions shape every conflict situation. When we recognize our own contribution to the dynamic, we reclaim the power to change our experience of the conflict. We might discover that what we thought was the other person's stubbornness is actually their way of expressing a deep concern. We might realize that our own defensiveness is preventing us from hearing valid feedback. This awareness doesn't automatically resolve all conflicts, but it creates the possibility for more skillful engagement. Perhaps the most practical gift Zen offers for working with conflict is the capacity to stay present when things get heated. Most of us have experienced the hijacking that happens when conflict triggers our fight or flight response. Our heart rate increases, our breathing becomes shallow, and our ability to think clearly diminishes. In this state, we're much more likely to say things we later regret, or to make decisions based on fear rather than wisdom. Zen practice helps us develop the capacity to notice when this hijacking is beginning to happen. We learn to recognize the early warning signs in our body, the tension in our shoulders or the tightness in our chest that signals rising reactivity. Instead of being carried away by these sensations, we can use them as reminders to return to our breath and reconnect with the present moment. This doesn't mean suppressing our emotions or pretending we're not upset. It means staying connected to our body and breath, even while experiencing strong emotions, creating space for more thoughtful responses. From this place of presence, we're more likely to speak from our values rather than our wounds, to listen with genuine curiosity rather than defensive preparation for counterattack. We can acknowledge our own emotional reactions without being controlled by them. And we can respond to the other person's emotions with compassion rather than matching their intensity. This transformation of conflict through presence doesn't guarantee that everyone will agree or that all problems will be solved, but it creates the conditions for genuine understanding and creative solutions that honor everyone's fundamental humanity. In this way, conflict becomes not something to be avoided or won, but an opportunity for deeper connection and mutual growth. The transformation that Zen offers operates not by changing external conditions, but by shifting how we relate to them. This inside-out approach is captured in a saying attributed to the Buddha, "With our thoughts, we make the world." This recognition of the power of perception and attitude doesn't mean that external circumstances don't matter or that structural changes aren't necessary. It points to the freedom we have regardless of conditions to relate to life with greater wisdom and compassion. Even in difficult circumstances, we can cultivate inner freedom through how we meet experience. The journey of Zen is not about reaching a final destination, but about an ongoing process of awakening, of seeing more clearly, of responding to life with greater freedom and compassion. This understanding liberates us from the pressure of achieving some perfect state of enlightenment. Instead, each moment becomes an opportunity for deeper presence and clearer seeing. The path itself becomes the destination, and every step offers its own completeness. This perspective transforms how we approach spiritual practice from a goal-oriented activity to a way of being that infuses every aspect of our lives. When we release the need to arrive somewhere else, we can fully inhabit where we are. Zen doesn't promise a life without difficulties, but offers practices that transform our relationship to difficulty, allowing us to meet life's inevitable challenges with greater ease and clarity. The storms of life continue to arise, but we develop the capacity to remain centered within them. Like a tree that bends with the wind rather than breaking, we learn to move with life's changes while maintaining our essential stability. This flexibility comes not from weakness, but from deep rootedness in our true nature. As we walk this path, we discover that what we've been seeking, peace, meaning, connection, isn't found elsewhere, but in the quality of our attention to what's already here. The extraordinary is revealed within the ordinary when we learn to see with fresh eyes and to meet life directly without the veil of habitual thinking. In this direct meeting, we find the freedom and peace that have been our birthright all along. The Zen approach to the natural world offers profound wisdom for our ecological crisis. While much environmental discourse focuses on technical solutions or policy changes, both necessary aspects of addressing climate change and biodiversity loss, Zen points to something deeper, our fundamental relationship with the more than human world. In the modern industrial worldview, nature is often seen as a resource to be used, as something separate from human life and society. Zen challenges this perception of separation, pointing to our inescapable embeddedness in the web of life. We are not observers or managers of nature, but participants within it, as inseparable from the living world as waves are from the ocean. A Zen teacher expressed this understanding when asked about humans' relationship to nature. He replied, "There is no relationship because there are not two things to be related." This teaching points to the artificial nature of the boundary we draw between ourselves and the environment. When we truly understand this, care for the earth becomes not an obligation imposed from outside, but a natural expression of self-care. Just as we wouldn't deliberately poison our own bloodstream, recognizing our interconnection with air, water, and soil makes harming these systems inconceivable. The breath we take in was recently part of a tree. The water in our bodies has flowed through countless other beings, and the minerals in our bones were formed in ancient stars. This isn't poetic metaphor but biological fact, yet our culture trains us to overlook these obvious connections. Zen practice helps us recover this sense of belonging to the larger community of life. When we sit quietly in nature, without the constant chatter of internal commentary, we can feel this connection directly. The boundary between self and world softens, and we experience what indigenous cultures have always known. We are nature becoming conscious of itself. This understanding transforms environmental action from duty to delight, from sacrifice to celebration. Instead of feeling burdened by the need to change our lifestyle, we discover joy in living more simply and consciously. Eating becomes a communion with the earth. Walking becomes a conversation with the ground beneath our feet, and breathing becomes a participation in the planet's respiratory system. Zen monasteries have long embodied this ecological wisdom through practices like careful attention to resource use, seasonal eating, and deep appreciation for simple materials. The monastery garden is tended not just for food production, but as a practice of mindful relationship with soil, plants, and weather. Every meal begins with gratitude that acknowledges the countless beings who contributed to bringing food to the table. These practices can be adapted to modern life, transforming our daily routines into opportunities for ecological awareness. Washing dishes becomes a meditation on water, cooking becomes a celebration of the earth's abundance, and even taking out trash becomes an opportunity to reflect on consumption and waste. The key is bringing full attention to these activities, rather than rushing through them unconsciously. When we slow down enough to actually see what we're doing, the interconnections become obvious. The Zen approach doesn't require us to become environmental activists in the conventional sense, though it may naturally lead in that direction. Instead, it invites us to live with such awareness and care that our very presence becomes a blessing to the earth. This might manifest as growing food, reducing consumption, supporting renewable energy, or simply walking more gently on the ground. The specific actions matter less than the consciousness from which they arise. When our care for the earth springs from genuine understanding of our interconnection, rather than guilt or fear, it becomes sustainable and joyful rather than burdensome. This transformation of environmental consciousness through spiritual practice offers hope for addressing our ecological crisis at its roots. Technical solutions and policy changes remain essential, but without a shift in consciousness, they address symptoms rather than causes. Zen practice cultivates the awareness that makes truly sustainable living not just possible but inevitable. When we see clearly, we naturally act with wisdom and compassion toward all life. In this way, personal awakening and planetary healing become one seamless movement, two aspects of the same fundamental recognition of our place in the web of existence. The path of Zen thus leads not away from the world, but deeper into conscious participation with all life, revealing that our liberation and the earth's healing are intimately connected. In the quiet depths of Zen practice, we discover something profound about our relationship with the natural world. What we often think of as environmental activism transforms into something much more intimate, something that flows from the very core of our being. This isn't about adopting a cause or following an ideology, but recognizing the fundamental truth that caring for the earth is literally caring for ourselves. When we truly understand our biological reality, the artificial separation between human and nature dissolves completely. Every breath we take draws the atmosphere into our lungs, where oxygen becomes part of our bloodstream and carbon dioxide returns to nourish the plants around us. The water we drink today may have fallen as rain on distant mountains, flowed through countless rivers, and sustained innumerable forms of life before reaching our lips. The minerals in our bones came from ancient rocks, ground down by millennia of weather and transformed by plants and animals into the very substance of our bodies. This isn't poetry or metaphor, but scientific fact. We are not visitors to this planet, but expressions of it, temporary arrangements of earth, air, fire, and water that have taken the form of conscious beings. When the soil is poisoned, our food becomes poisoned. When the air is polluted, our lungs suffer. When species disappear, the web of life that sustains us grows weaker. Understanding this biological truth transforms how we approach environmental challenges like climate change, deforestation, and species extinction. These are not abstract problems happening to someone else, somewhere else, but immediate threats to our own well-being and the well-being of our children. The Zen tradition has always recognized this intimate connection with the natural world, expressing it most beautifully through the art of haiku poetry. Masters like Basho, Busan, and Issa didn't write about nature as outside observers, but as participants in the great dance of existence. A frog leaping into an old pond, the sound of water echoing in the stillness, autumn leaves falling one by one, each carrying the story of summer's growth and winter's approach. The first snow of winter, transforming familiar landscapes into something mysterious and new. These brief poems capture moments of recognition, instances when the artificial boundary between observer and observed dissolves into direct experience. This attention to natural details isn't romantic escapism or mere aesthetic appreciation, but a practice of remembering our place in the larger web of life. When we notice the intricate pattern of frost on a window, the way morning light filters through leaves, or the determined growth of a dandelion through concrete, we're practicing a form of meditation that reconnects us with reality. Each moment of genuine attention to the natural world reminds us that we're not isolated individuals struggling alone, but participants in an ancient story that includes mountains and rivers, birds and trees, storms and seasons. This remembering doesn't require special circumstances or trips to pristine wilderness, though such experiences can certainly be powerful catalysts for awakening. The practice of developing intimacy with the more than human world is available wherever we are, in urban apartments and suburban neighborhoods, as well as remote forests. It begins with the quality of attention we bring to our immediate surroundings. Consider the difference between walking through a local park while lost in mental chatter about work problems versus walking with full presence, noticing the texture of tree bark under our fingers, the varied songs of different bird species, the feeling of air moving across our skin. The same physical environment becomes a completely different experience depending on whether we're mentally elsewhere or fully here. This capacity for present moment awareness is developed through practices like Zazen, where we learn to rest in immediate experience rather than being carried away by the constant stream of thoughts and worries. As this ability to be present deepens through regular practice, we naturally become more attuned to the living world around us. We begin to notice seasonal changes we previously missed, recognize individual trees in our neighborhood, and feel genuine concern for the well-being of the creatures we share space with. This isn't forced environmental consciousness, but the natural result of paying attention to what's actually here. When we're present with the world around us, we can't help but care about it because we recognize it as part of ourselves. This felt sense of connection with the natural world gives rise to what environmental philosopher and Zen teacher Joanna Macy calls active hope. This isn't optimism based on calculating the likelihood of success in solving environmental problems, but commitment that arises from love for the world itself. When we feel ourselves as part of the web of life, rather than separate from it, caring for the earth becomes as natural as caring for our own health. We find ourselves making different choices, not because we should or because someone told us to, but because harming the earth feels like harming ourselves. We might choose to walk or bike instead of driving, not primarily to reduce carbon emissions, though that's a benefit, but because we want to feel more connected to our surroundings. We might grow some of our own food, not just for better nutrition, though that matters, but because we want to participate directly in the miracle of plants transforming sunlight, water and soil into nourishment. We might spend time in natural settings, not just for stress relief, though that happens, but because we need to remember our place in something larger than human concerns. These actions flow naturally from understanding rather than being imposed by guilt or obligation. When we truly recognize our interconnection with all life, environmental care becomes as spontaneous as breathing, as necessary as eating, as joyful as loving. This is the gift of Zen practice. Not just personal peace, but the recognition that our well-being and the Earth's well-being are one seamless reality. The Zen perspective on technology offers profound guidance for navigating our increasingly digital world with wisdom and intentionality. While Zen doesn't reject technology outright, and many Zen centers actively use websites, social media, and video platforms to share their teachings with global audiences, it encourages us to use these powerful tools mindfully rather than being unconsciously used by them. In our hyperconnected age, researchers have identified a phenomenon they call continuous partial attention, a state of being perpetually distracted by the constant stream of notifications, updates, and the seemingly endless lure of new information. This fragmented awareness leaves many of us feeling scattered and emotionally exhausted, unable to be fully present with anything or anyone, including ourselves. Our minds become like browsers with dozens of tabs open simultaneously, each demanding a piece of our consciousness, leaving us depleted and disconnected from the richness of direct experience. Zen practice offers a powerful counterbalance to this modern predicament by developing our capacity for sustained, focused attention. Through meditation, we train ourselves to stay with a single point of focus, whether it's the rhythm of our breath, the subtle sensations arising in our body, or the ambient sounds in our environment. Rather than reflexively following every thought impulse or digital ping that arises, we learn to maintain our center while remaining aware of the constant pull toward distraction. This training becomes increasingly valuable in a world specifically designed to capture, fragment, and monetize our most precious resource, our attention itself. A Zen approach to technology might include practical measures like establishing designated device free times during meals or before sleep, approaching social media with mindful intention rather than mindless scrolling, and implementing regular digital fasts to reset our relationship with constant connectivity. The goal isn't to reject the genuine benefits that technology offers us, from connecting with distant loved ones to accessing educational resources and creative tools, but rather to use these innovations intentionally rather than compulsively, in ways that enhance rather than diminish our essential humanity. This intentionality naturally extends to how we consume the overwhelming flood of information available to us every moment. In an age of information overload, where we can access more data in a single day than previous generations encountered in entire lifetimes, Zen reminds us that true wisdom doesn't emerge from accumulating ever more facts and opinions, but from deeply digesting and thoughtfully integrating what we actually encounter. Sometimes consuming less input, while creating more space for quiet reflection, leads to far greater understanding than the constant consumption of new content, news cycles, and expert analysis. The practice of information fasting, like digital fasting, can restore our capacity to think clearly and feel deeply rather than simply react to the latest stimulus. The Zen perspective on work offers invaluable guidance for discovering meaning, purpose, and balance within our professional lives, regardless of our specific occupation or industry. In the traditional Zen monastery, work known as samu was considered an integral and sacred part of spiritual practice, not something separate from or inferior to formal meditation sessions. Activities like cooking meals for the community, cleaning floors and bathrooms, tending gardens, and maintaining monastery buildings were all approached with the same quality of attention, care, and presence that practitioners cultivated during their seated meditation periods. This seamless integration of contemplative practice with practical work challenges the common modern assumption that spiritual life and work life must remain in separate compartments of our existence. Rather than seeking meaning and fulfillment exclusively through designated spiritual activities like weekend retreats or evening meditation sessions, Zen invites us to bring the same essential qualities of mindful presence, genuine care, and wise non-attachment directly into our daily professional responsibilities. This doesn't mean becoming passive or disengaged at work, but rather approaching our tasks with wholehearted attention while holding our roles and achievements lightly, without the desperate attachment that creates suffering. Whether we're responding to emails, attending meetings, preparing reports, or interacting with colleagues and clients, each activity becomes an opportunity to practice presence, patience, and compassionate engagement. The Zen teaching story of a student asking his master about the most important thing illustrates this beautifully. When the student complained about being overwhelmed by countless urgent demands and responsibilities, the master simply replied, "The most important thing is to find the most important thing." This wisdom applies directly to our work lives, where we're often pulled in multiple directions simultaneously by competing priorities, endless deadlines, and the pressure to multitask efficiently. Zen practice helps us develop the clarity to distinguish between what's genuinely important and what merely feels urgent, allowing us to respond from wisdom rather than react from anxiety. The monastery teaching story perfectly captures this transformation of ordinary work into spiritual practice. A visitor once observed monks going about their daily tasks, sweeping floors, preparing meals, and tending gardens with remarkable attention and care. Puzzled, the visitor asked why they approached such mundane activities with such obvious reverence and focus. The abbot replied, "We're not just sweeping floors, we're practicing the way. We're not just cooking rice, we're nourishing the Buddha nature in ourselves and others." This perspective reveals how any work, no matter how seemingly routine or mundane, can become a vehicle for spiritual development when approached with the right understanding and quality of attention. The key lies not in what we're doing, but in how we're doing it, the consciousness we bring to each moment and each task. When we wash dishes, we can practice mindfulness of the warm water, the texture of soap, the circular motions of cleaning. When we organize files or data, we can cultivate patience and systematic thinking. When we interact with difficult customers or challenging colleagues, we can practice compassion and clear communication. This approach doesn't require changing our external circumstances or finding a new career, though sometimes that may be appropriate. Instead, it invites us to discover the sacred dimension that's already present within our current situation, waiting to be recognized and honored through our conscious participation. The transformation happens not through escaping our ordinary responsibilities, but through meeting them with extraordinary presence and care. This is the profound gift of Zen wisdom, showing us that enlightenment isn't found by leaving the world behind, but by engaging with it more fully, more consciously, and with greater love. When we truly understand that Zen practice doesn't require perfect conditions or ideal circumstances, we begin to see every moment as an opportunity for awakening. This doesn't mean that all jobs are equally conducive to practice, or that we shouldn't seek work aligned with our values. It suggests that whatever our current work situation, we can approach it as a field of practice, an opportunity to cultivate attention, patience, and compassion. Consider how differently we might experience even routine tasks like answering emails, attending meetings, or completing reports. When approached with full attention rather than resistance or boredom, the quality of our experience isn't determined solely by the nature of the activity, but by how we engage with it. This shift in perspective transforms the most mundane activities into doorways for deeper awareness. A Zen story beautifully illustrates this perspective. A young monk complained to his teacher about the tedium of daily chores in the monastery. "When will I have time for real practice?" he asked with frustration evident in his voice. The teacher looked at him with gentle eyes and replied, "Tell me, when you're sweeping the courtyard, what do you think about?" The student admitted honestly, "I'm usually thinking about finishing quickly so I can meditate." The teacher smiled knowingly and said, "That's your mistake. When sweeping, just sweep. Give yourself completely to each activity, and you'll discover that life doesn't divide into practice and non-practice. It's all your path." This teaching reveals a fundamental misunderstanding that many spiritual seekers carry. We often believe that certain activities are more spiritual than others, that meditation cushions are holier than office chairs, that prayer is more sacred than washing dishes. But Zen shows us that the sacred is not found in special places or activities, but in the quality of presence we bring to whatever we're doing. The young monk's mistake was treating sweeping as an obstacle to his real practice, when in fact the sweeping was his practice. His resistance to the present moment, his mental escape into future meditation sessions, was exactly what prevented him from experiencing the awakening available right where he was. When we approach any task with complete attention, we discover that the activity itself becomes a form of meditation. The rhythmic motion of sweeping, the sound of the broom against stone, the gradual transformation of the courtyard from cluttered to clean, all become objects of mindful awareness. This doesn't mean we become passive about our work situations or accept exploitative conditions without question. The Zen approach actually makes us more sensitive to what serves life and what diminishes it. When we're truly present, we can better discern which environments support our well-being and which ones drain our energy unnecessarily. We can work for more just and humane economic structures while simultaneously finding meaning and presence in whatever work we're currently doing. This both an approach prevents us from postponing our spiritual life until external conditions improve. The Zen approach to health and illness offers profound wisdom for navigating the inevitable vulnerabilities of embodied existence. In a culture that often treats illness as personal failure and death as the ultimate defeat, Zen reminds us that sickness, aging, and death are natural aspects of being human, not aberrations or punishments. This perspective doesn't diminish the importance of medical care or health promoting practices. It suggests that even as we take reasonable measures to maintain well-being, we can accept the fundamental vulnerability of the body without adding layers of fear, shame, or resistance. A Zen teacher who was diagnosed with a serious illness was asked by a concerned student, "How do you maintain such peace despite your condition?" The teacher replied with characteristic simplicity, "I don't fight against reality. This body is getting sick. That's what bodies sometimes do. But I am more than this body, and so are you." The nature of awareness remains clear even when the body is compromised. This teaching points to a crucial distinction that can transform our relationship with physical suffering. There is primary pain, the actual physical sensations of illness or injury, and there is secondary suffering, the mental and emotional anguish we add through resistance, self-judgment, and catastrophic thinking. While we cannot always control primary pain, we have significant influence over secondary suffering. When we resist what's happening in our bodies, we often double our distress. The physical discomfort is compounded by mental stories about what this means, fears about the future, anger about the unfairness of our situation, and shame about our perceived weakness. Zen practice helps us learn to be present with physical discomfort without adding these layers of psychological suffering. This doesn't mean becoming passive about our health or failing to seek appropriate treatment. It means approaching our bodily experience with the same kind attention we bring to meditation, observing sensations as they arise and pass away without being completely identified with them. Many people discover that when they stop fighting their physical experience and instead meet it with gentle awareness, their relationship to pain and illness transforms dramatically. The suffering that comes from resistance often proves to be more debilitating than the original physical condition. Through practice, we can learn to care for our bodies with wisdom and compassion, while recognizing that our essential nature transcends physical circumstances. This understanding brings tremendous freedom, allowing us to engage fully with medical treatment and self-care while maintaining inner peace regardless of outcomes. The teacher's words remind us that awareness itself remains untouched by the changing conditions of the body. Even in illness, even in aging, even in dying, the capacity for presence, love, and clarity continues to shine through. This is not a philosophical concept, but a lived reality that can be discovered through patient, gentle attention to our actual experience. When we stop demanding that life conform to our preferences, and instead learn to meet whatever arises with open awareness, we discover an unshakable peace that no external circumstance can disturb. In the rushing current of modern life, we often miss the profound richness that exists within our most ordinary moments. The Zen tradition offers us a radical invitation to discover extraordinary depth in experiences we typically overlook or hurry past. This isn't about adding something new to our lives, but about removing the barriers that prevent us from fully receiving what's already here. When we approach a simple cup of tea with the same quality of attention we might bring to a sacred ritual, something remarkable happens. The boundaries between the ordinary and the sacred begin to dissolve. The Japanese tea ceremony exemplifies this transformation of the mundane into the meaningful through presence alone. Every gesture becomes deliberate and conscious, from the careful arrangement of implements to the precise temperature of the water. Participants report that this focused attention reveals layers of experience normally hidden beneath the surface of hurried consumption. The subtle steam rising from the cup becomes a meditation on impermanence. The weight of the ceramic in the hands connects us to the earth from which it came. The complex flavors of the tea unfold like a symphony when we're truly present to receive them. This same quality of attention can transform any ordinary activity into a gateway for deeper connection with life. The practice doesn't require special ceremonies or expensive equipment, only the willingness to slow down and pay attention. Many people discover through meditation practice that their capacity for sensory enjoyment naturally expands. Colors appear more vivid, sounds become richer and more textured, and even simple foods reveal previously unnoticed complexity. This enhancement isn't the result of trying to intensify experience, but of removing the mental filters that normally diminish our perception. When we're not lost in thoughts about the past or future, our senses become more alive to present reality. The taste of a perfectly ripe peach can become a moment of pure wonder when we're fully present to receive it. The sensation of warm sunlight on skin transforms from background experience to foreground awareness. Even the sound of rain on a roof, often ignored as mere weather, can become a source of deep contentment and peace. These moments of sensory awakening remind us that pleasure and beauty aren't scarce resources we must chase, but abundant gifts constantly available through presence. The practice involves neither grasping for more intense experiences nor pushing away what we don't prefer. Instead, we learn to receive whatever arises with open awareness, discovering that this receptive stance naturally enhances our capacity for joy. Research in neuroscience supports what contemplatives have long known, that mindful attention literally changes how our brains process sensory information. When we're present, the default mode network that generates mental chatter becomes less active, allowing other neural networks responsible for direct perception to function more clearly. This isn't just philosophical theory, but a practical discovery available to anyone willing to experiment with quality of attention. The Zen approach to pleasure differs fundamentally from the consumer culture's promise that happiness comes through acquisition and accumulation, rather than constantly seeking new experiences or more intense sensations. We learn to fully receive what's already present. This shift from seeking to receiving transforms our relationship with both pleasure and pain. When we're truly present with a simple meal, we often discover that we need less food to feel satisfied because we're actually tasting what we eat. When we listen to music with full attention rather than as background noise, even familiar songs can reveal new depths and meanings. The practice of grateful receiving extends beyond sensory pleasures to include appreciation for the countless conditions that make any experience possible. The cup of tea exists because of rain clouds and soil, ceramic artists and tea farmers, transportation networks, and countless other interconnected causes. Recognizing this web of interdependence naturally gives rise to gratitude and wonder at the miraculous complexity underlying even the simplest experiences. This awareness doesn't require intellectual analysis, but emerges spontaneously when we're truly present with our experience. The practice gradually shifts us from a stance of entitlement, where we expect life to provide constant pleasure, to one of appreciation for whatever gifts arise. This doesn't mean becoming passive or losing our natural preferences, but holding those preferences more lightly. We can still enjoy chocolate more than vegetables, while appreciating both as expressions of the earth's abundance. We can prefer sunny weather while finding beauty in storm clouds and rain. This balanced approach allows us to enjoy life's pleasures without being enslaved by the need for them to continue indefinitely. The ancient teaching reminds us to eat when hungry and sleep when tired, pointing toward a natural responsiveness to our actual needs rather than manufactured desires. Through this practice of simple presence, we discover that the richness we seek is not somewhere else but here, not in some future moment, but now. Not in extraordinary experiences, but in the extraordinary depth available within the ordinary. The seemingly simple Zen instruction to eat when hungry and sleep when tired points towards something profound about our relationship with both basic needs and human connection. When we strip away the layers of conceptual thinking that often cloud our experience, we discover that life's most fundamental pleasures are available right here, right now. This direct, unmediated engagement with reality extends naturally into how we relate to others. In the Buddhist tradition, the Sangha represents one of the three jewels alongside the Buddha, representing awakened awareness, and the Dharma, the teachings that guide us toward liberation. This emphasis on community recognizes a fundamental truth that Western individualism often overlooks. Spiritual development doesn't happen in isolation, but through the complex dance of relationship, feedback, and mutual support that only community can provide. The Sangha serves as both practical support system and spiritual mirror, reflecting back to us aspects of ourselves we might never see in solitude. In traditional Zen monasteries, this principle takes concrete form through carefully structured communal life. The daily schedule weaves together group meditation sessions, shared meals eaten in mindful silence, and collective work periods where everyone contributes to maintaining the community. This immersion in group practice creates a unique laboratory for spiritual development. The minor frictions that inevitably arise in communal living become opportunities for deeper practice rather than obstacles to avoid. When someone chews too loudly during the silent breakfast, when work assignments don't match personal preferences, when personality differences create tension, these moments become invitations to observe our reactions with curiosity rather than judgment. Each irritation becomes a chance to practice patience. Each misunderstanding an opportunity to develop more skillful communication. Each conflict a doorway into greater understanding of both ourselves and others. In our modern context, few of us live in residential Zen communities, but the principles of Sangha can transform any relationship when applied with genuine commitment. Whether we're navigating family dynamics, workplace interactions, or friendships, approaching our connections with greater presence, care, and authenticity changes everything. The recognition of interdependence forms the foundation of this approach. Nothing and no one exists in isolation. Despite the illusion of separateness that our individual bodies and minds might suggest, we are continuously shaped by and shaping those around us in an intricate web of mutual influence. Our actions ripple outward in ways both obvious and subtle, affecting others' moods, energy levels, and capacity for presence. Our words carry the power to either wound or heal, to close hearts or open them to new possibilities. Even our thoughts and internal emotional states create fields of influence that others unconsciously pick up and respond to. When we truly recognize this interconnectedness, mindfulness of our impact becomes as natural as watching our step on uneven ground. This awareness doesn't require losing healthy boundaries or sacrificing our authentic needs to please others. Instead, it reveals that our well-being is inextricably linked with the well-being of those around us. The happier, more peaceful, and more free our family members, colleagues, and community members become, the more supportive the environment becomes for our own flourishing. This understanding transforms relationships from zero-sum competitions into collaborative opportunities for mutual growth and support. The Buddha's inclusion of right speech in the Noble Eightfold Path recognizes the tremendous power that words carry to either create suffering or contribute to liberation. Right speech involves 4 key elements that can guide our communication in any context. First is truthfulness, speaking from direct experience rather than assumptions, gossip, or second-hand information. This doesn't mean brutal honesty without consideration for timing or impact, but rather a commitment to accuracy and authenticity in our expression. Second is kindness, choosing words that come from care rather than the desire to prove ourselves right or make others wrong. Even when we need to address difficult topics or set firm boundaries, we can do so with underlying warmth rather than aggression or coldness. Third is usefulness, asking ourselves whether our words serve a constructive purpose or simply indulge our need to be heard. Sometimes the most useful communication is silence, creating space for others to express themselves or for situations to unfold naturally. Fourth is timeliness, recognizing that even true, kind, and useful words can be harmful if shared at the wrong moment. Developing sensitivity to when others are ready to hear what we have to offer requires the same kind of present moment awareness we cultivate in meditation. Beyond these guidelines, Zen emphasizes the quality of presence we bring to our communication. When we speak from a centered, grounded place rather than from reactivity or emotional overwhelm, our words carry a different energy entirely. Deep listening represents the other half of conscious communication, and perhaps the more challenging half for most of us. Thich Nhat Hanh taught about listening with the ears of compassion, attending to others with such complete presence that they feel truly heard and understood. This kind of listening goes beyond waiting for our turn to talk or formulating responses while others speak. It involves setting aside our own agenda temporarily to create genuine space for another person's experience. When we listen this deeply, something magical often happens. the speaker begins to feel safe enough to share more authentically, moving beyond surface complaints or positions to reveal the deeper needs and fears underneath. Conflicts that seemed intractable begin to soften as underlying concerns become visible. Understanding emerges naturally when both parties feel heard rather than judged or dismissed. This quality of attention represents one of the greatest gifts we can offer another human being, and it requires the same mindful presence we develop through meditation practice. Through conscious communication and deep listening, our relationships become vehicles for mutual awakening, rather than sources of drama or distraction. The same awareness that helps us observe our thoughts and emotions without being controlled by them allows us to engage with others from wisdom, rather than unconscious reactivity. In this way, every conversation becomes an opportunity to practice presence. Every relationship a chance to embody the compassion and clarity we're cultivating through formal spiritual practice. The boundary between personal transformation and social engagement dissolves as we recognize that awakening ourselves and serving others are ultimately the same activity expressed in different forms. The art of deep listening represents one of Zen's most profound teachings about human connection. When Thich Nhat Hanh introduced the concept of deep listening, he wasn't simply describing a communication technique. He was pointing to a fundamental shift in how we relate to others and to life itself. Deep listening means attending to another person with our complete presence, without the usual mental commentary that typically accompanies conversation. Most of us listen while simultaneously preparing our response, judging what we're hearing, or relating it back to our own experiences. This divided attention creates a barrier between us and the person speaking. True deep listening requires temporarily setting aside our own agenda and creating spacious awareness for whatever wants to emerge. This doesn't mean becoming passive or losing our capacity for discernment. Rather, it means developing the ability to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, without immediately choosing sides or rushing to conclusions. When someone feels truly heard at this level, something remarkable happens. They often discover insights about their own situation that weren't available when they felt the need to defend or explain themselves. The quality of spacious attention we offer becomes a gift that allows others to explore their experience more fully. This practice extends far beyond human conversation. We can listen deeply to the natural world, noticing the subtle changes in seasons, the particular quality of light at different times of day, the sounds that surround us but usually remain in the background of awareness. We can listen to our own bodies with this same quality of attention, noticing sensations, tensions, and rhythms that often go unacknowledged in our busy lives. Deep listening to our inner experience means observing thoughts and emotions as they arise, without immediately identifying with them or pushing them away. This creates the possibility for understanding the deeper currents that move through our consciousness. The relationship between personal spiritual practice and social engagement represents one of the most important aspects of contemporary Zen teaching. Some people mistakenly view meditation as escapism from the world's problems, while others dismiss inner work as selfish navel-gazing. Zen wisdom reveals these as false dichotomies. True spiritual maturity recognizes that inner transformation and outer engagement are inseparable aspects of awakened living. When we deeply understand our interconnectedness with all life, the suffering we see in the world becomes impossible to ignore. This isn't a burden imposed by moral obligation, but a natural response arising from clear seeing. Just as we wouldn't ignore pain in our own body, we can't turn away from the pain of the larger body of which we're part. However, engaged action arising from Zen practice differs significantly from activism driven by anger, righteousness, or the need to be right. Action rooted in contemplative awareness tends to be more sustainable, more effective, and less likely to create additional conflict or burnout. This doesn't mean being passive in the face of injustice. Rather, it means responding from a place of clarity and compassion rather than reactive emotion. The engaged Buddhist tradition includes teachers like Thich Nhat Hanh, who worked for peace during the Vietnam War, and contemporary figures addressing climate change, racial justice, and economic inequality. Their approach demonstrates how spiritual depth can inform practical action without losing either its effectiveness or its heart. When we act from this integrated understanding, we're more likely to address root causes rather than just symptoms, to build bridges rather than walls, and to maintain hope even in the face of overwhelming challenges. Right speech, one of the elements of the Buddha's Eightfold Path, provides practical guidance for bringing mindfulness into our communication. This teaching isn't about following rigid rules or suppressing authentic expression. Instead, it invites us to bring awareness to the intentions behind our words and the impact they have on others. The traditional guidelines for right speech include truthfulness, kindness, timeliness, and usefulness. Truthfulness doesn't mean brutal honesty without consideration for timing or context. It means speaking from authenticity rather than manipulation, deception, or the desire to present a false image. Kindness in speech doesn't require sugar-coating difficult truths, but it does mean considering how our words might land on the listener. We can be direct and clear while still maintaining respect for the other person's dignity and humanity. Timeliness recognizes that even true and kind words can be harmful if delivered at the wrong moment. Sometimes the most compassionate response is silence, allowing space for someone to process their experience before offering input or advice. Usefulness asks us to consider whether our words serve any constructive purpose, or whether we're speaking simply to fill space, prove our intelligence, or satisfy our need to be heard. In practice, right speech often means pausing before we speak to check in with our motivation. Are we speaking from presence and genuine care, or from reactivity and ego? This pause creates the possibility for more conscious communication that serves connection rather than separation. The quality of our silence is as important as the quality of our words. In Zen monasteries, periods of noble silence allow practitioners to observe the mental habits that usually drive conversation. We begin to notice our compulsions to comment, to be right, to fill uncomfortable pauses, or to control how others perceive us. This awareness creates freedom to speak more consciously when we do choose to engage. The integration of these practices transforms our relationships and extends our spiritual development beyond the meditation cushion into every aspect of daily life. When we listen deeply, speak consciously, and act from understanding rather than reactivity, we create conditions for genuine human connection and positive social change. This represents the heart of engaged spirituality, where inner awakening and compassionate action become expressions of the same fundamental understanding. The Zen approach to leadership fundamentally differs from conventional models of authority and control. Rather than relying solely on position, charisma, or intellectual prowess, authentic leadership emerges from the embodiment of wisdom and compassion. In the traditional Zen teacher-student relationship, the master's primary role is not to dispense information, but to create conditions where understanding can arise naturally. This happens through their very presence, their way of being in the world, and their capacity to meet each moment with clarity and responsiveness. The teacher becomes a living demonstration of the principles they share, creating what we might call a field of influence that extends far beyond words or formal instruction. This embodied approach to guidance recognizes that people learn more from what they experience in relationship than from what they are told. When a leader operates from inner stillness and genuine care, others naturally feel safer to explore, take risks, and grow. The leader's emotional regulation becomes a stabilizing force that allows teams, families, or communities to navigate challenges with greater resilience. One of the most challenging aspects of leadership is balancing heart-centered compassion with clear-minded discernment. Many people assume these qualities are in tension, believing that being kind means avoiding difficult conversations or that maintaining standards requires hardness. Zen practice reveals a different possibility where compassion and clarity support, rather than compete with each other. True compassion sometimes requires saying difficult things or setting firm boundaries. A parent who allows destructive behavior to continue unchecked is not being kind to their child or family system. A manager who avoids addressing performance issues is not serving their team or organization. The key lies in the motivation and manner of our intervention. When we act from genuine care rather than personal frustration, our words carry a different quality. We can be direct about problems while maintaining respect for the person's dignity and potential. This requires developing the capacity to separate behavior from identity, addressing what someone is doing without attacking who they are. The Zen concept of skillful means teaches us to adapt our approach based on what each situation and person needs. Sometimes this means being gentle and encouraging, other times it requires being firm and direct. The art lies in reading the moment accurately and responding from wisdom rather than habit. A skilled leader learns to recognize when someone needs support versus when they need challenge, when a situation calls for patience versus when it demands immediate action. This discernment develops through practice, through making mistakes and learning from them, and through cultivating the kind of present, moment awareness that can perceive subtle cues and changing dynamics. Perhaps the most radical aspect of Zen leadership is its emphasis on influence through presence rather than coercion. Instead of trying to control outcomes through force of will or manipulation, the Zen approach focuses on creating conditions where positive change can emerge naturally. This might seem passive or ineffective to those accustomed to more aggressive leadership styles, but it often proves more sustainable and transformative. When people feel genuinely seen and respected, they are more likely to engage their creativity and take ownership of solutions. When a leader demonstrates calm confidence in the face of uncertainty, team members develop their own capacity for resilience. The leader's inner state becomes contagious in the best sense, elevating the consciousness of the entire group. This doesn't mean being permissive or avoiding difficult decisions. Rather, it means making necessary choices from a place of clarity and care rather than reactivity and ego. It means being willing to disappoint people when serving a larger good, while maintaining compassion for their disappointment. The Zen leader understands that their primary responsibility is to the health of the whole system, not to being liked or avoiding conflict. This requires a certain fearlessness that comes not from bravado, but from deep trust in the process of growth and change. When we operate from this understanding, we can make unpopular decisions without becoming defensive, receive criticism without collapsing, and maintain our vision while remaining open to feedback and course corrections. One of the most beautiful aspects of mature Zen leadership is the leader's ability to disappear into their service. Like the master calligrapher who practices for decades until technique becomes transparent, the wise leader develops such fluency in their role that their personality no longer interferes with their effectiveness. This doesn't mean becoming bland or losing individuality, but rather allowing one's unique gifts to serve something larger than personal ambition. The ego's need for recognition and control gradually gives way to a more natural responsiveness to what each moment requires. This creates space for others to step into their own leadership, as they are not competing with someone who needs to be the center of attention. The Zen leader becomes like water, taking the shape of whatever container they find themselves in while maintaining their essential nature. They can be fierce when protection is needed, gentle when healing is called for, and invisible when others need space to discover their own wisdom. This flexibility requires tremendous inner stability, the kind that comes from years of meditation practice and self-inquiry. Only when we are secure in our own being can we afford to be truly responsive to others' needs rather than defensive about our own position. The result is leadership that feels effortless and natural, even when addressing complex challenges. People sense they are in the presence of someone who has transcended the usual games of power and control, someone whose authority comes from wisdom rather than position. This creates an atmosphere where authentic collaboration becomes possible, where people feel safe to bring their full creativity and honesty to shared endeavors. Such leadership doesn't guarantee easy solutions to difficult problems, but it creates the conditions where sustainable solutions are most likely to emerge. The foundation of effective leadership lies not in what we say, but in how we embody the principles we claim to value. When someone speaks about integrity while acting dishonestly, or preaches compassion while treating others harshly, their actions create a dissonance that undermines any verbal message. This disconnect between words and behavior creates confusion and erodes trust in ways that can take years to repair. Zen leadership begins with the recognition that we teach most powerfully through our presence and actions. The leader who consistently demonstrates patience during crisis, who maintains equanimity under pressure, and who treats all people with dignity regardless of their status, creates a field of influence that naturally inspires others to develop these same qualities. This isn't about perfection or pretending to be someone we're not. Authentic leadership includes acknowledging our limitations and mistakes while continuing to grow and learn. The Zen leader understands that vulnerability, when combined with genuine commitment to growth, actually strengthens rather than weakens their ability to guide others. When we witness someone honestly acknowledging their errors while taking responsibility and making amends, we see a model of how to handle our own inevitable failures with grace. This creates psychological safety within organizations and relationships, where people feel free to take appropriate risks and admit mistakes without fear of harsh judgment. The balance between compassion and clarity represents one of the most crucial skills for any leader to develop. Compassion without clear boundaries often leads to enabling behaviors that actually harm the people we're trying to help. When we avoid difficult conversations or fail to maintain standards out of a misguided desire to be kind, we rob others of opportunities for growth and development. On the other hand, clarity without warmth can create environments of fear and resentment where people can play externally while withdrawing their creativity and enthusiasm. The integration of these qualities allows leaders to hold high expectations while providing the support needed to meet them. This might mean having a direct conversation about performance issues while also offering resources and encouragement for improvement. It could involve setting firm boundaries about acceptable behavior while maintaining respect for the person's inherent dignity and potential. The Zen concept of upaya, or skillful means, recognizes that effective leadership requires adapting our approach to meet different individuals where they are in their development. What motivates one person may discourage another, and what challenges someone at one stage of growth might overwhelm them at an earlier stage. This requires developing the capacity to read situations and people accurately, understanding not just what needs to be communicated, but how and when to communicate it most effectively. A skilled teacher might offer direct feedback to someone ready to hear it, while providing more gentle encouragement to someone still building confidence. The same principle applies in parenting, where we naturally adjust our approach based on each child's temperament and developmental stage. Some children thrive on clear structure and explicit expectations, while others need more flexibility and room for self-discovery. The wise parent learns to recognize these differences and respond accordingly, rather than applying a one-size-fits-all approach that may work well for one child, but create problems for another. In organizational leadership, this might mean recognizing that some team members need detailed guidance and frequent check-ins, while others perform best with broad goals and autonomy to determine their own methods. The key is developing the sensitivity to perceive what each situation requires and the flexibility to respond appropriately. This adaptive wisdom also includes knowing when not to intervene, recognizing that sometimes people need to struggle with challenges on their own in order to develop their capabilities. The urge to rescue others from difficulty, while well-intentioned, can actually prevent the growth that comes through working through obstacles independently. The Zen approach to creativity offers profound insights that extend far beyond traditional artistic endeavors. At its heart, this approach emphasizes the quality of presence and attention we bring to any creative act, whether that's writing a poem, solving a business problem, or preparing a meal. The story of the bamboo painter illustrates how genuine mastery involves a deep integration of technical skill with present moment awareness. The years of observation weren't just about learning to paint bamboo accurately, but about developing such intimate familiarity with the subject that the artist could respond spontaneously without the interference of self-conscious thinking. This principle applies to any field of expertise. The surgeon who has practiced procedures thousands of times can respond intuitively to unexpected complications during surgery. The jazz musician who has mastered scales and harmony can improvise freely, allowing the music to flow through them without mental interference. The experienced teacher can adapt their lesson plan in real time based on the energy and understanding they sense in their students. In each case, extensive preparation creates the foundation for spontaneous, appropriate response. The Zen understanding of creativity emphasizes the dissolution of the boundary between creator and creation. When we're fully absorbed in the creative process, there's no sense of a separate self trying to produce something impressive or meaningful. Instead, there's simply the activity itself unfolding naturally, like water flowing downhill or a flower opening to the sun. This state of creative flow isn't limited to traditionally artistic pursuits. It can emerge in any activity where we become completely absorbed in what we're doing, whether that's gardening, coding, cooking, or having a deep conversation with a friend. The key is bringing full attention to the present moment and allowing our accumulated knowledge and skill to express itself without the interference of self-consciousness or excessive effort. When we try too hard to be creative or impressive, we often block the very spontaneity that allows genuine creativity to emerge. The Zen artist learns to create the conditions for creativity, then step out of the way and allow the process to unfold naturally. This approach transforms creative work from a struggle to produce something worthy into a joyful expression of our deepest understanding and skill. The path of Zen brings us full circle, not to a distant destination, but to a deeper appreciation of where we have always been. After exploring the many facets of Zen practice, from sitting meditation to engaged action, from working with difficult emotions to finding the sacred in ordinary tasks, we arrive at a profound recognition. What we have been seeking through all our spiritual efforts was never actually missing. The peace we long for, the clarity we hope to develop, the compassion we wish to embody. These qualities are not achievements to be won, but aspects of our fundamental nature to be uncovered. This recognition transforms the entire spiritual journey from a quest for something we lack into a process of removing the obstacles that prevent us from experiencing what is already present. The deepest teaching of Zen is, perhaps its most practical one, Enlightenment is not found in extraordinary states or mystical experiences, but in the complete embrace of ordinary life. When we wash dishes fully, feeling the warm water, noticing the texture of soap bubbles, being present for this simple act of care. When we walk down the street, we walk completely, feeling our feet touch the ground, sensing the air on our skin, aware of the miracle of movement and balance. When we listen to a friend share their struggles, we listen with our whole being, offering the gift of presence without trying to fix or change their experience. This quality of attention transforms every moment into an opportunity for awakening. The mother changing her baby's diaper at 3 a.m. can experience the same depth of presence as the monk sitting in the meditation hall. The office worker stuck in traffic can find the same peace as the hermit in the mountain cave. The teenager struggling with homework can access the same clarity as the ancient master contemplating a cone. The difference lies not in the activity, but in the quality of awareness brought to it. Zen teaches us that there are no spiritual and non-spiritual activities, only different degrees of presence and absence. Every task, every interaction, every breath offers the possibility of complete engagement with life as it is. This understanding liberates us from the exhausting search for special conditions or perfect circumstances for our spiritual development. One of the most transformative aspects of Zen practice is how it dissolves the artificial boundaries we create between different areas of life. We no longer divide our experience into spiritual time and mundane time, sacred space and ordinary space, enlightened activities and worldly activities. Instead, we discover that the same awareness that recognizes our Buddha nature in meditation also sees clearly in the boardroom meeting. The same compassion that arises during loving kindness practice also responds naturally when our neighbor needs help. The same equanimity that develops through sitting with difficult emotions also remains stable when facing criticism or praise. This integration means that spiritual practice becomes not something we do, but something we are. We carry the meditation cushion with us wherever we go, not as a physical object, but as a quality of presence and attention. The monastery exists wherever we bring mindful awareness to our current experience. The teacher appears in every situation that invites us to respond with wisdom rather than react from conditioning. This seamless integration transforms both our spiritual practice and our daily life. Our practice becomes more grounded and practical, less prone to spiritual bypassing or otherworldly escapism. Our daily life becomes more meaningful and sacred, infused with the depth and richness that comes from complete presence. Work becomes a form of service, relationships become opportunities for mutual awakening, and even mundane tasks become expressions of our deepest understanding. As we continue walking the Zen path, we discover that it is indeed a pathless path, one that cannot be traveled by following someone else's footsteps, but must be walked with our own feet. The teachings, practices, and stories we have explored serve as signposts and encouragement, but the actual journey happens in the intimate details of our own experience. Each person's path will look different, because each person brings unique conditioning, circumstances, and capacities to the practice. The busy parent will find different opportunities for awakening than the retired person. The extrovert will discover different aspects of presence than the introvert. The person dealing with chronic illness will explore different dimensions of acceptance than the person in robust health. Yet beneath these surface differences, the fundamental invitation remains the same for everyone: to meet this moment completely, without the filter of how we think it should be. To respond to life from awareness, rather than react from conditioning. To recognize the awareness that is always present, regardless of what appears within it. To extend compassion to ourselves and others, especially when it feels most difficult. To find the extraordinary within the ordinary through the quality of our attention. This pathless path continues to unfold throughout our entire life, offering endless opportunities for deepening and discovery. There is no graduation from the school of presence, no final achievement that ends our need for practice. Instead, there is the ongoing joy of meeting life freshly, of discovering new depths within familiar experiences, of finding that each moment offers its own unique gift when received with open awareness. The journey of Zen is ultimately the journey home to ourselves, to this moment, to the peace and clarity that have been our birthright all along. In recognizing this, we find that the seeking can relax, the striving can soften, and we can simply be present for the miraculous, ordinary adventure of being human. The path continues with each breath, each step, each moment of choosing presence over absence, love over fear, wisdom over reactivity. And in this very moment, the journey both begins anew and reaches its timeless completion.